भी नहीं Namaskar. I am Prasant Kumar Swain, Director General of National Institute of Agriculture Marketing at NIAM, at Jaipur. Popularly known as NIAM, is located in the beautiful city of Jaipur, the capital of Rajasthan, where we undertake education, training, research, development work in the field of agribusiness, agriculture marketing in the country. NIAM is very well known for its 2 years PG diploma program, whereby we teach agribusiness, management, all the subjects of management to our students, including agribusiness, agriculture marketing. NIAM is a very leading institute for PG diploma in agriculture, marketing and agribusiness. And in these 2 years, our students are taught almost 45 courses, whatever is taught in the management schools plus the agribusiness subjects, which are very core and essential for this PG diploma program. Our students are selected through very competitive exams They based on their CAT and CMAT scores, and they undergo rigorous training program here in this campus. In fact, our students get placement both for the summer as well as the final placement 100%. And we have been doing it consistently because this institute is very reputed not in India but even outside, not only in India but outside India. Given its reputations, this campus is very well known for its greenery also, beautifully full with different types of flora, and in fact we have also birds always flocking to this campus, and we have got beautiful facilities of hostel accommodations. We have got beautiful auditorium, smart classrooms, and we have visiting faculties from all the reputed institutes in India. Name it and we generally have it, whether it is IIM or it is IIT or even Indian Institute of Foreign Trade or any other. Namaskar. I am Prasant Kumar Swain,
with me.
Director General of National Institute of Agriculture Marketing at NIAM, at Jaipur. Popularly known as NIAM, is located in the beautiful city of Jaipur, the capital of Rajasthan. agriculture marketing. NIAM is a very leading institute for PG Diploma in Agriculture, Marketing and Agribusiness. And in these 2 years, our students are taught almost 45 courses, whatever is taught in the management schools plus the agribusiness subjects, which are very core and essential for this PG Diploma program. Our students are selected through very competitive exams They based on their CAT and CMAT scores, and they undergo rigorous training in this campus. In fact, our students get placement both for the summer as well as the final placement 100%. And we have been doing it consistently because this institute is very reputed not in India but even outside, not only in India but outside India. Given its reputations, this campus is very well known for its greenery also, beautifully full with different types of flora, and in fact we have also birds always flocking to this campus, and we have got beautiful facilities of hostel accommodations, we have got beautiful auditorium, smart classrooms, and we have visiting faculties from all the reputed institutes in India. Name it and we have generally have it, whether it is IIM or it is IIT or even Indian Institute of Foreign Trade or any other top institutes. And in addition to this, we are also having visiting faculty from outside India who are teaching our students. Our students are very, very competitive, and they have been doing pretty well. Many of our alumni are based outside India, and they are occupying the leadership position in the companies. And here in this 2 years journey, the students interact with each other because they come from different states based on All India selection, and they have a kind of cultural exchange apart from knowledge exchange, and they learn from each other apart from the classroom and other industry visits. So given this, our students have been consistently scoring pretty well in all the major kind of competitions, and they have been contributing very well in terms of our alumni also. So we in fact we have got good hostel facilities, we have got good messing facilities, we have got good library facilities, we have got very good computer facilities which our students are using. Here we serve them food from all the parts of India, so they enjoy the food, the ambience, and this campus being so green, so they can not only read in the main academic building or in the hostel, but also anywhere in the campus, which is very, very friendly. So given this, we always welcome on this occasion to our guests to this campus to see this, and it is very well known in Rajasthan and outside Rajasthan, and it is in the heart of the city of Jaipur. Namaskar. I am Prasant Kumar Swain, Director General of National Institute of Agriculture Marketing at at Jaipur. Popularly known as NIAM, is located in the beautiful city of Jaipur, the capital of Rajasthan, where we undertake education, training, research, development work in the field of agribusiness, agriculture marketing.
Check, check. स्वस्तिः प्रजाभ्यः परिपालयन्ता न्यायेन मार्गेण मही महिषा गोब्राह्मणेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यं लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनः भवन्तु. May all the well-being of all people be protected by the powerful and mighty leaders, be with law and justice. May the success be with all divinity scholars. May all the worlds become happy.
Chaudhry Charan Singh National Institute of Agricultural Marketing is a premier national level institute set up by Government of India in August 1988 to offer a specialized training, research, education and consultancy in the field of agricultural marketing. NIAM is playing a vital role in expediting the reform process and availability of quality managers through its mandate. NIAM is engaged in organizing training programs in the field of agricultural marketing and allied areas for senior and middle level officers from various line departments of state governments, cooperators, marketing brands, and agribusiness entrepreneurs. The Institute is also playing an active role in orienting agricultural extension personal towards agricultural marketing. Along with a lush green campus and extraordinary infrastructure, we also have a strong alumni base globally of 800 plus techno managers holding positions of national and international repute in various sectors like agri inputs, banking, and microfinance, food processing, consulting, commodities, rural development, agripreneurs, etc.
Sow ideas, water hopes, reap miracles. The National Institute of Agricultural Marketing started national level B-Fest Agrovon under this theme in 2017. Since its inception, its legacy has been continuing and it will be organizing for the fifth consecutive year. The event will be conducted online and live streamed on YouTube. More than 4,500 students from eminent colleges and universities on of national and international level participated in various events. The premium vision behind this event is to boost confidence and enrich the budding managers by providing a platform where they can get an insight into the corporate world and fellow competitors. Following are the 9 events of Agrovon 2K21. Vivechan, the case study competition, Saksham, the best manager, Lakshya, the B plan competition, marketing venture quiz, Sankalan, the article writing competition, Pratibim, the photography competition, EWS, Case Challenge 2.0, Advik, the live case study, We Grow, What Should Shifu Do? We Grow Case Challenge.
Respected dignitaries, with your permission, may I now request to start our event with the auspicious lightning of lamp. Lamp lightning is supposed to bring in a lot of positivity in the entire atmosphere where it is lit. Also, we would like to seek the permission of our Director General for the inauguration of Agrovon 2021.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let the light bring cheers to the event and to the institute. Good luck to all of you.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
I now request our Honorable Shri P.K. Swain, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, and Director General, CCS NIAM, to kindly address the House.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a great pleasure and privilege for me to inaugurate, along with our chief guest of the occasion and also the guest of honors, to the 5th Agrovon, that is a Beefest, prestigious Beefest competition. It is all India, even it transcends beyond India, of the National Institute of Agriculture Marketing. First of all, let me welcome the chief guest on the occasion, Mr. Vinod Yadav, who is the former chairman of Railway Board from January 2019 to September 2020 and chairman and CEO of the Railway Board, reconstituted Railway Board from September to December, having complete 2 years tenure in as the head of the Railway Board, which is one of the largest railway organization in the world. Dr. Vinod Yadav is a distinguished alumni of the Motilal Nehru Regional Engineering College, having done his electrical engineering and has also done his MBA Technology Management from La Trobe University, Australia. As you know, Indian Railways is world's third largest railway network, spread over 1.2 lakh kilometers across India and with more than 15 lakh employees, and ferrying on an average day before this COVID about 23 million passengers, running about 13,500 passenger trains. So it's a privilege for us to welcome to National Institute of Agriculture Marketing and to 5th Agrovon Festival, which is very important for our students who have been organizing themselves without much of help from us. It's a students' festival by the students for the students. So Vinod Yadav, as the head of Indian Railways, he was the ex-officio principal secretary to Government of India and led the organization towards stimulating the national economic growth. He had served as general manager of the South Central Railway Zone. He had also served in Rail Vikas Nigam, as well as in Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India. He had also a stint in United Nations Industrial Development Organization, that is UN body, UNIDO. Sir, National Institute of Agriculture Marketing, which is an institute by the Ministry of Agriculture with our Honorable Union Agriculture Minister as the president of the governing body and the secretary, Union Secretary Agriculture as the chairman of the executive committee, is the leading national institute promoting agribusiness in India, not only with the central government, with the state governments, with the industry. We have this 2 years PG diploma program, which is AICT recognized and is very well known in the industrial circle, for which we have been consistently achieving 100% employment in all the important industries. You name it and they are there, whether it is agribusiness, agri-marketing industries, whether it is banking finance or even the consultancy organizations, processing industries, or even the FMCG or e-commerce companies. Our alumni are placed even outside India and doing pretty well in both Indian as well as international organizations. Having said this, NIAM has embarked into various consultancy and training activities with the state governments. As recently as last month, they have now entered into kind of training the state government officials in the export promotion. As you know, Government of India has a very ambitious program of doubling of exports. So here the states have to play a very important role by, doubling of export by 2022. And NIAM has embarked on that jointly with APEDA and training the state government institutes. Let me also welcome our next, our guest of honor, Professor Sudhir Kumar Barai, who is director of the Birla Institute of Technology and Science, which is very well known all over the world as BITS Pilani, located in Rajasthan, which was founded in 1964 with the founder as famous P.D. Birla. Sri Professor Barai, Sudhir Kumar Barai, is a PhD in Civil Engineering from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. His research interest lies in structural health monitoring, recycled construction material, fracture in concrete, data analytics, and soft computing application. He has published more than 225 papers in leading journals and conferences and has co-authored 3 books. He is a member and life member of many of the leading institutions, professional societies, and he has been also visiting faculty to some of these foreign universities. Well, I extend a hearty welcome to Professor S.K. Barai also. With us today, as guest of honor also, Dr. Sanjeev Chadha, who is Managing Director of the NAFED, a very well-known organization, cooperative organizations in the forefront of procurement, agriculture marketing in India, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Food and Public Distribution, and on behalf of the Government of India. Dr. Chadha is very well known for turning around the organizations. He has actually steered NAFED from the troubled water, taken it to great heights, and today NAFED is one of the very flagship organizations for Government of India. Mr. Chadha, Sanjeev Chadha, is Indian Forest Service of Odisha cadre and has a huge experience in conservation and development of natural resource management. He is also authored a book on the Passidown, that is he has a passion for the flora and the fauna. Given this, let me once again welcome our chief guest, Mr. Vinod Yadav, who is a very distinguished bureaucrat in India and is also a very well-known personality in Delhi. He is also the recipient of many awards. Though he is a top bureaucrat of the country, he is also well-known as excellent engineer, and he has been awarded as the excellent engineer by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and as well as by the Institute of Engineer and Technology in 2 subsequent years of 2019 and 20. And sir, we pay you a tribute because during the COVID time, when last year there was national lockdown, we are working day in, day out in ministry. It is your ministry under your able guidance and leadership that the Kisan Rail was launched last year in October, which came as a big boost to the farming community, connecting when the supply chain had broken down. So you had come to the rescue for running the long distance trains for the farmers alone for their produce to connect from farm gate to the market. And you are also well known for running all those Shramik special trains and also having the COVID care centers by converting the coaches, more than 5,000 coaches into COVID care centers. And you had also, I still remember I was in the Empowered group, the special freight trains were also run for milk, essential commodities and food grains. Sir, you have an excellent link with the Ministry of Agriculture. You established an excellent link with Ministry of Agriculture last year. And the supply chain, which is well needed at the very critical hour, you had established for the agri supply chain. And in fact, NIAM is privileged to have you, sir, because NIAM today is teaching the students. They are very well grooming them in the agri supply chains, export, import, and even other areas of agribusiness. So I once again extend a very hearty welcome. And in fact, NIAM today is promoting the agri startups in terms of both incubation phase or the startup phase. And it is a leading startup center for Ministry of Agriculture and also knowledge partners like IIT Kharagpur and other universities. I'm sure Professor Barai will appreciate this because BITS also is taking a lead in setting up the startups. And we are now looking forward to a kind of great partnership with BITS Pilani along with other institutions. So, and certainly I welcome again my chief guest and guest of honor to this prestigious function. And I am very grateful to all the sponsors who have today here with us. Because of them that this entire program is the students are able to get up to the ground. That is the Advanced Group, the Dhanuka Agritech, East West Seeds, or even the kind of Seedworks International Private Limited, and like We Grow and Syngenta Foundation, and Savanath Seeds Private Limited, etc. So I must thank all the sponsors for really supporting the students. It's the students who have actually worked hard despite the COVID lockdown. They actually approached me to bring them to this campus so that they are able to organize. Though I was very, very conservative in my approach initially, so I give them a go ahead to come to Jaipur because they are from all over India, picked up from through the CAT and the CMAT scores through written and interview, but to this prestigious institute. So they fought with me to come to the campus to organize this, and it is hats up to my students who have done it so well. And I also thank the media partners who are with us and who have been taking this forward, including Doordarshan. So this thing. I also thank all the visiting professors who are here today, joined today. We have also visiting professors from the eminent national institutions of IIMs, IITs, and Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, MDI, etc. So I welcome once again to them. And I also extend my hearty welcome to all the recruiters who might have joined today. So with this, I, in fact, thank all the students for inviting me to this thing. And also I thank my faculty who must have worked with the students day in and day out to make it a success. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, DG sir, for addressing and welcoming our eminent dignitaries from reputed organizations of both corporate world and government organizations. I now request our media partner to kindly inaugurate the Agrovon 2K21.
I would first of all like to invite Mr. Harshdeep Singh, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, responsible for the customer-facing operations across the value chain of advanced agribusiness. He is MBA from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi, and Chemical Engineer from National Institute of Technology, Roorkela. He has, in his earlier professional engagements, handled leadership roles in Hindustan Unilever Limited and Tata Chemicals Limited in sales and marketing, business development, commercial and supply chain, and change management function, working across cultural teams in US, UK, Kenya, and India. Take yours, sir.
A very good morning. A very good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries, Mr. P.K. Swan, Mr. Yadav, Dr. S.K. Barai, and Mr. Chadda. And good morning to all the teachers, leaders, and students who are there today. It's a privilege to talk to the students on this Agrovon occasion. And I will take this opportunity to briefly introduce the advanced group. But since this is a forum for learning, and I also come to this forum as a student, I would also like to share with you an important thing, which is important for all of us as leaders and as students, which I describe as what I call a virtuous energy cycle and a burning cycle, and which as students, it will be important for each one of you. It's very important for us as leaders to be conscious of which energy cycle we are in. I call that when you have a purpose as an organization and as an individual, and supported by core values and supported by self-awareness. So these three things are very important for organizations and individuals to have purpose, values, and self-awareness. This is what I call the virtuous energy cycle. And I also am very conscious as a leader and as a student that we as professionals can also be in a burning cycle, which is what I call when you are the power, ego, and hubris. So as individuals, it's very important for each one of you as future leaders to be very conscious of that which cycle you want to operate in. Is it going to be a power, ego, or hubris, or are you going to be driven by purpose, values, and self-awareness? So this is what I want to share as a thought for the morning. And can I request my presentation to be shared so that I can quickly take you through the advanced group introduction?
Sure, sir.
Sure, sir.
I have already shared the presentation. Would the organizers be sharing that?
Yes, sir, they're sharing.
Is there any problem in loading this presentation? Okay.
Yes, sir, we have done it, sir. Can you
Very good. Thank you.
please?
Yeah. Put
Thank
it in the view mode. That will be good. So,
Yes.
just go to the next slide. Yeah, just go to the next slide, please. Okay. So just to share with you what is advents. Advents, if you see the green and the blue colors, which is basically shaking hands, two hands in blue and green, it represents the agriculture and industry. And that symbolizes the advanced group commitment to the fundamental drivers of Indian economy, that is agriculture and industry. Yeah, please go to the next slide. Yeah. Okay. Can I? Okay. Just to kind of share with you, primarily the group is present into four key verticals. One is the agribusiness, the other is engineering and infrastructure, and third is emerging lifestyle and services. So I'm going to talk more about the agribusiness going forward. So which is comprised of group companies Zuari Agrochemicals, Paradeep Phosphates Limited, Mangalore Chemicals and Fertilizers, and Zuari Farm Hub Limited. And in the engineering and infrastructure, we have Texmeco Infrastructure, Zuari India Oil Tanking, Simon India. And in the emerging lifestyles, you would have heard the brand Hightech India and Zuari Infra World. And we also are into services, basically into financial services. Yeah, next slide, please. Our current chairman is Dr. Saroj Kumar Poddar, and the Advents is basically a part of KK Birla's legacy, a founder who's really given us the vision to kind of go forward and serve the farmers. Next slide, please. So when we talk of agri business, these are the four companies that drive our journey to serve the farmers. So our mother plant is at Goa, Zuari Agrochemicals Limited, then Paradeep Phosphates Limited, which is at Paradeep, and Mangalore Chemicals and Fertilizers, which is basically at Mangalore, and Zuari Farm Hub Limited, which is our newly born organization, which is a farmer-centric enterprise trying to serve and meet all the customer needs. Yeah, next slide, please. This is important. As I shared with you, it's important to have a purpose. So as an organization, our agribusiness vision is to be a one-stop solution for the farm economy. And our mission is to create value for farmers and stakeholders by providing integrated agri solutions. And I describe that in a very simple way. If you can see our brand logo, would you please the next slide? So one advance, our purpose is very clear. Jai Kisan, Aapki Muskan. So that's very simply understood, whether it is by our frontline team members or people working in the plant. Our job is to ensure that we can put a smile on a farmer's face. So that's what basically drives the Jai Kisan team. And like I shared, it's important to have core values. So the core values for the organization that we espouse is agility, customer first, integrity, and sustainability. So that's what drives basically all of us to achieve the purpose of putting a smile on the farmer's face. Yeah, please, next slide. A brief overview of the brands, our trust mark. So we have got Jai Kisan, which is our umbrella brand, Jai Kisan Navratna, which is a brand in the north and east of India, Jai Kisan Mangla, which is in south of India. So, so it's basically the integrated brands that serve the farmers pan India. Next slide. So this is the marketing area that we serve. So if you look at the north and east, so that's the footprint basically which is served by Paradeep Phosphate, the Jai Kisan Navratna. And the west of India is basically served by the Jai Kisan, that is Zuari Agrochemicals. And south, which is basically served by Mangalore Chemicals and Fertilizers. So that's the geographic footprint. Maybe other than J&K, we have a footprint across pan India. Yeah, next slide, please. So these are the manufacturing locations. We have 3 manufacturing locations for the fertilizers. We do around 3 million tons of fertilizers for the country, basically. And we import around 500,000 to 1 million tons. So around 3.5 million tons of fertilizers we sell. And we also have 2 specialty manufacturing units where we are doing water soluble fertilizers. Yeah, next slide, please. These are the agribusiness verticals that we have. So right from bulk fertilizers, single superphosphate, specialty nutrition, crop care products to retail stores called Jai Kisan Junctions. And I'll talk more about them. Yeah, please next slide. I hope I am conscious of time. That's why I'm kind of going slightly fast. Coming to, it's very important since this is a forum for agriculture marketing. And what I believe is that the SP that's the specialty nutrient business is going to be the future of Indian agriculture. And the reason why I say that is there are a lot of nutrient deficiencies. And we all know that it's important to understand that the productivity is going to be determined by the limiting nutrient that you have in the soil. So it's very important to go beyond just the NPK balance to identifying the micronutrient deficiencies, address the food productivity concerns of the country, and also to support agriculture which is beyond the traditional agriculture into hydroponics, into horticulture crops. So that's going to be important. And that's why we feel that specialty plant nutrition business is marketing is going to be very, very important and with a solution selling approach. Please go to the next slide. So just to share with you, Zuari Farm Hub Limited is a newly formed organization where the focus is basically to kind of shift from basically a kind of a production centric to a customer centric approach, and where you're trying to basically identify the customer pain points and provide solutions. So Jai Kisan Specialty is our umbrella brand for the specialty plant nutrition business. And we are there in all the SPN categories like city compost, soil conditioners, zip mite, organic products, agri fluids, micronutrients, and water soluble fertilizers. And I would like to emphasize as a nutrient play, it is important to be there in the both organic and inorganic space. We cannot just do agriculture only on organic fertilizers, but the mix of both is vital to have a balanced nutrition in the soil. Yeah, next slide. So this is the crop care business range. Next slide. So apart from the products, what is important is as we engage with the farmers, as an advanced group, there's a lot of agri services that we've been providing to the farmers. Our brands have been there for last 5 decades. So we celebrated 50 years last year for both the organizations. And we have a set of agri development laboratories, 5 of them, where we are doing integrated soil testing, water testing for the farmers, including micronutrient testing. So there's 6 ADLs that we have, and 30 mobile soil testing labs in partnership with the government of Odisha. And we also have a farmer training school in Bhubaneswar, which is again in partnership with the government of Odisha. We have a Hello Jagsan service, which is a farmer helpline. We have an Agri Innovation Center in Sholapur, so which is in basically the rain-fed zone. So purpose is to promote good agriculture practices through the Innovation Center farmer practices. And we also have an initiative called Goa Agriculture Initiative, where the purpose is to have a comprehensive initiative to support the farming and make it more economically dependable and sustainable, where we work with the small farmers in Goa state. Next slide. And as I shared, this is my last slide. As we move towards being a one-stop solution for farm economy, we also have 360 stores, which are trusted interfaces where a farmer can get whatever he needs for agriculture under one umbrella, and that's called the Jagsan Junction. So whether it's all range of products, services, soil testing, so that's what we are moving towards, ensuring that farmers get trusted products and services from the advanced agribusiness through Jagsan Junctions. So thank you very much for giving an opportunity to share the basically advanced group introduction with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, we are honored to have you with us and raise the standard of our own Fest Agrovon 2K21. Now I request to please welcome Mr. Vinayak Raman Sharma, VP, Vice President, Marketing, Field Crops, Seedworks International Private Limited to the House. Mr. Vinayak Raman Sharma has a working experience of 26 years in agri-input industry, starting a career from front-end sales. Mr. Vinayak had been honored with the most reputed, most talented marketing professional award by World Marketing Congress. He has been working with an experience in Bayer, DuPont, Pioneer, Advanta, UPL, and DCM Shriram, both in agrochemicals as well as seed. I now welcome Mr. Vinayak Sharma on stage to address the House.
Thank you so much, Team Agrovon, and good morning, everyone. Honorable Shri P.K. Swainji, Shri Vinod Yadavji, Professor Barai, Shri Sanjeev Chaddaji, Dr. Mittal from the Director CCS NIAM, and other distinguished guests from Government of India, state governments, and private institutes, my industry colleagues, dear students. Thank you so much for the invitation. While sponsoring the event is one part, but it is more of, connecting with the young minds, the innovative minds, encourage them, and, being a partnering with them because the way they are conducting this event is really remarkable. I was, personally part of this event a couple of years ago physically in Jaipur, and I have seen the way students, take it very, very passionately to making a successful event. Really, the quality of event which I witnessed at that point of time really very high standards, and all the students deserve, accolades for that. And I also got an opportunity to interact with Dr. Mittal personally. He was there. I spent some time, and the way he discussed the vision of the institute and the activities which are going in the institutes, that was really remarkable. And we are also having some of the students who are working with us from this institute, and one of them is also part of my team. And I can really say the quality of student, the way they are actually, navigating the journey of their professional career is really remarkable. So we, as a Seedworks, is a mid-sized seed company. So we deal in agricultural seeds, primarily the crops of rice, cotton, pearl millet, mustard, and vegetable business. So we are working with close to 3 million farmers who are actually connected with us, and we are working to, make them more happy, how we can increase their farm incomes. And we really value them, and we feel that if they are happy, and if we are able to make a count in their income, so that will be, much more, and business will automatically be there. So I wish all the students all the best, and this, the journey of the virtual journey of Agrovon will be very, very successful, I hope. And the next 3 days, I'm also partner in one of the event, and I will be really excited to see this. So wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Binayak.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are indeed very grateful to have you back on board with Agrovon 2K21. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Prabhat Patra, sir, who is having 25 years of rich experience as a business partner in the area of HR generalist, IR, and administration in various industries like FMCG, pharmaceuticals, fine chemicals, and engineering domain. He has been carrying out lead HR function in multi-location facilities and managed both factory and corporate HR, IR, and admin functions. He is the head HR East West Seeds International Private Limited. Stage is yours, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, students and distinguished guests over here. And I am thankful that you have given a privilege to address this August gathering. East West Seed is an organization with a purpose, and the purpose is to help our smallholder farmers to increase their livelihood with respect to their income and with respect to their quality of life. So that has been the our mission. So the vision is to be amongst the top 10 tropical vegetable seed industry in the world, and we are around 40 years old organization. It is a Dutch multinational organization. Our presence is across the globe. And as far as India is concerned, we are here since last close to 20 years, and we are serving our smallholding farmers. The organization is founded by our World Food Prize winner of 2019, Dr. Simon Groot. So Dr. Simon Groot, he has been contributing a lot towards the upliftment of the smallholder farmers, and his passion has driven this organization towards this, and it will continue. The organization not only commits towards the smallholding farmers, but also committed to a professional working environment, and that has been recognized across the board with respect to we are listed among the change agent with respect to the world change agent in the Fortune 30 list in the year 2020. We are also recognized with respect to the X2 Seed Index in 2019 and earlier to that in 2016. So this acknowledges that how we are focused with respect to the smallholding farmers. And in India particularly, we are the pure play vegetable organization. Probably we are the #1 pure play vegetable organization in India. And why smallholder farmers? The smallholder farmers, basically, if you will go back or go forward around 2050, we will have around 9 billion estimated global population. Around 70% increase in the current agriculture production to meet the projected food demand by 2050. And 85% of the smallholder farmers in the world are farm structure. And about 1.1 hectare average farm size in the Africa, it's 1.9 hectares. So that is why the focus has been for our smallholder farmers upliftment. Coming back to the core values, we are driven by our values such as serving farmers, that is core to every one of us in East West Seed. Learning and innovation has been our constant value, be it in the R&D or be it in any of the other functions. And the passionate team, that is the ultimate goal whenever we acquire any kind of human resources, how we can form a passionate team, passion for those smallholder farmers. As I was mentioning, we are present across the world, particularly South Asian countries, and we are also aggressively progressing in the African and Latin regions. We are around 5,000 employees across the globe, and we are having around 17 R&D stations. So we are a research-based organization. It is end-to-end from research to the production, then processing, marketing, everything together. And we believe in the gender diversity. We're giving a lot of focus with respect to the diversity and inclusion in our organization. We are also a millennial organization. 40% plus of our population, our employees are millennials. So that gives us a lot of energy and vibration in the organization. During last 3 years, we have transformed our organization with respect to every sense, with respect to not only business, but also the resource management. So the recognition with respect to the pandemic, that we have found each and every part of our organization. So as an industry, everyone will recognize how difficult it was for last 2 years to progress and deliver the results. Whatever we have done, because of our leadership, we got recognition recently in 2021 under the Great Place Work as the India's best leaders in times of crisis. And we are also recognized in the various agri forums. And so these are the some of the achievements that I was highlighting. And as an organization, we give a lot of focus to the students. And last year also we have sponsored. So the continuous journey with respect to the not only hiring or giving some internship, but we want to participate, collaborate with each other, learn from each other basically. So I would invite all the students to participate in various concepts or the projects that will be undertaken here. And we are there to support each other.
Now I invite Ms. Bhavna Nirmal, Head Business Development, Syngenta Foundation, India. Ms. Bhavna Nirmal has been an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad. She has more than 5 years of development experience and has the expertise to design efficient and localized business models for AAEs. We request you to kindly address the House.
Thank you so much. Very good morning to all the dignitaries and distinguished personality present here. And also the young budding managers, which I can see on the podium. So really a very warm morning to all of us. I like participating in such programs like Agrovon or Business Fest of any campus feels like coming back to campus. It's really great to and thanks a lot for inviting us here. It's great to share the podium with all the dignitaries. So currently I take care of business development at SFI, Syngenta Foundation, India. So if you allow me, may I screen like in one slide everything can be explained about SFI. I hope my screen is visible. Yeah, thank you. So this is the evolution journey of SFI, which is Syngenta Foundation India, and AGF, which is Agri-Entrepreneur Growth Foundation India. So we started back in 2005 with the aim of providing extension and new technology to all the farmers. But then we thought of like we should not limit ourselves, and we should move towards providing more and more services to the farmers. Then we entered into market-led extension, like connecting farmers with the market off-takers. And then in 2014, we thought of a model called Agri-Entrepreneur model, which is a hyper-local model where we select and train rural youth who provide services to the farmers. So from 2014 onwards, we have been working on this AE model, and as the scale-up technology, we can say a special purpose vehicle has been designed, which is called AEG Foundation, Agri-Entrepreneur Growth Foundation, in association with Tata Trust and SFI. Yeah, and this is how the entire program overview looks like. So AE is a rural youth, is like 18 plus, who is the minimum qualification required for the person being selected at AE is a 10th. The person should be a minimum 10th pass. And the selection, then it leads to training. So we have a training module of 45 days, which is we are heartily thankful to NIAM because our training module is certified by CCS NIAM, which enables the AEs, these agri-entrepreneurs, to get seed and fertilizer certification. So they can, it enables them to open their own enterprise, own seed and fertilizer shop. So this is the launch of the AE, the agri-entrepreneur, and we have mentors like presently we are working in 16 plus states of India, and for every 20 AE we have a mentor. We have agri-entrepreneur mentor who is all the time was there to support the AE to prepare the business plan, to look at the profitability and sustainability of AE's business, and to also look after farmers' engagement. And then we do impact evaluation at the end of every year. So we have our distinguished partners also with us, like working with us. So really, and all these agri-entrepreneurs, they serve different types of businesses, right from agri-related businesses and allied businesses, which includes livestock entrepreneurship or mushroom farming. So yeah, currently this is our presence, and thank you so much everyone for giving us this opportunity. I wish entire Agrovon team very good luck for this like 3 days event, and I'll be part of a few of the events in coming 3 days. Looking forward to interact with more and more budding managers, and really in my team also I have few colleagues who are from NIAM, and it's really a great experience working with them. So thank you everyone. Wish you a very grand success Agrovon team, and a very good day to all the persons here in the room. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a pleasure to have you on board, and we look forward for our future association. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Kamal Kumar, advisor, Dhanuka Agritech. He is holding 44 years of experience in sales and marketing with diverse portfolio. He is also life member of National HRD Network. Presently, he is working as Senior General Manager and looking after recruitment and training of the company. Mr. Kamal Kumar, sir, the stage is yours.
Good morning to all of you. Mr. P.K. Swan, it's a great honor that you are here with us. And I heard with
Thank you.
With each and every word that you spoke very minutely. Your address has always been an inspiration. Dr. Yadav, Mr. Chadda, Dr. Mittal, the director of NIAM. For on behalf of Dhanuka Agritech Limited, I welcome all the students, participants for this wonderful event. In fact, Dhanuka's association with NIAM is more than a decade old, and I had been coming to this institute for many, many years as a guest lecturer also, with sharing my information, my knowledge, my experience, which has been there in many diverse portfolios. And talking about NIAM, I think we have been a very proud partnership with NIAM, both in terms of seeing that the talent is being nurtured here in this institute, unleashing of the potential which is there hidden among the youth in our country is the duty of the researchers, this is the duty of the academicians, and the duty of the faculty teachers. Just 2 days back, we celebrated on 5th of September, the Teachers' Day. And I remember having interacted with Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan-ji, a great teacher for all of us. This particular event of Agrovon 2021 is being seen as a effort by all the students across the country in various institutes, including the one where I have studied at FMS Delhi. I am an alumni of FMS Delhi. I am also been studying in XLRI, Jamshedpur, NITI, Mumbai, and then ISB Hyderabad, where I have undergone study. At the same time, the learning has been a continuous process, and I always believe that pursuit of progress is endless among the youth of our country, and especially in agriculture. Despite pandemic, despite the economy showing a downward trend, agriculture fortunately has seen a positive trend of little more than 3%. It's a very optimistic, sign for our country. And the recent farm laws also enacted and been there are going to help, especially in supply chain management, where Mr. P.K. Swan, I have heard a number of times being talking about, and he is an authority on this subject when talking about the APMC Act, of talking about all the hurdles which have been taken care of by the government of India in removing the middlemen and seeing that the farmer gets a remunerative price. Dhanuka Agritech Limited is one of the sponsors in this event for selecting the best manager, where number of institutes like IIM Ahmedabad, IIT, and even some foreign countries also people have participated. In fact, 487 participants have registered, and out of them 10 we have selected as the best, and among 10 also in the review process today from 3 to 5 p.m. we'll be taking the best out of them. I repeatedly say that, you see, unleashing the potential, unleashing the hidden potential which is there in every person. Generally, people work on only 70% of the potential, that is the study. 70% of the potential which is available with them. It is the duty of we people in HR that we make these people to work up to 90 to 95% of their total potential. I wish the best. As far as Dhanuka is concerned, we are in crop protection business, one among the first 10. However, we are working across the country from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. We have approximately 500 workers on the field, and another 1,500 people are there on the agriculture extension, which is now the prime motive of ours. We have approximately 10 million, which is 1 crore farmer on our data list, which we are contacting through our call center, which we have created within the organization. And the scientific extension of disseminating technology in national land has been the prime objective of the organization. I wish all the best to the team NIAM and for the future in bringing the talent pool in the country, and for the agri industry, input industry, fertilizer, seed, fertilizer, and crop protection. All are the recruiters from this institute. I've stayed in the institute guest house also a number of times, not once, and had been, in fact, Dr. Kamal Mathur, who was the director earlier, he is no more now. He is from the same alumni firm where I am from. He studied and passed out from FMS Delhi. And then Dr. Hema Yadav, she has been to Vemnicom Pune. And now Dr. Mittal, even though I have not met, but I'll be more than happy to interact with him. Thank you all once again and wish you all the best for a grand success of this event.
Thank you, Kamal Kumar Sahab, and convey our best wishes to your group chairman, Mr. R.G. Agarwal ji. Thank you very much.
He received your call. He talked to me early in the morning, and he said today he is going to Krishi Bhavan. Maybe if he finds time, he will definitely talk to you. And in case if you are available, subject to your availability. He was also trying in the morning, but somehow we could not connect to each other.
Most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. Now, we would like to call upon Mr. MC Dominic, founder and editor-in-chief, Krishi Jagran. He is our eminent media partner for the entire Agrovon 2K21. Mr. MC Dominic, Managing Director, DSR Agri Media and Editor-in-Chief of Krishi Jagran and Agriculture World. He is the awardee of Media Entrepreneurship Excellence Award. Mr. Dominic, sir, can we have you with the audience? Sir, you are on mute.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, now we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. It is really an opportunity for Krishi Jagran to come forward to support the event of NIAM. And we really appreciate the way the industry is going up. I just want to bring to you notice only two things. See, one thing that is lacking in agri segment is that an agri media. You just look at it. Anywhere our media is working, you can think of politics. If they're not having good politicians, if there was not a good political media, there would not have been good business entrepreneurs coming up unless there was a good business media. Think of the sports media, think of the entertainment media. But we all claim that 80% of the Indian population earlier, now maybe 50%, engaged in agriculture. Do they have a media? And I can tell you, today agri media can afford good entry level professionals. And I am also happy to say we have students from NIAM today with us. Here, what I want to say, one thing I want to say, what is actually lacking? I can just tell you one thing. Today, many of you talked about giving a smile on the farmer's face. Did any one of us think of glamorizing a farmer? What is actually everyone want to look at is how they can be glamorized. We think of Neeraj when he got the award. I want to know, did any of us think of his background? Or did anyone of the agri industry go and interview his father, showing that this is the vegetables they grow? Maybe, I do not know, Sijanda would have talked about Neeraj eats their tomato, maybe. See, unless we begin to glamorize the agriculture, I don't think they will get the proper recognition. If the farmer gets glamorized like a film star, like a businessman, I think they will love to have more of interest in the agriculture. Why the people come to city to get a recognition? We give farmer discount, many other opportunities. We try to give the best quality seed, best fertilizer, best pesticide, everything. But have we ever thought about his inner feelings to be recognized? I think the industry should think of in that way. And a day when comes, when maybe our cricket captain hit a sixer, instead of boost, they may used to say, this is the milk from the Panipat dairy that gave him the energy. You see, basically a man's strength comes from the food he consumes. But why we are not able to bring out maybe the Savannah seeds or East birds, all of them have a good, power to strengthen this industry, means the farmer. You can talk about what are the seeds. Okay, you may say it is a small holding farmer, you cannot do one. But now I think we can think of FPOs. One FPO can take one area to cultivate a particular seed or vegetable, whatever maybe. The same way, I do not know, maybe veg grow think of saying that, okay, this is the person who have achieved, maybe in the NIAM, the man who gets the first rank this year, He can say, okay, my strength, my intellect come from the village where east-west seeds are grown. I eat their products. So see, we have to, I think, brand each company, their seed, vegetables, and every product. If one can brand that through a farmer or their children who become big achievers, I think it will change. And you can just see, I think the industry should take an initiative. I'm not saying you support Krishi Jagre. Think of supporting some media of your local area which has been recognized and appreciated, and let there be a agri media who exclusively promote the agri institutions, agri companies, and make the farmer the ultimate person glamorous and their children glamorous. And I think if we can take that initiative, you see, and I tell you, for the students, the content in agriculture is going to be the biggest opportunity for the students to enter into journalism and other way. You see, any organization need good content writers today. And there you can see, I can tell you one small example. Today, Krishijaran is a Limca Book of Record holder. And at times our website get 1 lakh visitors the same day. And I can tell you, one of the biggest media group even has filed a case against us because the traffic we could bring in, they say their name used. And you know, in digital platform, no name is irrelevant. It is the content quality is relevant to get it. So if Krishi Jagran can get 1 lakh visitor farmers in one day to their platform, the industry, the institutions can think what the power agri media can bring in. I just want our eminent leaders here think of how we can bring forward a strong media house as a spokesperson for the industry to glamorize the farmer and for the institutions. That's all. Thank you from my part, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your innovative idea, sir. It was our immense pleasure to have you on board. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Kiran Naik, co-founder Vigro, who has been the alumnus of IIT Madras. Despite being an engineering graduate, he decided to enter the agriculture sector by co-founding Vigro, which is in the business of fresh fruits and vegetables with an addressable market size of $43 billion. Mr. Kiran Naik, sir, the stage is yours.
Sure. Thanks for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of Agrovon 2021. So basically, this is me, Kiran Naik, co-founder of Vigro. And I would like to thank NIAM for organizing this beautiful fest, giving Vigro the opportunity to be part of it. As most of us know, that Vigro is a farm fresh B2B market for fruits and vegetables. And also Vigro is a tech platform partnering with farmers, aggregating supply and selling to organized demand through partnership. So, so how did the journey of a small startup like Vigro started, right? It started around 2 years ago. And yes, being an IITian, even my parents were like, how can you go and sell vegetables, right? So that is when we actually believed in us. We believed in ourselves that success will actually come. We were patient with the results. We have gone through a lot of hardships while building this kind of a company. And we ensured success will actually come to us. And in the success that we have achieved, students' part has been remarkable, especially from the institution NIAM, where students like Chetan has really outperformed and really been with us through the thick and thin, right? Throughout the pandemic, throughout in the sun and the rain, people have been really part of us, really helped us grow to where we would have grown today. Such a small startup going into almost 18 states today and really being active in most of the markets, helping farmers ensure that they sell at a very good prices, right? That is a good achievement to have got. And coming to the students again, we are really happy to be sponsoring Agrovon 2021 and to be part of this, where students from across the country are actually coming and participating in the contests that we are giving out. And we are pleased to offer winners also direct entry to the pre-placement interviews for the final year students, and also interviews for the first year students for the internships along with us. Internships with WIGRO is not just an internship where you just come do some project and understand a few things and make a report and go. It's basically coming and starting and working on a business along with us. And we give a very good amount of ownership to almost all the possible interns, and help them really understand how the business actually works. And equally, they also have been really reciprocating good amount of the way they have been really responding to us has been really great. And the way organizations like NIAM, NIAM, and Manage have been, and other colleges like Vamnicom and IIPM, and some other colleges like IIBM, Bikaner, and many other colleges actually have been really supporting us. Really overwhelming to see such kind of great support to startups in India right now. And so I'm actually super excited to actually be part of this Agrovon event 2021, and to be able to sponsor such an event, and to bring out an event where what should Shifu do ideally, right? So we have got humongous amount of response from many colleges, IIMs, IITs, all the different colleges which have taken names from, right? So really happy, and congratulations guys to whoever got selected. And yeah, I think break a leg. Thanks for giving me opportunity to speak here.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, we are immensely elated to hear from you, and we look forward to strengthen our relationship further. Now we invite Professor S.K. Barai, Director, BITS Pilani. Professor Sudhir Kumar Barai in 1995 obtained PhD from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, India. He has published more than 225 plus research papers in leading international journals and conferences in his research fields. Director, sir, can we have you on stage with us?
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. Can you just confirm, please?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be present for Agrovon 2021. This is, I think, the 5th edition of the program. To be very honest, on this occasion when I'm present, the credit goes to Mr. P.K. Swine and Professor Mittal. They have been extremely warm and very hospitable individuals. I could not say no to them, but it is indeed definitely a pleasure. This particular fest, and of course the warm welcome to chief guest, Mr. Vinod Yadav, and our guest of honor along with me, Mr. Sanjeev Chadda, and other all dignitaries and the student participants virtually, and really they are present there in the campus. I can understand what are the challenges are there to function from the campus and when everybody else is away. I can congratulate all the team members for successfully pulling off this whole event, and the way the opening ceremony has started. It shows that the show ahead is going to be far better than what it is now. So I'm sure about that. To just begin, like sharing my thoughts very quickly, as I come from BITS Pilani. Before that, I worked for IIT Kharagpur for 21 years. I am currently on Lien at BITS Pilani, and 2 organizations of a different kind. One is a government institute where I work. Now I'm in a private institute where I'm working. Each institute and each academic establishment has its own strengths and weaknesses. But the bottom line is one only, that both the institution has the students, the way NIAM has the students. And students, I always look at them as like a glue to the industry academy of interaction. If that glue does not exist, this fest will not exist. And this fest is actually is a real solid bond between the industry and academia. And I'm very happy that Agrovon, where the students are really putting their heart and soul into it, and trying to bring this fest to all of us, particularly the academia, particularly the corporate houses, the industries, and of course, the huge participation from the students community. As rightly somebody has said very beautifully, that the studies will always happen. Studies will always happen in wherever you are, in whatever academic institute you would be. But poetically somebody has said very beautifully that धूप में निकलो, बहारों में नहाकर देखो, जिंदगी क्या है किताबों को हटाकर देखो. And this is what is actually all about the fest. They are just stepping out of the books, the kind of a curriculum, the structures and everything what they study. Beyond that, now they are coming out. But the beauty about the NIAM and the curriculum what they provide, this kind of subjects which they learn, actually this fest gives them a fantastic opportunity to all the students, just be it the finance, indirectly it's a fundraising, be it the organizational behavior as a part of the fest, you be it the human resources management, be it the social media handling, be it the creating a societal impact, be it the design, be it the analytics, be it also the what you call the marketing of the fest, and so all the courses which they have studied in the classroom, I think all that knowledge they are using it during the organization of this fest. You name everything, all the points you talk about, this is the hands-on experience for the students, and nothing like this kind of a fest can give them an opportunity. I'm very glad that all this learning, they are going to use it in a positive frame. And not only that, this gives them a huge outreach in terms of beyond the classroom to connect with the industry, to understand through the various events they are conducting, whether it's about the case studies or the competitions or whatever they are conducting, or business plans and all that, actually gives us opportunity to look or to think out of box. And who can ignore? Without food, nobody can survive. Let me just tell you that food is the basic thing. Everybody talks about roti, kapda, or makan, and roti is the main thing. Okay, and this is somewhere where I fully agree with Mr. Dominic what he said. We definitely need the agri marketing or agri media. Okay, nobody has talked about it. What I eat, and I became a director of the institute. Okay, I wish somebody would have come to me and said, ask me. I would have said, कि मैंने XY company का आटा खाया है. Something like that. So it's like that. So what I'm trying to say is the time has come that we start thinking out of box. We start thinking in a sense where we create an impact to a larger extent. And let me just tell you that at BITS Pilani, and I'm sure at NIAM also, everyone looks at it that beyond the basic curriculum, beyond the learning, looking for the placement, job, whatever it is there, but we need to create the citizens who are socially relevant. We want them to create a societal impact. They should change the lives of the people. They are the future. These are the people who are going to be a game changer for us. And I am sure this particular fest is going to give that platform to all of you, that where they would use their knowledge, their intellectual abilities, their drive, their passion for the right cause, creating a huge impact to the society. I wish a grand success to this Agrovon 2021. I'm sure their sweat and the hard work which has gone into this one will take them with the flying colors. So once again, I would like to thank NIAM for inviting me to this occasion. It has been a great privilege for me to be part of this on inaugural functions. I wish them all the best. Thank you so much. Once again, Mr. Swine, thank you so much for inviting me here once again. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barai. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wonderful words, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Chadda, sir, MD NAFED. He was 1989 batch IFS officer of Odisha cadre. He has worked in sectors like health, social development, and empowerment of scheduled castes and tribes. After a brief stint in Ministry of Defense, he joined NAFED in June 2016 and is striving for the financial turnaround of the organization and building strong interface with farmers of the country in pulses and oilseed sector. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, sir, please you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Let me first thank my friend Mr. Swan for inviting me to this event. I'm traveling right now, and forgive me if the signal is not clear. Let me first congratulate NIAM for organizing this wonderful event, Agrovon 2021, and despite pandemic restrictions. And I think now it's a new beginning when NIAM starts functioning in full strength. As introduced by Mr. Swan, NAFED is a National Agriculture Marketing Cooperative Federation at the apex level. So I'll just briefly tell you what we do. We procure oilseeds at MSP from farmers. Last 4 or 5 years, we have done record procurement from farmers at MSP. And during pandemic, this has been a huge help to the farmers in the rural sectors. When nothing was moving, still we opened large number of centers pan-India and procured pulses and oilseeds from farmers of the country. We also distributed pulses to over 20 crore poor families under National Food Security Act. And this was a huge challenge for all of us. As you are aware, we are present all over India. In all the states we work. And the young students who are part of this event today, so I'll share with you that NAFED is working in the agri-marketing sector. We also work very closely with our Additional Secretary, Mr. Swan, and we implement the FPO scheme. We form FPOs under the Central Sector scheme of 10,000 FPOs announced by Honorable Prime Minister. We are also one of the organizations along with NABARD and NCDC and SFHC. So the real purpose of linking the farmers with the market, so the gap which we otherwise have, that is being bridged through cooperatives, through FPOs very successfully. And last 5 years, as already said, NAFED experienced a turnaround. We were almost getting closed, but still we could clear the outstanding amount of the banks, and now we are a vibrant organization making profits. So this has been possible because of the dedication of our staff. So here we have added, last 4 to 5 years, we have added our young managers from IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Bangalore, organizations like Vamnicom, and now I'm very happy to announce here that we are going to add NIAM also in this series, and we will be doing our campus interviews in NIAM also, and some of you would be joining us in our journey to serve the farmers of the country. So once again, now I thank NIAM team for inviting me to this event, and I hope this event will be a huge success, and NAFED would be part of all the events whatever NIAM organizes in the coming academic calendar. While when the institute opens, I'll be very happy to visit the institute also and share our experience with you all in the classroom also. So once again, I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjeev Sahab, and you'll be most welcome to NIAM, and we'll be awaiting your visit to NIAM. Thank you. Thank you once again for kindness.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, we are very much honored to have you on board with us in Agrovon 2K21. Now, last but not the least, one of our eminent dignitaries present in the house, Mr. Vinod Yadav, ex-chairman and CEO of Indian Railway Board. He previously started.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. I am really personally grateful to you for joining us. And sir, we'll be looking forward to many more sessions with you. And thank you, sir, very much, and for kindly agreeing to presiding over this session. With all your permission, I'll be leaving now for ministers' meeting. We have a chief ministers' conference. So just starting at 11:30, I'll be going to the conference room because minister will be presiding. So I may be excused. So I once again extend a very hearty welcome to our chairman of this chief guest of this session today. Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
Hearty welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swan. Before you leave, I just want to thank you. And you have been talking to me for quite a long time to join this session. And I'm extremely happy to join this session because this 1.5 hour session has been really very good for me for learning about this sector. So thank you very much, Mr. Swan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all the participants. Thank you all our guests today from all over India. Thank you all the students who have joined. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG sir. Thank you to all the dignitaries who have been present with us for 1.5 hours of our inaugural ceremony. We also extend our heartiest thanks to Shri P.K. Swain, DG CCS NIAM, Dr. Ramesh Mittal, Director CCS NIAM PGDM ABM, Shri S.R. Singh, Deputy Director CCS NIAM PGDM ABM, Dr. Shuchi Mathur Ma'am, Assistant Director PGDM ABM, the entire Agrovon student committee who has worked tirelessly day in and day out to work and make this event a grand success. Also, we would like to extend our MEDIA-E-NIAM team of our batch to kindly to have with us and support all throughout through their posters and promotional activities. We also extend our heartiest thanks to Krishi Jagran team for being our media partner. And I also would like to invite Mr. Ramesh Mittal sir to kindly give a formal vote of thanks to all our dignitaries present.
Yeah, before that, we have to invite our chief guest for the blessing, please. So please invite them.
Yes, sir. Sir, I would like to invite Mr. Vinod Yadav, sir, ex-chairman and CEO of Indian Railway, to address the House.
Sir, please. Sir, welcome, sir. Vinod Yadav, sir. Sir, welcome, sir.
Mr. Yadav, you are on mute.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, sir.
So, good morning to everyone. It has been a pleasure to participate in this event. And as I was telling Mr. Swain, because Mr. Swain was leaving, so that's why I was trying to talk to him for a little bit. So it really gives me pleasure to join this event. And as I mentioned, it has been a learning process for me to also know about this sector, as we know that agriculture is one of the most important sector in the country. And we really need to do something about this sector. And these budding managers who are studying in NIAM, actually, it is in their hands. Whenever they join different sectors, they will be able to make a lot of changes for the sector. Agriculture sector, to my mind, as a layman, I can say that we need to work out on introduction of new technology and innovation, so that if we can improve the productivity and we can improve the quality of the product. So that is one part. The second part is basically marketing. We will have to offer various types of processed products to the market. And then the next item, to my mind, comes the supply chain. Because the products, the agricultural products which are being produced in various parts of the country, especially the far-flung area, hilly area, northeastern sector. So those products have to be transported to consumer side. And for that purpose, for last 2 years, government has really done some work, including it was first time Kisan Rail was started, as Mr. Swain was mentioning. So it has really helped in supply chain that the products from the far-flung area can be transported to a long distance in an economical way, and that has given really some benefit to this sector. Similarly, some of the civil aviation sector also, they started some flights, especially from the northeastern states, from where they can bring the product. So supply chain is important. Then comes the food processing. Basically, there are many types of agricultural products. They need to be processed, and there the government has been taking a lot of steps to see that the food processing industry is set up near the availability of agricultural products. So taking into consideration all these important components, which is introduction of technology for improving productivity, improving the quality of product, supply chain management, marketing, and then the processing. Processing also, there is a lot of scope in introducing the new technology. So basically, I will request all these budding managers, when they are really going to the field and working, we need to think as a society, and we need to have an overall picture of the sector. And when I say overall picture, basic issue is that the farmers who are producing this product, we need to do something that their income increases many-fold. How they can be benefited, that they can send their product to the market center in an efficient manner, how these products can be given to the food processing industry, and how these farmers, their income can be increased manifold. And it was being rightly pointed out that we need to really glamorize the farmers, the people who are producing these products. And as we all know, the food products are so important. Everybody needs food items. But the farmers who are really producing the agricultural products, really there is a lot of scope to improve their condition. And I request all these budding managers that when they really go to the industry, go to the various sectors, they should keep it in mind the responsibility as a good society member. And basically, we should think in terms of interest of our country. And when we are thinking for the interest of this sector, agriculture sector, to my mind, the most important item is that we should think about the interest of the farmers who are producing this agricultural product. And therefore, we need to do something that the income of these these farmers increases. The farmers are being provided the latest technology so that the productivity increases and the quality of products increases. I really congratulate Team NIAM to organize these type of BFest Agrovon 2021, which is 5th in series. I have gone through the 9 events which had been listed, and it really it's very important, and it really gives opportunity to these young students to implement whatever they have taught in the classroom. They will be able to implement all those ideas. So it's a very, very good event. I really feel very happy to be part of this event, and during 1.5 hours, really I have been able to learn a lot about this sector. I congratulate Team NIAM to organize such a good event, Agrovon 2020, and I wish all the success to this event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be also leaving because I have to also go to a meeting. So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your time and your blessing, sir. Thank you, sir. Now it's time to vote of thank. And yesterday I was just thinking, what is the meaning of this vote of thank? So I just called to one of my friend. He's a vice chancellor, and I said, why we people are saying this vote of thank. Then we discussed, yesterday night, and I came to know for a very good thing. I just want to share. Although it is a tradition, custom, at the last we used to say vote of thank, but things were very interesting yesterday. Vote of thank is basically our vote is very, very important. You know very well, and we just want to give our vote to our near and dear people, wherever it comes, as per requirement. So that is why when we say thanks to only our near and dear people who are very close to us, who have given the blessing, contributed, and they have given remarkable time to you, basically. And that is why what we say, it is vote of thank. Otherwise, we could say only thanks, but we are saying vote of thank. So, मैं आप सभी यहाँ पर जो हमारे मुख्य अतिथि हैं, विशेष तौर पर श्री विनोद यादव साहब, जो कि एक्स चेयरमैन एंड सीईओ ऑफ इंडियन रेलवे बोर्ड के रहे हैं, उनको मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही कम समय के अंदर हमें एग्री किया और हमें समय दिया, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को ब्लेसिंग दी और हमारे यहाँ चीफ गेस्ट बनने के लिए वो एग्री हुए और उन्होंने पूरा कार्यक्रम ज्वाइन किया. सो सर, I just want to say very, very thanks from my heart of the, bottom of my heart. You have expressed in a very right manner, like supply chain and especially this Kisan rail, two things are very, very important. And Indian agribusiness is required, Indian agriculture required these things. And, here I would like to say one more important thing. Our Director General and Additional Secretary, Shri P.K. Swain sir, has chosen 3 stars basically. And all are, shining star in their field. For example, Shri Vinod Yadav sir, under his leadership, this Indian Railway Board has taken the new pace, as sir has already told about this. This Kisan Rail has been started in this period, and he has focused on this supply chain related issues, which is very, very important for the agriculture sector. So thank you, sir. Now one more shining star, Shri Sanjeev Chadda sir, MD, NAFED. He is again very shining star. If you look at in his period, NAFED has come up like anything, and it is showing his presence in the countrywide, and it is helping to the farmers as well as the other stakeholders in the country. So in spite of, although he is present in Jammu and Kashmir, he is having difficulty to connect himself in this program, but still he has spared some time, and really I admire, I appreciate, sir, your valuable time to attend and to become guest of honor for the program and given the blessing to our students and other stakeholders. Thank you very much, sir. Now, one more shining star very near to my heart, Professor S.K. Barai, Director BITS Pilani. You know very well the BITS Pilani name. Even I remember when I was talking to the Shri P.K. Swain sir, I lived in USA for 6 years. That was in 92-96. And when I reached over there, that was, initially I was starting my career in my life. So New York-based company and Manhattan, I was used to live. So, all my neighborhood, my neighbors basically, I met more than 30 people, and they were all passed out from the BITS Pilani only. And they were the top 10 American companies. So that kind of, look at the kind of flag which was, flying of the BITS Pilani in rest of the world. And most of the big positions were captured by the Indian only. So credit goes to BITS Pilani. So sir is also, having the campus director, and this BITS Pilani is growing, and they are very close to my heart as well as the NIAM. Always his blessing is with us. So thank you, sir, for your valuable time. Thank you, sir. I just want to say thanks to Mr. Dominic, founder of editor in the chief, Krishi Jagran. Very well, he has said, like, the Krishi is looking for the right kind of journalism, so more people can come up, and we have to help farmers. And you cannot think about the agriculture without Indian farmer. Our agrarian economy, if you look at the COVID period, only agriculture sector has proved we are self-sustainable. So that is very important remark which was given by the Mr. Dominic, who's the founder of Krishi Jagran, and he has given a lot of support to this program, to my students, to this Agrovon. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Dominic, for their kind support. Thank you very much. I want to thanks to Mr. Kamal Kumar, advisor Dhanuka Agritech Limited, and Mr. Agrawal sir also. Their blessing is always with NIAM. They have given their time, and you can look at like the kind of qualification and experience Shri Kamal Kumar Sahab has. And in spite of the lot of qualification, he's so humble, and the kind of things he is ready to admire. And it's rightly he said, the learning is a continuous process, and each and everyone should try to learn. It doesn't matter what is his age and what is his qualification and what is his gender also, because now we people are talking about the gender equality, and this agriculture contribute lot of for the gender equality also, where women are proving themselves. Now I would like to say thanks to Mr. Kiran Nayak, co-founder We Grow, for their contribution to continuously support to this organization, to our students also. I just want to say thanks Ms. Bhavna Nirmal, Head Business Development, Syngenta Foundation India. We have very long association, very great association with Syngenta Foundation. They are working very well, and I hope so this contribution and association will grow later on also, right from the, not today, even continuously will grow and will help each other in the interest of farmers. I just want to say thanks to Mr. Prabhat Patro, Head HR East West Seeds International Private Limited. Continuously they are supporting to our students, to NIAM, for their internship, for their placement, and I hope this will continue, and we are getting their support in this respect. I just want to say thanks to Mr. Vinayak Raman Sharma, Vice President Marketing Field Crop, Seedworks International Private Limited. we have met many times, and I really appreciate their concern for the agri sector. It is not only commercial, but it is philanthropic also. They are, keeping in their mind each and everything. Now, profit is one concern, but right kind of student, right kind of education, right kind of institute, and social responsibility is also in their mind. So I really appreciate Mr. Vinayak Raman sir. And I appreciate and thanks to Mr. Hardeep Singh ji, Vice President Sales and Marketing at Venture Group, who was continuously supporting to NIAM and their students. It doesn't matter whether it is Agrovon or maybe the internship or maybe the campus placement or whatever it is. So I really admire all these companies who has contributed a lot for this organization since last 33 years. And this is very remarkable. They are appreciating NIAM students, and they are all potential, students, and they are future techno managers in the field of agribusiness. And wherever we go, wherever we talk, we listen. Our students are doing great. Now, not the last, but it's my duty to thanks to our beloved Shri P.K. Swain sir, who's as a Director General NIAM, is a part of NIAM and is a mentor. He's a teacher. He's a professor also. But as a joint secretary, as an additional secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, he's a very busy person. But still, day and night, even 24 hours, he is nurturing this organization. I really, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thanks for your time, your vision, your mission, and your leadership. Under your leadership, this institute is taking new height. And today, I think in the NIAM history, this is the first Agrovon program. I admit myself, this is the first Agrovon program where the three very major chief guest and guest of honor and big companies has joined, and they have contributed a lot. All credit goes to our Shri P.K. Swain sir, who is a father of agriculture marketing. More than 11 years he has spent in this field, and he is an authority in this field. And whenever he speaks, we try to listen, because we know very well the learning is a continuous process. It doesn't matter how much you have learned. Apart from that, I just want to say thanks to NIAM faculty and staff members. They have been day and night. They have contributed a lot. All kind of arrangement they have made in regard of this IT related facilities, or maybe the power backup, or all kind of arrangements. And my students, which are very near, and it's like lifeline for the organization. Basically, we can't think, NIAM existence without our students. They are from the pan India basis or brilliant student through this CAT and CMET. They are joining this organization. They are keeping our flag high and high with their, responsibilities around the country, not only the country, even world. Now they are getting the international placements also. So all nice and very talented future managers from the NIAM. I just want to say thanks to all of them. Even yesterday, whole night they have worked to make the success of this event. So I just want to say thanks to all the kids of this NIAM, and they are going with the future manager. I'm saying kids because they are my students and they are learning right now. But after that, they are going to join the field, and they are the potential future manager, techno future manager in the agribusiness management. And I hope that they'll keep NIAM flag very high with their talent, their intelligence, and their wisdom. They are very, very workaholic, and that is why I always appreciate their work. I just want to appreciate and thanks to all the agribusiness companies who are here, but the companies who are not here, but they are supporting continuously NIAM for the internship, for the placement, and many more events. Without their presence in the campus, we cannot think for our postgraduate diploma in agribusiness management. With their blessing, with their help, with their support, our program is growing and taking new heights. And we say we people are just like a synonymous of IAMs in the field of agribusiness management, and all the companies are visiting. That is really appreciable and well appreciated by all the people. I just want to say thanks to the Ministry of Agriculture officials, TMI officials, Directorate of Marketing and Inspection, SFSC officials, and our alumni also. I just want to share more than 700 alumni of NIAM, 20-year-old alumni. And they are working on a very, very senior positions, more than vice president, even president also. And they have joined this program. They have spared 2 hours with us to attend this program, to look at, what new things we have added, what new things the student has been created for this program. Now, I just want to say thanks to all of them. I don't know whether if I forget someone also, but I really, say all the people who have connected with us, who have, appreciated with us, who have joined with us, who have cooperated with us. I just want to say thanks for their valuable time. With these words, I would like to conclude this session, this opening ceremony, this inaugural ceremony, and the technical session would be continue after this event. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Barai sir. Thank you, Chadda sir. Thank you, Vinod Yadav sir, and all the officials from the corporate, especially from agribusiness companies. They have participated, they have contributed with their blessing, their presence, and in the inaugural program. Thank you. Thank you, all of them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal. Thank you, Dr. Mittal.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal.
Thank you, sir. And I would like to invite you, feel free whenever you visit Jaipur, or maybe you are passing through with Jaipur. Kindly just inform me. You have my mobile number. Just give me a buzz and be my guest. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to finally extend the hardest on the behalf of CCS NIAM family and Agrovon family. I, Shefa Mehros,
And I, Rishikesh Lanjekar,
extend heartiest gratitude to our eminent dignitaries present in the inaugural ceremony of Agrovon 2K21. I would now like to invite you all to the Vivichin, the state study competition sponsored by Advanced Group. Here the participants delve into intricacies of the case, analyzing the challenges accompanied by problem-solving abilities through this case study event. The link of which has been shared already. I request you all to join that link. We can start in the next 5 minutes. Thank you all for your gracious presence.
thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. All the best to all the participants.
कण कण उगले हैं सोना, धरती बनी है दुल्हन। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न। बेहतर कल का ये सपना सींचा है हर क्षण, लहराया हर खेत है रोशन हर घर आंगन। मेहनत अपनी रंग लाई है, समृद्ध हुआ जन जन। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न।
50 सालों से सींचे आपकी मुस्कान। जय किसान।
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries, with your permission, can we please start the event?
Yes, please.
I think we can get started.
Sure, sir. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries, we have the jury for Vivichan Case Study Competition from Advanced Group. I would like to introduce them all. Mr. Kuldeep Sharma, General Manager, Marketing Services. Mr. Bhaskar Pandey, Deputy General Manager, GTM, Strategy and Projects. Mr. Vishal Sharma, HR Head and Sales and Marketing Division. I, Shefa Mehroz, will be the moderator for the event. The recommended flow of the presentation will be as follows. We will first start with the team Super Awesomes from Manage Hyderabad, followed by team Gladiators from CCS NIAM. Third will be done by Believe You Me by Sims. And fourth and fifth will be done by Mastermind and Optimizers respectively from IIM Ahmedabad. I would now like to request our media team to kindly start the presentation for Super Awesomes. I request the team to switch on their videos and be ready to present. Before that, I would like to tell few points. Every team will be given 20 minutes to present, 15 minutes for PowerPoint presentation, and 5 to 7 minutes for question answer round.
Thank you so much, Shefa, for handing over stage to us.
Right. All the best to the teams. May the best one win.
Thank you so much.
So we are presenting the screen. Please confirm if it's done. I hope the screen is visible to the participants as well as the jury members. With your permission, sir. Yes, sir. We can start.
Sure. Thank you so much. And a very warm good afternoon to each and everyone who's seeing us through YouTube channel and those who all are present in this particular meeting. So firstly, I would like to thank God for this wonderful day. And I would also like to thank CCS NIAM and team Agrovon for giving us this particular opportunity. And I would also like to thank our sponsors, Advents Group, for this wonderful opportunity. So today I'm here, Ultimate Utsav, and with me there is Scintillating Subhashni, and we are Team Super Awesomes. So before starting, I would like to share an incident. Around 4 years ago, I happened to be in Singapore, and I and my friends were there celebrating, and I was going on the streets, and I had observed these skyscrapers fully loaded with those plants. And I asked one of my friends over there that why all these things are over here, why these plants are not planted on ground. And he told me Singapore is only blessed with one deep sea port, except that we have to be the resource people and we have to generate our own resources over here. And space scarcity is the mother for urban gardens. And that is my first experience when I had observed urban gardens for the first time. And then around 4 years ago, I wondered when such things will come to India. And today I'm lucky enough that I'll be talking upon urban gardening in Indian context. So I would request next slide, please. So we had estimated market size in Indian context because urban garden is it is coming from space scarcity, but in Indian context it is not yet space is not that much scarce that we would do urban gardening for food purposes. So we had seen what is the current market potential, and we had only limited our case solution to tier 1 and tier 2 cities because we believe that space scarcity in India is not there in towns and villages and tier 3 cities. So we have directly ruled them out. And in tier 1 cities, we have taken it for both commercial and domestic purposes. But in tier 2 cities, we have only considered it for commercial purposes because for domestic needs, people are not willing to invest that much. So we have considered firstly that we will go with top 10 most populated cities, and population for these top 10 cities is approximately 6 crores. But there are populated places and over populated places like Dharavi also, where our urban gardening plan cannot work. So we had taken the upper middle class and the rich class, which contributes towards 1.2 crores of the population, and then we have taken the 20% rule, and these were the people, those who would be interested in our urban farming plan, and it sums up to 30 lakh people in just 10 cities of India, which are the most populated and which are having the highest population density. Can we move to next slide, please? So our pricing strategy and service availability will go hand in hand. We have chosen 3-month subscription model as per 3-month seasonality rule. So in India, seasons last for 3 to 4 months. So why we have chosen 3-month subscription model? As we want to provide the full service to the customer, because urban gardening concept is very new in India and all the customers will not be able to manage it by their own. And it could be a great revenue generating opportunity for all the companies, so that there would be a maintenance period at interval of 15 days, and this would be a paid maintenance and companies can generate revenue from here. And if anyone is interested in taking the whole annual subscription, there would be certain discounts available. And under our services, we have taken vertical as well as creeper ornamental plants in all across 3 categories: aqua, aero, and hydroponics. We have not taken food gardens, which are very prevalent in USA and cities like Singapore and New York City of America, because we are not that much densely populated, and that there is a requirement of food generation through urban gardening. And we again there would be a traveling cost involved from cities or perimeter of the city bounds. So that is not at all required, because we are not as big as New York City or any city in India is having that much diameter and extension of the city as big as New York City. So next we have included kitchen gardens for domestic consumers and as well as flower gardens for domestic consumers. Can we move to next slide, please? So our preferred business channel is through e-commerce. We can list it as the service at amazon.in, flipkart.com, as well as we can list it via different portal on advents.com. We would like to tie up with local interior designers and builders, and they would promote us if there is a customer who's willing to develop an urban garden in their locality or in their terrace or on their rooftop or even in their commercial space. These are the people, those who can mediate between our company and the customers. And we also have a plan to set up 3 demo gardens in every city, so that customer can visit us and have a look and feel of what urban garden is, what is theme all about, and what are our services available, and what is our subscription model. And we would be highly dependent upon word of mouth and experience based social media marketing. So we would be very careful if any customer is there, what was their experience, and if they want to share it or not, and if they are sharing it, then what are the positive factors of it, what they are feeling. So that is our primary sales strategy. Can we move to next slide, please? So handling returns in this particular genre is one of the most difficult tasks. But as I had mentioned, that we would have demo gardens, and in demo gardens, these 3 demo gardens in every city would be covering, and we are providing a whole service and a subscription model. So these people would go and plant over there, and these people would facilitate every customer in 15 days. So we are promising free replacement and 100% seed or sapling growth promise in this subscription model, and we are trying to provide customer with full service model. So, excuse me, there is some audio issue from them. Thank you so much. So what is current market scenario? As we are having our unique subscription model, so we are having certain first mover advantage, and we would be the awareness spreaders in the market. And we have the entry of competitors. When competitors would subsequently enter into this particular market, they will certainly uplift and they will make other customers more aware. And but till that particular time, our brand name would be more in the market, and people will tend to pick up more product which would be served by us. Now I would like to hand over stage to my partner, Subhashini.
Yes, thank you, sir. Am I audible? Can someone confirm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we move to the next slide? Okay. So we have chosen funnel strategy, which we aim at tailoring our marketing message. So the particular stage of customers' purchase journey, we can focus our target in that regard. Rather than focusing only on sales, we shall consider the entire 360-degree customer journey and attempt to nurture relationship and build better brand experience. In funnel strategy, we're looking awareness, since we all know the customer cannot buy something if they don't even know about it. So we have to create awareness, and through awareness we'll go to our next step, that will be interest creation. Once people are aware what we are offering, we can turn their awareness into interest. Next, move to the desire creation. We actually a desire to make the purchase. And finally, we'll lead this whole process will lead into action, where customers will show how to turn their desire into reality. Also, as previously mentioned, we want our customers to be loyal and do the advocacy of our product. So users who regularly buy from us will be finding it difficult to go elsewhere because of the service quality we are offering and all-in-one package of our services providing. In advocacies, users will be actively recommending us to potential buyers, and hence our sales will be increasing. Next, please. Next slide. Yes. The subscription. Yes, thank you. For packaging with various features and product combination, we shall be making it available at various price points. This allows us to segment the prices of our product and services based on specific target markets. Tiers can be designated as basic, standard, and premium based on these segment target markets. And initially, we have to keep various things in packages, but after one season, it may by using analytics, we can optimize the inventory as per customer demand and need. So focusing solely on one product often helps the strategy. The most frequent activity in this group is the vertical integration of the value-added chain by marketing products directly to the consumers or via short supply chains, eliminating the intermediaries. So there could be basically two ways to enter a new segment in the market, that is by becoming price warriors or by differentiators. So here we are trying to provide customized services to the customers, catering to their basic needs. So we can definitely charge premium prices for a differential and specified services, and hence create a sustainable model to enter into the market. That is all about from our side. We are open to questions.
Thank you, Subhashini and Utsav. And really, it's a workable business model which we are looking for, and the insights which you have given are really very useful. See, a couple of questions are there from my side. See, the first question is regarding the kind of promise we are making for reducing the returns of the goods. So if we'll make such a big promise at the start of the business, will it not hamper or will it not create dissatisfied customers when we are ready to replace the entire damaged goods or which they are not accepting? Second thing, what are we exactly going to do with that? Because our business is just starting off. It's a startup. Okay. So definitely a startup, there will always be some working capital pressures. So how will we handle that kind of a working capital pressure if we'll entertain these kind of like big promises or get the things in return whichever customer is not liking?
Sure, sir. I would like to take this particular question.
Yes, sir. So actually what I think is, sir, we had also mentioned that we will have demo gardens, 3 demo gardens in every city, and we are offering a subscription based model. So our representative will visit the place, and in every 15 days there would be scheduled maintenance. And why we are promising these returns is because we will only be handling all these things, and we will not let customer handle this, because it is the major problem when customer handles it. And when there is when I had also gone through a survey, sir, where it was written that if customer handles these urban gardens initially, because of lack of knowledge, the recovery rate whatever they are planting is just 60 to 65%, whereas when a trained professional will visit them and we will charge premium for it, so we will have enough margins to sustain. So this is what we had thought, and that's why we had given such big promise, because we would be taking care of each and every step. So they would be just taking benefits out of it.
Yeah, thank you. So definitely these kind of big ideas, they work out at some point of time, like they have done it in case of pizza delivery. And will they work it out for us in our case, or will it reinvent the entire logistics? Still to see. Second question from my side is, like what Shubhashini mentioned, that the funnel thing is very important when you are dealing with digital marketing. See, in funnel, the basic challenge for a company like ours is we are new to the market. Okay. And creation of awareness, that is the real challenge for us at the start. Though we are having some legacy brands associated with our company, but coming to the urban space, hardly people know us. Okay. And people like will have to create real awareness at the start. So do you have any new idea for creation of awareness, how we should go about that?
Yes, sir, I would like to take this question again. Sir, this funnel strategy, we would like to track customers through the designers, interior designers, and through the builders which are present. Sir, because most of the people are living in flats in all tier 1 and tier 2 cities. So that's why we would go through this particular approach. And also, sir, we can track cookies of interested people through web, as well as when we will have the cookie data with us, we can also target the similar kind of customers through targeted YouTube advertisements, through targeted Facebook advertisements, and that's how we will warm up the traffic. And once the traffic is warmed up, they are rightly placed into the funnel, and then they would just have one closed nozzle end, and that would be advents. So that is why we have shown that particular funnel strategy, and that is how this funnel strategy will definitely work.
Yeah, good, sir.
Okay, good. Uh,
Adding to your answer, influencers are going to play a big role in this
So I
entire
was
game
just,
of ours.
good afternoon to all. And Utsav and Subhashini, it was a good attempt. However, there are 3 key questions. 2 of them Bhaskar has already, put forward. 3 key questions. One is the market estimation. One of the key things when any corporate enters this kind of market, which is so to say not measured. The urban gardening market is not measured as yet. We have some studies from Cornell University and others, but when we try to understand the size of the market, so that is something which I wanted to point out. You said 20% of the top 10 cities if you target. Basically, don't you think? I mean, that's a question to Utsav. Don't you think there is for each city there is income segregation. There are data that is available of income levels, and people living in houses, independent houses, as well as larger flats. So don't you think that kind of strategy or that kind of data mining can help us in getting city-wise market size? That's question number one to Utsav. Also, when we are talking about top 10 cities, we are saying top 10 cities by population. Do you think that we should also map the top 10 cities by income, by the individual income of the cities? Because by population, some cities may change if we track it by the income. Because what we are talking about is urban gardening. Only those people who have disposable space will get into urban gardening. People who are living in just dwelling, they will not get into that. So that's a question to Utsav. I'll come to a question for Subhashini also.
Thank you so much, sir, for your questions. Sir, firstly, I would like to address question number one. Sir, that was regarding the. Sir, firstly, let us discuss about income and sir, population density thing. Sir, why we had chosen population density as our primary criteria and income as our secondary criteria, because urban gardening was born because of space scarcity. So that's why population density was considered. So, but we have also ruled out areas like Dharavi, sir, because it is highly densely populated area, but they
That's
cannot.
That's exactly the point, actually.
Yes, sir.
Anyways.
They cannot. Yes, sir. They cannot get into urban gardening, because they should have money as well for this particular luxury.
That's exactly the point I was trying to understand from you. Fine. I mean, partly
Yes,
you have answered. You may continue, please.
Yes, sir. And the first question is, sir, because we have studies, but not in Indian context. Even the Cornell study, which was you were talking about, sir, that was in context of USA. And all these developed nations are doing urban gardening for generating food purposes. And in India, it is currently in the luxury state itself. So those who want to develop urban gardens, they either do it for good looks of the building, or for flower gardening, or for just simply mere kitchen gardening. So sir, that's why we have taken our own approach, that we should segregate the market on these bases. We have completely taken Indian context over here, because sir, again, there is a term known as peri urban areas. So it is a term for outskirt area which is outside town bounds of these developed cities like New York City, and then peri-urban area is also existing in Singapore city. So because I was fortunate enough to visit and see urban gardens myself, sir, I had also seen these peri-urban areas where they generate food, and then using logistics they ship it to the main city bounds, and then they use this particular food. I'm sorry, sir, you are not audible.
As they are, generating, growing food and food items for the nearest metro, this thing. So basically, so we need to look at the income. Yeah. Now for Subhashini, when we are talking about advocacy, this is a follow-up to Bhaskar's question also. When we're talking about advocacy in your funnel, what is your approach for developing advocacy model for urban gardening?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. So since we are providing services to the customer, catering to their specific needs, we will be very much focused in providing quality services to the customer. And since we are only entering the market, and this market is niche in Indian scenario, we will be, since we will be the initial players, so customers will be anyway knowing more about it. And if we are providing quality services to the customers, they will be impressed by it, and we will try to reduce our return of the product or seeds or whatever we are offering them. And if we are doing all the things in the right manner, then of course the retention of the customers will be higher, for the customers, and our sales will be increasing, sir.
Okay. And how about influencer marketing in this particular context when we are talking about advocacy?
Sir, influencers can obviously turn out to be our greatest asset in terms of creating awareness and creating that desire in customers to turn it into action and purchasing the services. So that way we can use influencers and reviews and other social media platforms in that regard, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you,
sir. Pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
So with your permission, can we move on to the next team?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. So the next team presenting before us are gladiators from CCS NIAM. You may now share your screen and share the presentation.
Yeah, is the screen visible? Can I get a confirmation?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So a very good afternoon to the esteemed jury present over here. So we are Team Gladiators, comprising of Miss Nikita Bisht and myself, Vishesh Bhatt from CCS NIAM. And we are here to provide potential solutions in our respect with the case which mentioned that Advents is trying to enter into the urban gardening segment. So our solutions goes like this. First of all, we did the SWOT analysis of the company, like what all are the internal environment and what is the external environment that the company might face. So the strengths of company includes, as it is a big company with a conglomerate of 4 sub companies, and it has a wide portfolio and a strong network of retail outlets. That is a biggest asset that the company has right now. And it is also an expert in the specialty nutrient part. The weakness here lies in the point that the company is right now entering into the urban gardening segment, and absence of initial inputs would be a weakness right now at the moment. Now, coming over to the external environment, we talk about opportunities and threats. The opportunities that the company has is the unexplored urban gardening segment. Like as we know that there are the segment is less explored by companies, and the positive inclination towards homegrown foods. Like we know that nowadays the population is moving towards a healthier lifestyle by planting themselves and consuming themselves. So, and the threats, which include presence of various startups, like we have Ugao and we have Trust Basket as well, which can pose potential competition for the organization. And one threat can be the initial reliability on the unorganized players for input. What we thought is that while the company is entering into the urban gardening segment, it can tap on to the unorganized players of the market, like the local nurseries as well as local gardeners, for the inputs in the initial phase. And one threat can also be the government policies, because government policies can differ according to the areas. Now we have proposed a model for the Advents, what can be done in this area. So as we can see that we can include a section of urban marketing in the website of Advents, and inside that we can divide it into 3 parts, that is the physical stores, app modification and website. So as we know that there are Jai Kisan stores in various cities which are providing the distribution task. So we can create physical stores, and this is our long-term planning. So basically, we can increase the number of distribution stores in cities so that it becomes easy for an organization to tap individuals. The next we come to web modification, app modification. We went over through the Jai Kisan application, and we suggest that we can add a section of urban gardening over there along with the sections that are available already. And we can also create a website in sub-website in the advanced main website, which might include the informative module that is required, that can include the information about the plants that people can grow in their houses, and that can include information about the gardening tools. And we shall have a column of problem redressal as well if consumers might face problem in any issue, and we can solve those issues within a matter of 24 hours. And we will have a feedback system. So now we have the points of segmentation and targeting. We have divided we have done the geographic segmentation according to the urban population that is present in the cities. So we have selected the top 5 cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru, Kolkata, and Hyderabad, which have enough urban population that we can tap on these markets. And we have done the demographic segmentation according to the survey that we conducted through Google Forms. From here, we got to know that we have around 57.6% of population from the 20 to 30 years of age segment. So from here, we can see that we can target these population for our products. Coming over to psychographic segmentation, we have divided the customer base according to the lifestyles, the social statuses, and we will be focusing on the gardening as well as health enthusiasts in the middle and upper class segment of the urban population. The survey that we conducted through Google Forms was a random sampling, and through that we got to know that an age group of 25 to 55 years residing in the Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities are the potential customers we need to tap on. And when we asked them if they would like to pursue urban gardening, around 58% of them said that they would like to do it only if it would be effortless, means it would be hassle-free and they could do it easily. So from here, we would like to move over to the positioning. Every company has a USP for its products. So here, Advents would be coming into the market with a unique selling proposition of first ever online Mali service. Like we know that Malis are unorganized players, so we can collaborate with them and we can introduce this kind of service for the customers. And as we all know that specialty fertilizer is the forte of Advents, and the company can run this campaign with the help of a statement like urban gardening helps reduce stress, which is much needed in the urban cities due to the hustle bustle of their life. Now we have created a logo for the Advents. We had a plan that we would be creating a subsection in the app with the name of Advents Green Hub. So the logo, the slogan that we prepared was "Stay up with Advents Green Hub." The branding strategies are the sole purpose of the branding strategies is to make urban gardening an effortless process for the customers, because Advents aims at providing the premium quality products to its customers. And "Stay up with Advents Green Hub," this slogan urges the people to stay fit as well as healthy in this time. Then we come over to the marketing strategies. So marketing strategies will include the business to business marketing, business to consumer marketing, as well as word of mouth marketing, which would be a very important aspect in our marketing strategy. Moving over to the product portfolio and services part. So initially, Advents would be launching into the urban gardening sector with products like seeds, plants, as well as some fertilizer products, which are the forte of Advents. So in the seeds, we would be including the Indian essential vegetables, leafy and salad vegetables. And in the in the plant sector, we would be including ornamentals, indoor plants, as well as air purifiers, as these are attractive, popular, as well as easy to maintain plants. The other products that the company would be looking into is fertilizer sticks, as these sticks are easy to maintain, easy to use, and these release nutrients slowly each time when we water the plants. So it would be very beneficial for the urban population who don't have much time to look into their on their balconies when they are gardening over there. Then we would be providing vermicompost, cocoa peats, and special nutrients as well. And the services that would be provided by Advents are the door-to-door facility of online gardeners, in which we can include several packages like monthly, quarterly as well as annual, which customer can customer can subscribe according to his or her preferences. Now I would like to call Ms. Nikita Best for the further presentation.
Yes.
Gentle reminder, team, you have 2 minutes to wrap up. So kindly look into your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Then going to the competitive pricing, we have designed different packages that the customers can avail according to their conveniences. And the most economic package that we derived on will be the annual one, because where all the services will be provided and the free kits like gardening tools can also be given on their first transaction of the on the purchase of the annual subscription. Then we did the survey on how much the customers are willing to pay for the seeds and plants. Then on the reference in the inferences that we came upon were that the 77% of the consumers were willing to pay 200 or lesser in the seed segment, and the plants, which are the most favorable segment, because this segment is the segment where the spending power of the consumers is very high. That is more than 300%. That is more than 300 rupees. So this will be the segment that we will be targeting. And the product categories we have defined, we will be giving discount of 30 to 40% in initial for market initial penetration in order to gain the brand recognition. And then we'll moving on, and then we'll be increasing the price slowly. Next slide, please. In this, the distribution channel that we adopted was that the Jai Kisan store will be the production hub, from where from the app and the website the database can be collected, and through Jai Kisan store the products will be released through either through the online services through delivery agents, or the customers can easily access to the stores and purchase themselves. And we already have a Jai Kisan app. So we will be modifying the user interface so that it suits to the need of the urban gardeners also. And we will be adding this new segment called Green Hub into the Jai Kisan app itself. Now this will widen the customer base of the Jai Kisan app also, and we'll be promoting the urban gardening section also. Next slide, please. Coming to the promotion part, first we'll be targeting the packaging. The packaging will be of premium quality, that will be of eco-friendly material, and the use of the dynamic QR code is of very essential in this part, because this will serve advance two purposes. First is that the business will be done, and then the promotion will also be done through this. Like if a customer scan this QR code, the product information on how to germinate the seeds and how to water the seeds and apply fertilizers will also be shown in this through QR code, and the promotional videos can be also put up of the advanced group. And the user data, like the testimonials, are a very important part, because through reviews only because through the reviews the customers can also see the success of the urban gardening section. And then coming to the digital marketing, the segment that we are targeting is very active on social media. Therefore, our social media marketing will be mainly through the Instagram influencers and sponsored ads and reels. So this is the main focus, and the collaboration with YouTuber channels like Gardening is My Passion and urban gardening channels are having more than 10 lakh subscribers. So this is the main aim we are going for. And then along with it, free kits for those who will take the first annual package, partnerships with interior and landscape designers, promotion through word of mouth is very important, and then offering combo packs of seeds and nutrient mixture will be all part of this promotion strategies. So these were all the solutions that we proposed. Thank you, everyone. Now we are open to questions.
Thank you, Vishesh and Nikita. I think it was quite comprehensive. Compliments on three things. One is the slogan that you came up with, stay up with Advanced Green Hub, the SWOT that you've done, and QR code suggestion. So three very good suggestions have come up on this particular thing. And it has been an organized presentation, I must say. Now, my only key question here is you have done a survey where the sample size is pretty small. That's a question to Vishesh because he was presenting that. It's a sample size of 100. What was the distribution of cities for this online survey?
Okay, so actually we distributed the survey to our relatives as well as to our batchmates who are residing from 18 different states of India. So according to that, we did the survey, we did the demographic segmentation.
Yeah, see, the only shortcoming in small sample size is that you can't actually base a lot of your assumptions on a small sample size thing. So one key observation is that maybe for the TG, we need to broad base the TG a bit more because our learning is that there are a lot of retired people who are also actively into gardening. So when you are saying 20 to 30 age group and maybe expanding it to 35 to 55, maybe we are narrowing down our TG. And I think the income segmentation is very important. The subscription model is good, but where it comes on pricing, how much a person, hobbyist gardener is planning or maybe willing to spend 200 to 300 rupees, that looks very small because I've seen when we go to nurseries, I've seen people buying plants worth 5,000 to 6,000 up to 10,000. So 200 to 300 rupees for disposable gardening spend looks to be very, very conservative. So basically on a subscription model and on this particular thing, the amount a hobbyist gardener would spend, I think you have a relook. Otherwise, the presentation has gone on well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nikita and Vishesh, I have got some questions for you. And what you were suggesting, like to build up a website or a homepage which will cater to our existing rural farmers as well as urban customers parallelly. So my question to you is it possible? Because the TG which you are currently catering to through your Jai Kisan app is totally different. The language and the needs of those kind of farmers are totally different from the persons who are staying in a city. Okay. So is it a good idea to have a club together, a single website or a single page for them?
Yes, sir. I believe that it will be a good idea because I think we should not undermine the rural people as well because they now are learning on the internet facility part. They are learning how to program it, and it will not be of so much difficult to access through it because only the thing will be that the languages barrier. We will be having a lot of languages in it like English, Hindi or regional languages along with it, and the urban people will be going with the English language, and the rural people will be in what language will they are comfortable with, they will be going into the different languages, and the interface will be kept quite simple, not too much of complication. So it will be catering to both the markets.
Sir, I would like to add a point here. Like we went over through the Jai Kisan app and we found out that it means the user interface of the website is means not up to some expectations. Like while we were trying to log in into the application, it was taking too much time, as well as we read the feedback of customers on the Play Store as well, Google Play Store. So from that we can cater to a point like if we add this garden hub into the Jai Kisan app, we can improve the user interface of the app for farmers as well as for the urban population that we are catering, and this might increase the footfall into the application.
Okay, this is an input for our marketing team as well. So this entire presentation like quite diligently. You have worked upon the presentation, and a lot of new ideas we could get from your presentation. So, like only on the demographic part, Kuldeep sir has already told you that there are a lot of people who are retired and they also want to pursue urban gardening. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so thank you from both sides.
Thank you. Vishesh, one question from my side. In your presentation, you are told that our weakness is like plants and seeds, and how we can make it to strength. What is your suggestion?
Yes, sir. So we can convert that weakness into strength in our initial phase. Like we can tap on the unorganized players in the market. Like we have malis as well as these nurseries, local nurseries. They also provide planting material as well as soil cultures to the local market. So we can tap on them and we can ask them if they work under the name of Advents. And I believe everyone wants to work under a big company.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Nikita and Vishesh, my question starts from here. Whenever you are going for organizing unorganized market, like Reliance did some 15 years back, creating an organized sector, or maybe Tanishq has done in case of jewelry. So the major challenge which our kind of people who come from the organized background, they face is logistics cost and the overheads. They go to such a level that they can bogged down your entire marketing efforts. Okay, so this is one idea for your future also. Whenever you are trying to make a sector which is purely unorganized, converting into an organized sector, we need to keep our costs very, very low. And secondly, what you people had only suggested that we need to have a unique value proposition we need to create that can be created only through assurance of quality. The biggest challenge which we will face by handling these malis, that quality assurance can get a beating.
Yes, sir. So that was the point which I mentioned in the threat part. Like we would be it would be some threat to us if the initial products that we are taking from the unorganized sector is not up to the mark.
Yeah, right. The subscription model can work only so long as your field force, the feet on ground, which are malis, the gardeners who are supposed to be experts, and people, most of the housewives will rely on their service. They won't ask them questions because they are the practitioners. So the success of this initiative, the subscription model, actually depends on the quality of malis. This thing, I think, there should be a portion of continuous training of malis in this particular subscription model that you have proposed, where we have a regular updation of the knowledge, not only in terms of the products that we have, but also in terms of the latest techniques that are coming. Whether it is the sticks that Nutri-Sticks that you have built in your presentation, or hydroponics or aeroponics, any of those new techniques, because the Malis are basically traditional guys. So overall good, it has gone on well. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, sir.
I request the team gladiators to unshare the screen.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. It was great insights we got from you all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Team Gladiators. I would now like to welcome the another team, Believe You and Me. But before I do that, we have an eminent personality in the house with us, Mr. Madan Pandey, President Agribusiness. He has worked with Balsara Hygiene, Arvind Brands and Marico, and in advance, he looks after the entire sales and marketing division and Zuari Farm Hub Limited. Please welcome Mr. Madan Pandey. Now, also, I would like to remind the remaining teams that the presentation needs to be covered up and completed within 15 minutes of time. A buzzer will be rung after 12 minutes where the team will be given 3 more minutes to complete the presentation. Now, having said all, I would now like to welcome team Believe You Me to share the presentation from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies, Pune.
Okay, before we start, I hope I'm audible and visible, and the presentation is also visible, I guess. All right. So the moment we received this case study, now let me just start it. So before we, there's an echo from. Hello. Yeah. Okay. So as I was saying that the moment we received this case from Advance and NIAM, we thought that what if we could grow our own fruits and vegetables in our own backyard, or maybe a mini garden, or maybe our balcony. What if that was both delicious and nutritious? What if we could actually pick up our tomatoes from our backyard, and while that our neighbors would ask us, oh, where did you get it from? And we would proudly say that we got it from our own garden. We have started it. So that is something that is our green dream. And the green dream is to bring urban Mali. The urban Mali is basically the urban clap for gardening needs. No, I'll quickly tell you what team believe you means. Like we believe in the fact that 80% of the problems can be solved by marketing, innovation, and persistence, and rest 20% would solve itself. This is Atanu Ghosh and Kalpesh Kandare, and we'll be presenting you our green dream. Okay, before we went through the solutions of the case study, we actually had some research about the market insights, and we thought that these are the hitches, that is, these are the problems that we are facing, and these are the challenges that we see in the market now. India being such an ideal country, such an ideal location for farming, for agriculture, even in spite of that, urban gardening is popular only 4%. That is extremely low. In US, it is more than 20%. In Australia, it is more. But in India, it is just 4%. So this is something that really bothered us. And the potential that we saw was immense. Like we read an analytics from Gladiators, and we saw that 2,000 crores is the estimated revenue in urban gardening by year 2022 if we focus on it. The next thing that we saw was our food, our vegetables, our fruits that we think are fresh travel 8 kilometers. This is like 8 kilometers is a long run. And do we really think that they are fresh? Maybe they are not. And the last thing that we saw was urban regions are at higher risk for global warming as compared to the rural region. And the reason is simple, the agricultural factor, and here we are all factory oriented and all. So yeah, moving ahead.
Okay, so thank you so much, Kalpesh. Just one thing I would like to add here, you mentioned the hitches, but we cannot change the cards we are dealt. It's just how we play the hand. So here we thought about this, and here is our pitch. First thing, I think Kalpesh missed on this, but we did a little restructuring on the present Advent's logo. We are so we are like, this was something that we thought about and came up with. I'm so sorry if we just played with the logo, but this is what we thought. That Advent starts with A, it ends with Z, and we are here to pitch our idea that will cover A to Z, and that's why the legendary Amazon sign that we have put on our logo here. So we are here to cover A to Z. So what's our mission for that? Our mission is to remodel unutilized spaces within urban limits into farms growing organic foods and vegetables. And just not that, make places green wherever it fits. Our vision is to make every city self-sufficient in organic fruits and vegetables. The products that we're going to offer is saplings, seeds, mini grown plants, fancy aesthetic plants, and it could be bonsai and etc. and then fruits and vegetables. Now, what we thought is, for any brand, the single most important investment you can make in your business, so that is your brand. You need to invest to get the best out of it, right? So here is our plan that we thought of, that how can we make the changes that are required for the development. We took a lot of inspiration from a current app that we also mentioned in the draft that we previously sent, that is Urban Clap. What Urban Clap did effectively was they collected all the unorganized players, because they could have not gone city-wise and surveyed cities. That would have costed them a lot. So what they did, they targeted cities. They took the best workers from there, unorganized players from there. They made them wear their shirt and their logo. They taught them, and then they sent them to their field. So this is what we got our base from. That what we will do is we will invest in the local malis and the local nurseries that we are targeting, the 10 cities that we have planned out, and the reason behind that, which we'll cover in the next slide. And what we will do is we'll collect them, train them, gather them, and invest in them. And in return, they will work. So now they will be our advocates in that respect city. But to build that, we need to have an app. So what we are is we are urban malis. We think green. We have planned to launch an app with the help of least investment. So we thought, how can we do that? We found out that the college students are the most prominent figures from where we can get the best ideas. We will only target the IITs and NITs, from where we will launch the internship program, an unpaid one. In the second year, for the second year and third year students, with the help of them, we'll create an app. Now, this app is a game changer. We'll discuss in the next slide. Apart from that, we'll have college champion programs, tie-ups with restaurants and cafe, decorational tie-ups, Instagram elaborate idea we have. We have social groups. Now, this is where the main crux lies. And of course, we already discussed acquiring malis and local nurseries. Now, one big thing, the teaser is here itself. That is the truck that we are loading. So this is very close to our heart, that we are planning to launch in Pune. So that is like the flower on wheels. Let's discuss it in the next slide. So the product development, what we plan to do. First, we plan on to develop an app, that is the Urban Mali in association with admins. What they will do is we will have a community in that app, wherein we'll have, so the app is already made with the help of the students, wherein we, of course, because the app is created, so we need a constant updation and the servicing of it and the updates, which we'll take care of with the help of, again, the student program. Then we'll have a feature of community in our app. So whoever the city, so we'll have this 10 cities, 10 city wise it will be listed, and there will be public groups wherein we'll have like a WhatsApp open public chat that we have, the public groups that we have, we'll have inbuilt in this app, wherein people will be able to share their home pictures, their decoratives, that they got from our site, and then also the like the contest that we'll have. So all that they can come up and they can share the ideas, the pictures, because that is what attracts, right? A good thing attracts the other. So this is what we have. Coming on to the flower on wheels idea that we have was that we plan on to deliver daily flowers to nearby communities, the community and society that we will target. Then the temples, because we have seen the temples, offices, communities, office spaces, households, they need regular flowers for worships. So daily flower offerings that we have. So early morning, our van, sector-wise, will deliver flower to societies. This is what we plan on to doing. Then also, regarding offices, we will merge with them, and this desk plant trend, it is something that we plan on to create with the help of this. Also, to do this, we will be there with the students program that we have, because we'll get the technical insights, we have the business insights. So we also went through the color psychology of business, and we chose on three colors that makes us stand out. That is yellow, green, and blue. Why so? Because yellow brings in the warmth and the optimism. blue is the sign of trust and loyalty, and green brings in peacefulness and growth. So this is how we plan on to restructure things. Same for the desktop version of it.
Thank you, Atanu. Now, before moving ahead, I would just like to highlight one small thing that if you are noticing, or maybe you would notice ahead, that we both are a bit of content writers. So we have tried putting small slogans or small lines, one-liners on the bottom of every slide. So you can go ahead and read that as well. Moving on to the 4 Ps and STP analysis, the proposal that I would like to call is the product. So we already discussed about the product, that is sampling, seeds, garden kits, pots, urban malis in the service part. Now I'll talk about the place here. So the place we are targeting is the metro cities, tier 1 and tier 2 cities. Now to be very precise about it, we have gone a step ahead and we have chosen Mumbai, NCR, that is Delhi, Gurgaon and Noida, Greater Noida. We have also chosen Bangalore, Kolkata, Ahmedabad, Pune and Hyderabad. Now these are the major cities where there are IT hubs. Now, because there are IT hubs, we know that our main targeted audience is going to be to bring in that office or what we call it as desk plant trend. So that is where we'll start off, and that is going to be a game changer. So definitely that will work. Now coming to the price part, it is going to be competitive price depending upon the market. We have analyzed 5 competitors in the next slide that I'll talk about. The personalized package will be about the subscription plan. So like Atanu just mentioned about maybe the gardeners. So what we'll do, we'll be having that urban malis who will go on and help other people who will be trained by us, of course. And these people will be on a subscription plan, maybe on a 1 month basis or, maybe on a 1 month basis or 6 month basis or an annual basis as well. In the promotion part, which we have deliberately put it as social media and digital marketing tools, which we have mentioned again precisely in the next slide. And we'll also be doing influential marketing. We'll also be doing movement marketing, which is in trend. Like we'll take up something from Olympics and we'll try to relate it with our particular product, and then we'll promote it. So that is something that we'll do. In the segmentation part, we have chosen that people who have a busy lifestyle and people who are retired. So these are the 2 people who would be perfect for us. Busy people because they want that essence of nature in their household, because that will give them a positive vibe in that house. So that is something that we have thought of. And the retired people because they want to pursue gardening as their hobby, and will make that a trend. In the geographic, as I have already mentioned, the places and targeting part. So we'll be targeting the urban market, the working professionals, and those who have extremely busy schedule, and those who are retired of. Now, how will we position this particular thing? So what we'll do, we'll start this application. We'll have word of mouth. We'll have referral programs, which will be talked ahead. Moving on. Okay. So this is the. I'm sorry. Okay.
We are
moving on to the consumer journey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kalpesh, continue.
Yeah. Okay. So in the consumer journey, what we have done is we have put in 2 perspectives. The first one is seller, that is Atanu, and the second one is buyer, that is me, Kalpesh. So during the seller's perspective, when we do the need generation, that is where the buyer gains interest. Then moving on to the digital marketing, that is when the buyer actually searches and researches. And during the research, he takes into consideration the USPs of our product. That is going to be accessibility, that is going to be economic, that is going to be a one-stop solution for all your gardening needs, expert advice, community, and a lot more. And in the digital marketing, we have mentioned that the searches. So in the searches, the buyer would go ahead and search for different competitors which are growing green, UGF farming, home crop, home grower, and paint fresh. These are the competitors for advents now. Now, at the end, it will be decision of whether to purchase or not, which will be completely dependent upon the application and the website. And at the end, it will be the after sales service, that is expert advice and guidance, loyalty program, and referral. Moving on, we have gone to the go-to-market.
Yeah, so the basic, so what we believe is good looks attract the eyes, right? But personality attracts the heart. So what we have we are building is a service platform, an application for the urban people, which will attract customers. We have strategies for digital marketing and then collaboration programs and then the loyalty thing. So the idea is to create buzz and the feeling of a family. The feeling of a family, as discussed earlier, can be created once we have the group, the public group city-wise. And one thing we observed during refining this thing is that Advents doesn't have any, which I Instagram and make a Urban Mali Instagram page of itself and then promote our users there, because then they will feel loyal, because then they will engage more customers. Moving on, we also have this. We moved a step forward to find the buzzwords that make us more visible, our website and our application more visible on the net. So we found that 93% of our customers won't get further than the first page of Google. So the idea was to bring it on the top page. How? So these are the key words, the buzzwords that we found, which we have mentioned. That is, I think we have 23 words here that we have found. So now the digital engagement that we plan on to do. Kalpesh, can you name these 4 apps and what activity we plan on to do?
Yeah. So this is the final slide, guys. So thank you for patiently listening. Now we have gone a step ahead and added one more social media platform, that is Spotify, according to us. Now Spotify is somewhere that there are podcasts, and we found that there are no podcasts relating to gardening. Why? That is going to be a trend, and we need to bring that trend. So podcast is the next big thing. We can have Clubhouse, we can have podcast, we can have the generic ones, that is Instagram and YouTube as well. Now, in the Instagram, specifically why we have chosen Facebook is because there is limited target. We know that, but the limited target is very highly paid, and that is where we need to focus on. So, although there is limited target, we will have a better response from there. Instagram is obviously a part. We have influencer marketing, we have buzz, we have reels, we have movement marketing there. On YouTube, we can have demo videos because we have retired people whom we are targeting, so they need to have that demo videos for application as well. And in Spotify, we'll be having for the youth who would like to listen about gardening, who would like to listen about different saplings that they can grow in their household with minimum efforts. So yes, that brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and we are open for questions now.
Thank you so much, Kalpesh. One thing at the end I would like to add is that we need to infuse heart, soul, spirit and passion, because talent is not enough. And that's why we know that Advents has extensive training programs for the rural. We have already conquered the rural area. Now it's time to go for the urban and to dethrone all the competitors that we have and to move a step ahead and conquer the market. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Atanu and Kalpesh. To start with, a few things I must, the highlights of your the presentation. One is A to Z of, mapping A to Z of Advents. That is on the lines of Amazon. That is one thing that brought smiles on our face. App, Urban Mali app, talking about different stories, where we can actually bring in the use case stories onto the platform for uninitiated. That is another good one. Not so much flowers on wheels, but consumer journey, the way you covered was good. Instagram page, yes, we are working on that. And podcast. Podcast is something that we, there is content development work that is going on. So that is one part, this thing. One key thing, I mean, that's a question to both of you, Atanu and Kalpesh. Basically we are, a nutrient company, plant nutrition company. And in none of your slides, I could see the fit that you need to bring between the plant nutrition and the ultimate goal of bringing greenery to the urban space. So while our aim is to make urban space more green, and it starts with the immediate vicinity of a householder, immediate vicinity of a householder is his dwelling, is his house, is his 2 or 3 BHK house or independent house. So that is one this thing. So where why that fit has not come in your presentation, because otherwise I think the journey you have covered in terms of the customer, from the point of view of customer, it's fairly okay, but from the point of view of the plant nutrition story that we want to tell the customer, that has not been covered. Why?
So I will take this ahead. So as the part that we mentioned about, we'll be tying up with nurseries. So we thought that would come in handy, the nutrition part for the plants. So we'll be training them about all this, and these malis, these urban malis, will be training the customers about it, about the nutrition for plants, maybe the fertilizers, maybe everything. So that's how we plan to.
Okay. See, basically, my question was again going back to the basic. Any promotion strategy, any strategy starts with product. So our key product is the plant nutrition. So we have to start our story from there. What we are planning to do is going forward, and actually, yes, we are trying to cater to the urban customer who's trying to make his household more livable, more aesthetic. Yeah. But our story to them would be that use our nutrition products and make your household much more green. That they intend to do. So that was my this thing. I think the rest of the things, yes, I mean there has been a good amount of as you said, content writing that has gone into it, but the product story was missing, which is what I found this thing.
Atanu and Kalpesh,
if I could add,
this is Bhaskar Pandya, Atanu and Kalpesh. See, you people have really done a good job in terms of suggestions for the digital marketing. Okay. As a learner of digital marketing, I have got a basic question. See, digital marketing has got 3 kinds of medias, right? One is what you are suggesting is creation of your own media. Okay. Then 2 critical parts, other parts are you are having a paid media you can utilize, or you can create your own media, or you can have a self-generated media which is not required to pay anything for that. Okay. As we are a company which is transforming from a rural space catering company to a urban space catering company, or my TG is getting changed. So coming up with my own media, initially at a very starting phase, how apt it would be to start with creation of own media rather than going for a paid media to generate traffic flow into my own media. Okay. So this is a basic question which I am asking, because you people have suggested to directly jump to creation of own media.
Yes. Right, sir. So as we mentioned in our slides that we'll be doing movement marketing and buzz marketing. Now this is something that goes on trend on itself, and having the advanced logo or maybe urban Mali trend that we are going to follow in the hashtags, we'll be using that particular hashtag, and that's how our content will go ahead. Rather than going for paid advertisement in the starting phase, we can create a buzz of our own in the starting by using all this movement marketing, buzz marketing, and then later on we can have our paid advertisement as well once we are profitable.
So one thing I would like to add here. So when we were sitting, when we sat together to think about this product, we thought, because this has to be there, the digital segment has to be there for the long term, for the long goal of the company, digital part has to be there. Then we thought about the short part, that what we can do in this next 6 months. So what we thought is, because we are extensively moving to 10 different cities and promoting this campus ambassador and student champion program. So what we targeted is in 6 months from the App Store, download of 1 lakh downloads that we thought of, and 20,000 active users who will be across 10 cities will be sharing their stories, their pictures, their with the pets, with the baby, and with the food, or their corner, or their green corner. So this is what we thought. And also the truck that we are mentioning, that every morning the temple and household and office will receive flowers for in that 5 to 7 or 7 in the morning. That also will be a thing of attraction, because it will travel the localities. It will
Definitely, it is a good idea. But with our experiences of previous efforts of like getting into those kind of spaces where unorganized players, they bring in a lot of like challenges in terms of your cost burdens. The same thing has happened in case of Reliance when they entered into this fruits and vegetable markets, and the way these fruits and vegetable hawkers, they used to minimize their costs and the kind of overheads Reliance used to have, so they could not match them initially for the initial 2-3 years. So that will always be a challenge. With that pinch of salt, idea is good.
So one add-on.
Yeah,
so,
it is something that can bring smiles onto people's faces without any doubt. But again, it is capital intensive. We'll have to again start with the product story, as I said earlier.
And one more thing, just a suggestion: getting up for delivering at 4 o'clock, you will have to get up somewhere at 2:30, which organized companies usually can't manage. This has been a big challenge in other cases which we have seen. Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, good.
So just to add to Kuldeep's question earlier about the fertilizers part. So yes, we brainstormed about it a little bit, and we came up with the garden kit that you can see in the product slide. So in the urban areas, they are not very usually accepting that, okay, we'll buy fertilizers from them. So we'll be having a complete garden kit where everything will be included. So to answer your question.
Yeah, right. Good. So it is a lot of thoughts on the table. So it's a good attempt. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Thank you, team Believe You Me from SIMS Pune. Now, I would like to call upon our fourth team from IIM Ahmedabad, Mastermind. I request the team to kindly share the presentation on screen.
Yeah, I'm sharing. Are my slides visible?
Yes, because
they are.
Okay, so we are team masterminds from IIM Ahmedabad. So this is me, Vikas, and my friend Aman. So we sat down together and thought about it, and we wanted to work about how can a basic nutrition company come into urban gardening. And we had a lot of thought on it, and we studied the IFCO model and what they have done, and we have done some work on it. So as far the market sizing is concerned, so estimating the market size for this segment is was really difficult for us. We were not able to find any methodology or anything. So what we came up with, we used Google keyword search. That is the number of impressions that we have. In the sense, in the past, I went to Google Trends and I downloaded the impressions of the keywords, major keywords which had searches related to urban gardening in the past 1 month, and based on that, I determined. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but slide hasn't changed.
Is it not visible? This slide.
It is visible.
Visible, but on the front page.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay. Yeah. So then what we did was, from that from the keyword search, we got the top cities and the top states which were searching for urban gardening and related keywords. That is a direct signal that there is a potential market there. So based on that, we took the population of those states and those cities, and we multiplied them with the click-through rate. So average click-through rate, we took it as 8%, and from that we got our SOM, that is the serviceable obtainable market size. This we multiplied by 500 as an average spend assumption. that people would be willing to at least spend 500 on the inputs part. And from this, we took 50% of that has SAM. SAM is our total obtainable market size. And then we correlated with the IFCO reports that what they said, and the CAGR, we assumed the CAGR for similar industries like biostimulant industry, then biologicals industry. So this is the Excel model which explain the whole thing. So the total market size, current market size, we got it around 754 crores. Then with the CAGR of 10.5%, by 2027, it is expected to grow to, if we go by that trend, continuous compounding, 1,117 crore rupees. So IFCO also predicts almost similar things. Then the top cities that from the keyword research that we got was Bangalore, New Delhi, Hyderabad, Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata, Pune, Lucknow, Bhubaneswar, Varanasi. And the keywords that we got, which were the major trend keywords, were garden plants, terrace gardening, vertical garden, urban gardening, nursery, indoor plants, then gardening inputs, then fertilizers, then organic plant care, then plant seeds, and gardening equipment. These were the keywords which were most searched, and the average impression on these keywords was 60K per month. And in the next part, that is the product categories that Advance can move ahead with. So for that, we use SWOT analysis to determine the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats for the company. So when we are entering the urban segment, so the strength of the company would be the distribution channel and the brand name which it already has, and the strong portfolio of fertilizers that it already holds. The weakness that we found was it's a farmers focused company, and hence currently we have low presence in the biological space, which is a major category which runs in the urban space. Then the opportunity is that urban gardening market and biological markets are the opportunities for the company to enter into. So when we get into biologicals, that can also be used in the rural side. So the investment will not be one-sided. And the threats which we see are diversification and capital assets, in the sense like we would diversify, but the plant capacities might not be used up, and we'll have a lot of leftover capacity, and the capital assets capital that we need to invest in getting into the capacity. And the business categories. So in the urban garden, we found few categories to be very interesting. So we classified them into kitchen gardens, hydroponics, then lawn maintenance is a very small segment, but it's present in India. Then public parks is another, then nurseries, indoor plants, then green zones, and then corporate and institutional parks, in the sense like maybe Reliance in the corporate office, in front of the corporate office, has a huge green space which needs to be maintained. So that's also an opportunity area. Then another one is terrace and vertical garden. Then the categories in this space which are needed to succeed are, some of the major categories are seeds, seedlings, plants, then fertilizer, planting material, that is your peat, cocoa peat, then other planting materials as well. Then equipments are there, pesticides are there, biostimulant, and micronutrients. So looking at the portfolio of Advance, we came up with three major categories that are biostimulant, micronutrients, and fertilizers. So this is not something which is very foreign to Advance, because Advance being a primarily fertilizer company, so this should not be very difficult. So the Indian biostimulant market is $84 million currently, and it is expected to grow at 12% CAGR. So in biostimulant, you have stevia, tricontanol, and homobrasinates I have kept that has one group because that's the fastest growing group. Then you have fulvic and humic acid. Then the last group is amino acids and gibberellic acid. Then the second category which comes is the micronutrients part, that is chelated, non-chelated, and mineral form. So this is also a big category. So all the market sizes here are refer to both rural and urban. So urban being a very small part in it. Then you have the last part, that is fertilizer. Here you have straight, complex, then liquid fertilizers and biofertilizers. So this is a very huge market, and we see that in the urban gardening, which is a market which is which is easily attracted to anything that is organically labeled. So here biostimulants would work, because we have also seen on Amazon's and a lot of the purchase, most of them most of the category sales is in seaweed and homobracinates and trichanthanol. And then the other part is the micronutrient parts is that we currently in rural India, what we follow is 25 kg or 50 kg, 100 kg packaging. That's a huge SKU sizes, but in rural, but that doesn't apply to urban. Urban setting is kind of different. So here we'll have a very small SKU size that is likely to 1 to 5 kgs. And here too, customers will not be seeking a single fertilizer, let's say urea or other things. They would seek a combination. So 19-all or 20-all would be a perfect fit for the market. Then coming to competitive landscape. So in the if IFFCO being the largest player in the fertilizer market brings up certain challenges, because they have already explored this opportunity and are present in this for some time now. And the non-fertilizer companies which are already entering into this market with their micronutrients or partnering with other companies. For example, Aries is a very good example. They have very good packaging, and they are also venturing into the new markets, that is the urban market. Then the players in this space. So in the JD, we read that there was a requirement for analyzing the startups which are already in this startups and legacy companies which are already into this space. So IFFCO, under its subsidiary IFFCO Kisan Urban Green, is a huge player in this market, which is present all over India. Then Ugao is a subsidiary of Pyramid Seeds. So they are also into online retailing of gardening plants and accessories. So by analyzing all these major startups which I have listed here, we found that online retailing of plants and plant accessories. So that is a major business here, but some niche companies also provide inputs like Garden Guru. So Garden Guru is an online platform. It's kind of an app that from where you can purchase your inputs, and it's specially made for gardeners, which has low SKU sizes. Then another interesting business model was BioBlooms. BioBlooms has a very interesting business model in which they call the people for training and they sell them after the training is over. They put on product displays of their organic products, in the sense organic fertilizer, pesticides. So that's how they make money there. Then the major biostimulant part is seaweed extract. So these all refer to rural space or the whole agri space, but major players are Biostat, PI Industry, Dhanuka, Godrej, and Harbion. Same is for gibberellic acid. Gibberellic acid is rather famous even in the urban space, where nurseries vigorously use this. So this could be a product which Advance might want to look into. And Porter's analysis. So there's a very low threat of entrance into this particular segment, that is the nutrition segment, because it requires huge capex, and because that is not possible for a startup to have. So very low threat of entrance. Then the threat of substitute is moderate, because they can only substitute with something organic, which is also being produced by major legacy companies. So that is also taken care of. And both the bargaining power of suppliers and buyers remain low here, because they can only demand what they want, and when that is done, the price is decided by the companies. And competitive rivalry is quite high here, because in this segment, few legacy companies and few startups are furiously competing. So the major factors which will be affecting the purchase of urban inputs are ratings, what they say people see on Amazon, the brand which is associated with it, the perceived quality, pack size, word of mouth, packaging, price, availability, and one of the major thing is reviews. So based on this, now Aman will take over.
Thanks, Vikas.
We analyzed 3 business channels, that is offline, online, and omni-channel. In the offline channel, we have 2 options, that is sell through traditional input channel, that is to manufacturer, to dealer, then to retailer, and then to customer. Another option is to sell through company operated stores, that is COCO model. Advance has already some stores in different parts of the country. So cost structure in the traditional channel is like, if we assume the cost of the input to manufacturer, that is us, is 193, then cost to dealer will be 209, and the cost to retailer will be 225, assuming it as 8% commission for dealers and 8% commission for retailers and 5% commission in between retailers and customers. Currently, like traditional channel serves the needs of the farming community, and positioning it this channel as a like solution for urban gardening consumers will be like a challenge in the beginning. But with that advertisement and all, we can try this thing out. In the online channel, we have also 2 options, that is sell through own website and app. Another option is through platforms like Amazon and Flipkart. So this own website and app we will cover in the next slides. Through Amazon and Flipkart, we have looked at the Amazon site fee structure. If our product on the Amazon price is listed at 250 rupees, then the referral fee is like 3% for commercial agriculture products, which comes out to be like 7.5 rupees. And the closing fee is based on the like amount of price of the product. So it is 25 for like 250 rupees product, and the shipping fee is based on the SKU size. So I am assuming here it has a SKU size of 500 grams. It comes out at 29, and total fee without taxes is sum of the 7.5, 25, and 29, that is 61.5. And Amazon also charges 18% GST in all the fees, that is 61.5 here. So the total fee after taxes comes out to be like 72.57. So the fee percentage which we have to pay to Amazon is 29.03. So we are looking here at we can see here that the product which cost us like 193.75 here, the product reach out to the customer at 250, and in the traditional channel it is like somewhat cheaper than the Amazon. In the omni channel, it is a mixture of offline and offline channels, and all to serve the different type of customers. Presently, like all the other players like IFCO and other input players, they use omni channel approach to get the more market share and serve the different type of customers. The new startup which are coming up in this space are using online channel, mainly because to make their business model asset light, because they do not have much capital at the beginning of the venture. So they are using online channel approach. But we as a like established company, we can try omni channel. The benefits from the omni channel is like more channels for customer purchase. It can drive more sales and traffic. Also, it can integrate digital touch points and improve customer experiences. And it will help in like communication and analytics, because the data which we get from the online channel, we can use it to send the customized messages and achieve more sales.
Your time is up. Please finish it up in 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. So based on this, we omni-channel approach is best. Next slide, please. In the media and promotion, the hooks for the customer engagement can be hashtags, own gardening challenges, sponsor flower and garden shows, promote product through social media influencers like Jinal Joshi, which is involved in gardening and present on the Instagram. Ways to handle the negative feedback can be like, we can research into the incident, can respond to their feedback, then we can follow up with the customer if these reviews are very less. And after all this, that we can encourage the customer to update their reviews. And for that, we need to like replace the faulty products if we found that the incident is true. And the communication of faulty product, we can provide the helpline number to the customer to communicate that. This is the promotion and media advertising stages based on the keyword research. So in the stage 1, we can target orange regions, in the stage 2 blue, and in the stage 3 green. In the sales promotion, we can increase, we can do sales promotion through IDA model, that is awareness, interest, desire, and action. We can generate awareness through social media. Interest can be generated by the gardening videos. For achieving desire in the customers, we can organize online competitions, picture challenges, influencer videos, and after that, customer will purchase the gardening inputs from different channels like online and offline. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
So for customer engagement,
Yeah.
Yes,
Can you
because,
cover that quickly? I think we are out of time. So.
yeah. So for customer engagement, I think we should launch one customer app for urban customers, because the needs of the farm community and the urban community is different. So market mix which we have to provide to urban customer is different. That's why this customer app. In the app, we will give the features like multi-language support, provide know-hows, advisory, 24/7 customer helpline, pop-ups, sliders, etc. The benefits of app can be like it can act as customer engagement tool, can be act as a promotional channel, distribution channel, as well as it can act as a customer complaints redressal platform. And we can use the data which we get from this app in the analytics part. We also did the cost estimate for developing this app. You can see it here.
Yeah. So now the recommendations part. So basically, I'll just quickly cover it in a minute. So for way forward for Advance should be creating a new subsidiary under for the urban gardening business like IFCO did, and the target segment would be 25 to 30 who are working professional and 50 plus who are retired people in the tier 1, tier 2 cities. Then institutional partners who would exclusively we can make contract like Fortis, Honda, those for them to maintain their launch. So this would be another target segment. Then the other would be bulk input users like nurseries, malis, and hydroponics users who can use our liquid fertilizers. Now, what method should be adopted? Because we know that Advance is not into biological, so we can have a non-equity alliance-based partnership for biological inputs like mycorrhiza and seaweed to enrich the medias, which are medium for growing, which is very popular in the cities. Then categories identified based on our strength are micronutrients. We are non-equity aligned, fertilizers and liquid fertilizers for startups like hydroponics. They would use this more. Then the enriching plant medias for nurseries and shoppers. Then this is the packing that this is kind of packing that would be needed in the urban space, and the willingness to spend based on a small survey we did, we found that most people would be willing to spend from 200 to 500 rupees. So having smaller SKUs and a discounting strategy would be best advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas and Aman. I think it is quite a comprehensive thing. All questions, in fact, it was, it has followed the questions that we had asked for the presentation. I think pretty comprehensive. There are two key questions. Omni-channel, when you are suggesting. So are you suggesting that we do only awareness generation through online channels and do offline distribution? Vikas?
Aman, should I go ahead or you take it?
Yeah. So we are suggesting omni channels because we already have good presence of physical stores in different cities, different parts of the country, and we are suggesting the online. We are not only suggesting even the online promotional channel, because we have written that advertisements through social media, advertisements on TV, banners and posters, etc. Because of the lack of time, we would not able to cover that part. That's the thing. But the promotion thing can be done through both the ways.
And adding to Aman's point, one thing is that traditional media advertising will not work here, because the people who are really interested into this segment, majority that is 25 to 30, they are working professionals and they would not have you'll not get the time to target them. So rather this would only be targeted to 50 plus retired professionals. So they would be seeing their ads, the advertisement, and the non-traditional approach of advertising, social media and Instagram maybe. So those could be, the advertising hubs for the larger segment, 25.
So you are suggesting different advertising promotion strategy for say up to 50 and separate for retired persons.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, so there will be combination of online and offline promotion.
Yeah.
And primarily omni-channel that you are suggesting is basically, after awareness generation, the distribution of product is done through a regular channel.
Yes, sir. It could be done through regular channel or through, we can ship it through Amazon. As Aman already covered in this slide, the packaging charges and other things could be best avoided based on, based on the order location. If it's, feasible to deliver
So
by
it's a
ourselves,
multi-point pickup kind of thing.
yeah, because we focused our approach becoming asset light and being, less capex intensive business.
Sure. And app, yes, app is a good this thing that work is on. In terms of product offerings, you talked about gibberellic acid and some amino acids and others. What about the key? In fact, in online search, I think some of the key products that are seen, which are generating a lot of demand, they are the coco peat, they are vermicompost, all of that. Of course, we don't have those products. So,
Yeah.
what is your take on that?
Sir, in the slide I mentioned that we need to look at this segment, the mycorrhiza segment, the gibberellic acid. That's a very small segment, but it's there. Mycorrhiza. Then you have your seaweed segment. So they are not selling by themselves, but they are selling as enriched media. So we produce planting medias already. So we can just tie up with certain, not have a non-equity based alliance. We can send our coco peat and get it enriched and sell that. So that would be a wiser strategy going forward in that segment.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, because for your information, this is Dr. Adarsh here. We are having both mycorrhiza and seaweed.
Mycorrhiza and seaweed,
yeah, seaweed we import from South Africa, from the kelp company. From last 15 years, we are doing this business. And similarly, mycorrhiza also from US-based company Agrinos, we are doing a good business. And based on your suggestion, GA and other things we can look after.
We can
it's continuously searching products.
So I think, sorry for the mistake.
Vikas and Aman, this is Bhaskar, and I've got a question for you since you have mentioned this voters 5 model. Okay, and entry barriers are quite low, what you are suggesting in this kind of a space. See, the challenge here is for a company like ours, who is coming from an organized background, that how to create differentiation for yourself. When entry barriers are low, tomorrow anybody can get into that market. And the kind of competition it will be there for me, that it will be enormous. Okay, so right from the start, do you have any suggestions that so that I can create some entry barriers so that I can differentiate myself when I'm entering this space?
Sir, the thing is that this urban gardening segment, it is a kind of brand neutral segment. So people do not recognize brand that easily. So in this segment, one thing is a huge amount of money needs to be poured to build brands. But that comes, cumulatively and over time. But in the initial years, what we can do is that when we sell through omni channels and through maybe Amazon as well. So we need to, prioritize keyword research, keyword search. So I was looking into it and I found that, the keyword that we had listed, so they generate around 60% of the traction for these urban gardening segment. And you can prioritize them with a budget of 495 rupees per day. And for every day you can, we can calculate that. So it's not that difficult, but the thing is that converting those links, because the other part, we can bid the keywords, but having the content, enough content so that the Google search engine, which optimizes the search results, would pick it up, because only 40% weightage is to the bid and 60% is to the content.
Because I think what you are suggesting is an immediate solution for something, and like you are not keeping foresight on what will happen in the future. Because I can quote some examples of Titans and Reliances when they entered into their respective spaces. It was like a similar unorganized market. And with their quality and with their promises, and they have been able to create a brand for themselves. Okay. So see, generating traffic and getting traction is okay for the initial stage. But what if, like, after 5 years, we need to create a brand? So do you have any ideas for that?
So sir, I don't have any concrete ideas, but I can pitch in what we think about it. So this is not an exact solution, but just our thoughts on the matter. So we see that, what gets, in Hindi there's a quote, "Jo dikhta hai wo bikta hai," and the more you see it, the more you recognize it. See, and when Swiggy first started, like I was hesitant to download the app, but after seeing it for 100 times, I started believing in it. So over the years, when you do this, what our thought was, when you prioritize keyword search and you come into organic results and inorganic results, that what happens is people start recognizing you. So this
Right,
is
right, Vikas. Agree with you. What you are suggesting is repeat bombarding and flashing your keywords that will create awareness. Another thing, what I found very interesting, the way you have tried to estimate the market size. Because you people, you were not aware about the market size, you did some assumptions. See, you shared your presentation. We would like to go through that in detail.
We'll send you the Excel files.
So, good, very nice, good attempt. Congratulations.
Yeah, good efforts.
Thank you so much, Team Mastermind. Now we have with us the last finalist for the event of Vivechan from IIM Ahmedabad, Team Optimizers. I request the team to kindly share the presentation on screen.
So, is my screen visible?
Not yet.
It's visible.
Okay. So, I guess now it is visible.
Yes, it is visible. Let's start.
So, yes, good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Optimizers from IIM Ahmedabad. Myself, Likita Gurugubelli, and I have my friend Harshita with me. We are privileged to present the case study analysis of advanced today. So these are the contents. So coming to the first slide. So the market size estimation of urban. So for this, initially I would like to discuss about the target segments that we are looking at. So I would like to give a disclaimer here that for in this presentation we looked upon things what Advents can do in urban gardening space. So what are all the things that it can do in the urban gardening space? We have included them in this presentation. So the first target segment is urban gardening companies and startups like Urban Kisan, Simply Fresh, and the other is the online platform selling plants and gardening solutions like IFCO Urban Gardens and UGA, and the urban gardening equipment supply companies like Agrovon, Vegitech and Pinfresh, and the urban customers who are performing the rooftop gardening. So the methodology that we prefer for arriving at the top 10 cities, so we can follow we followed a bottom-up approach of market size estimation from identifying the target segments. And then we identified the urban cities based on the number of people with high interest in the rooftop garden. However, we did not find time to prepare a survey. And then the high accumulation of the urban gardening companies. So based on the right side, I've mentioned the most popular cities in India. So based on that, and also the concentration of the urban gardening company startups and all, the top 10 cities we have arrived at, like starting from Mumbai to Kanpur. So coming to the product categories, so I've gone through a report on a Deloitte report where Deloitte mentions that for an agrochemical company, in order to safeguard from risks and also the consolidation in the industry, one of the long-term opportunity is venturing into this urban gardening space. So this space, the market attractiveness is high, and it is able to generate an additional revenue of $26 billion globally, and by 2025 at a CAGR of 10%. The crop categories that we have identified are the vegetables, leafy and microgreens, ornamentals and flowers, medicinal herbs. So based on the crop categories, we are here with some of the product portfolio recommendations. One is the powder and spray solutions of essential nutrients and micronutrient mixes. The other is we can go with crop specific product categories like rose mix, solution mix for leafy and microgreens. And the other is venturing into the biofertilizers and biopesticides market, which is has a very good CAGR of 10.1% and 7.3% respectively. So if you see on the right side, the reason for taking up urban gardening by the urban people, 66% is to improve health and 16% is to get rid of the pesticides. So going for biofertilizers, biopesticides and neem-based products is a very good product portfolio measure. And then there is bundling of the products. A line of products like that satisfy end-to-end nutrient and chemical needs of a particular crop can also be introduced. And the DIY kits that contain needful products like grow bags, coco peat, nutrients and chemical solutions. Here I've given an example of the specialty fertilizer of Advent, that is Saitej. It has NPK recommendation of 6:12:36. So we can introduce this in a premium package, change the brand name and position it for vegetables. The people who are going for kitchen gardening will definitely opt for it. And also we can change the NPK ratio to 6:12:6 and position it as a rose mix with a premium packaging. So coming to the business channels, so the top 10 cities that we have identified. So according to the Statista, these are also the top 10 cities with most number of internet users. That means the internet penetration is high in these particular cities. So we would prefer to go for an omni-channel strategy. So the omni-channel strategy using a web, phone, e-commerce, social media, affiliate marketing, email and buying ad space, company-owned stores. So we have also introduced this aspect of DIY workshops, which I'll be discussing in the midterm strategy. So it all depends on how we centralize, optimize and publish the content to this omni-channel. So for the short-term strategy, we would like to start by selling to we can start by selling through e-commerce stores, website, mobile apps, email marketing, and also starting with buying of the ad space. In the midterm, we can increase expenditure on buying ad space as well as the affiliate marketing and also the DIY workshops on Environment Day. In this way, we can move towards moment marketing, like there is Environment Day. And on that day, we can conduct DIY workshops with urban people who are interested in urban gardening. And in that way, we can mobilize our products. And in the long-term strategy, with the success of the short-term and mid-term strategy, we can go for the company-owned stores or experience stores in the so-called identified cities. Yeah, from now, Harshita will take it up.
So now coming on to the media creation. In this, we will talk about the digital touchpoints, customer engagement, and analytics for engagement. So, talking firstly about the digital touchpoints, the first and foremost thing will be to create a website that will be, authentically created for, authentically and aesthetically created for specifically the urban customers who are interested in gardening. Then we can add relevant keywords to the sites that are relevant to the customers and using the SEO approach. Then adding the keywords will also add up to our quality scores that will later help us in bidding for the search engine marketing. Coming on to the social media, we can have our presence on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube channels. And these are the stats that around 40% of the internet users use social media for the brand information. And Instagram ads reach 20% of everyone in the world of more than 13 years of age. So we can see that the presence on the social media will definitely have a good, will definitely make us reach more customers and have more visibility on the sites in the eyes of the customer. Then is paid promotions and ads. So we can do this to target the potential customers who follow the account which are in the similar space as us. And around 27% of the social media users, find new products and brands through the paid social media ads. So that can act in the in increasing our visibility. Collaborations with the popular companies, as Likita has mentioned earlier, that who are startups in the urban gardening space or urban equipments. These will not only help us in expanding the market for us, but also for them. Coming on to the customer engagement. So as we are talking about the media, so social media listening and communication and responding timely is very important in this aspect. Subscription packs can be used for the customers who are loyal and trust our brand and have used our brand for a long time. Based on the subscription packs can be given to the customers based on the type of crops. We can also have some discounts and giveaways for which I'll be talking about in the last slide for the premium positioning. Then is we need to having a presence on social media has its pros and cons. So we may also have bad reviews for our products. So we can how to respond to them is to highlight our strengths, take them give a good reply in the public space, and then take the conversation to the private space, so that and try to resolve the issue. We can try to reimburse the credit or replace the product in case we have the particular approach to do so. So then is around 13% of the internet users say that the presence of a buy button on the site increases their chances of purchasing. So that is also an added reach. Then talking about the analytics for engagement. So there are a lot of analytical tools present in the web on the internet that give us the insights about our website and campaigns. They track the all these CTR, bounce rate, impressions, and conversion rate, and we can update them according to our customer reach and what campaigns are working or not. And coming on to the search engine optimization, this will involve optimizing the keywords on the website, as I mentioned earlier, which will organically place our reference on the higher order in the search engine result pages. Search engine marketing is a paid option which we can use to expand the reach. And next slide. Coming on to the logistics, so the forward integration will go as the raw material, its supply, its production, and moving forward with the distribution to the customers. But there will be the cases that the packages will be returned by the customers, and what we can do to handle these is have quality checks, sort them to see if we can reuse them, remanufacture them, or recycle them, or if we can't do any of the option, how to dispose them. These three options will move our product again into the forward side. Next, Likita will take.
Yeah. So coming to the competitor analysis, so there is always a need to watch out on the competitors. So BASF, which is also an agrochemical company, has invested in this Urban Kisan. So it has provided seed funding to this particular startup. This startup uses hydroponics for vegetable production. So on the right side, I've mentioned the urban gardening startups in terms of funding. Like Simply Fresh received a lot of funding, but then there are other companies like Urban Kisan and Iki that have less amounts of funding. So based on the funding and also different valuation, based on their valuations, I have identified some of the companies, urban gardening startups that can be invested in. The first 5, the Oli, Fresco, Growing Greens, K2 Farms, UGF Farming are these potential investment sites. So, and also I've identified 5 of the potential investment the hydroponic equipment and also the urban gardening equipment suppliers. So these are Vegitech, Agro2O, Cresla, Enverde, and Pinfresh. So our major competitor will be IFCO Urban Gardens, which is an online nursery that sells the planting solutions and potted plants through IFCO Bazaar, Amazon, and Flipkart. So they have 12 products in their portfolio currently, and the 13.1 Twitter followers. So they are mostly engaging in the social media engagement to whatever extent it is possible in the urban gardening space. And then there is this startup Ugao, which has received a seed funding of $447,000. So it is also a part of agri-tech company, and then it sells plants and gardening tools. So it sells all of the A to Z requirements for urban gardening. So the potential investment areas in the case of online nursery platforms are, one is Ginkgos and the other one is a plant garden. Yeah, Harshita, you can take up next.
So now coming on to the premium positioning. So here on the left upper corner, we have made a table in which we can see these are the products, 5 major products that we could find on the internet for the urban gardening space on the Amazon and Flipkart or similar websites. The price range is present in the column 2, while the traditional open market prices that we got are present in the column 3. So as we can see that since the urban population or the literate population majorly is going towards the sustainability and organic aspect, and they are more aware of what they are eating. So the major products are in the organic are the organic fertilizers that are there. So what we can do is we can try going for all these products with our price range in the higher. Sorry. So with that price range in the on the higher side, plus minus 10%. While coming on to the product packaging, we can have as we mentioned, there will be 2 products, solids or liquids. So for the solids, powders and granules, we can have the product sizes of 2 kg and 5 kg. And for the liquid and sprays, we can have the bottles of 200 milliliter, 500 milliliter, 1000 and 2000 milliliters. So basically for the premium segment, as I already mentioned, that the urban customers are there is more traction towards the organic sides and zero waste and more sustainability. So we can have eco-friendly packaging which is recyclable. For the liquid bottles, what we can do is we can reward our customers if they return our bottles or cans, and and then we can have Ziploc packs for the powdered form of fertilizers, which are decomposable, so that not after using the fertilizers.
You have 1 minute in hand. Team optimizers, you have 1 minute in hand.
Yeah. So for that we can decompose our package right into the soil, and that will also add organic matter into the soil. So coming on to the drivers from premium packaging, as we have mentioned IFCO's example here, we can have the color combinations of brown and green along with the brand name that contain the keywords like garden, food, plant nutrition or plant food. And if not in the brand name, we can also just add these words to the websites for search engine optimization. Then is brand tagline, that should be more on the lines of care for the planet and environmental sustainability. This is from our side, and thank you.
Thank you, Guru and Harshita. Actually, you've covered all the aspects of, presentation that we asked for. One good thing that has come out from this presentation is the decomposable packaging. That is something that has set us thinking, because normally the packaging sustainability, yes, it's a big idea among urban customers, and decomposable packaging, that makes a big difference if because we keep talking about bringing differentiation, and we being one of the legacy fertilizer company, we need to come up with different products and differentiated offering. So that gives us a good set of ideas. Overall, I think you've covered it well. In terms of pricing, maybe we'll have to go further back to our drawing sheet and see how we can come up with the correct pricing on the product offerings. So basically, I think overall good.
Yeah, Nikita and Harshita.
In between, I lost a link from your presentation, so I'm just going through your presentation later. Yeah.
Likita and Harshita, one portion I want to be elaborated from your side is like the backward logistics. When customers are, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, when customers are returning back, and that is a major pressure on all the website e-marketers, how to handle those kind of things. So you have come up with a model, but I want to like be little proactive in that. Okay. What I was looking for from your presentation was some measures so that we can educate our customers so that they can better utilize our product. They can assess the kind of like requirement pretty early. We can assess the requirement pretty early so that there should not be any return at all. Because coming from a background of let's see, we are a legacy company, this kind of a product return we have never seen. And we are operating in a space where the product demand is so high, product returns rarely happens. So, but parallelly, if you'll see in e-commerce, it's quite a part of the game. Okay. So those kind of suggestions, if you can make, like what ideally we should do to minimize those returns.
So, sir, firstly, as we have suggested about one thing about the subscription models, that based on the type of crop, we know that we have this much customers who are going to grow these type of crops. So we are going to guide them about the fertilizer input that they are going to take. So after that particular point of time, so we can assess the demand that now the customers will be, this is the size of our package, and after this time the customers are going to consume the product, they are going to use the product. So after that we can have our product. Well, yeah, I guess and Likita, you can add.
Harshita, ideally it would be the kind of categories where we are getting the maximum returns. We need to strengthen those categories by assessing the demand much earlier. And there are other categories like our nutrition where demand, like what we are hoping demands will be, like returns will be lesser. So in those categories, like returns will not be that big a problem. So basically when we'll start dealing in categories which are new for us, like plants, like perishables. So there we have to be little careful and we'll have to design a robust system around them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Arshita, this in the premium positioning, in that slide you have mentioned about the PGR. What type of PGR you are suggesting? Especially you have mentioned it's in the open market it is like 65 to 500 rupees, whereas for the urban it is like 250 to 400.
Yes. So, sir, what we were trying to suggest that so the companies in the urban market are already, having prices higher than what are present in the open market. So we can try to leverage this model and price our product accordingly. That was the difference. Based on this difference, we can also have the price of our product in similar lines.
Okay, but you have mentioned for the open market only highest in under PGR. It's up to 500 rupees. 65 to 500.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Whereas here it is 250 to 450.
Yes, sir. So that was, sir, for the whole of the price range. Definitely there that it's starting from 65 to 500. So there are a lot of products present on the lower side of the average.
Okay.
That was for
okay. This. Which major PGR you have found for the urban?
Sir, so talking about the urban market that we have found, it was not the specific thing. So what the other companies are doing, they are just telling that these are doctor fixes and doctor stimulators, something like that. They have not given any particular name that this is this chemical only. It was just a general term given in the urban segment.
Yeah, thank you, Arshita and Likita. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Harshita and Likita, one question. In fact, most of the products that we have seen in urban market, they're all black boxed. So, and we being a legacy company, we think that there should be minimum declaration on the product labels. So what is your opinion on the pros and cons of black boxing the products, or bringing something which is with all the information available?
So I would like to take up this question. So I guess bringing some product with whole lot kind of information is very necessary, because if you see now customers are interested in tracing back, and also to what extent they wanted to know whether they are chemical pesticides or they are organic or I say biopesticides. So I think for tracing back, if we have a full information label of whether to what extent it has the ingredients and all, and also maybe if you are going with an app model, we can also have a QR code, so that the QR code gives us the details about the organic and the natural part of the product. So I think that will be a greater one, because I have found from a survey that nearly 70 to 80% of the urban customers are interested in the traceability of their products, or the sort of whether it is organic or not, whether they are consuming the pesticides or not. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that means your suggestion, if it is under QR code, interested can scan and they can go. Yeah.
And otherwise we can keep it black box, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it shouldn't be black box here at all. Because I know for biofertilizers and for biopesticides especially, we don't have the regulatory policy, and they're not. We can't sell them directly. So I guess from policy side also there will be regulations.
Okay, good. I think comprehensive. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Optimizers. Now that we have come to the end of our Vivechan the case study competition, I now request the jury members to kindly compile the results and declare it. We would get 10 minutes time for that. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our Advanced Group, our deepest and most humble gratitude to Advanced Group for coming on board with us on Agrovon 2K21. We would also like to have further associations and strengthen it. I would also like to thank all the teams, Team Super Awesomes from Manage, Team Gladiators from CCS NIAM, Team Believe You Me from SIMS Pune, Team Mastermind and Optimizers from IIM Ahmedabad. I would like to thank them and extend this gratitude for getting on board with us and wonderful insights on the. Yes, sir. I request the team members to stay tuned on the same platform and soon we will declare the results.
उगले हैं सोना, धरती बनी है दुल्हन। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न। बेहतर कल का ये सपना सींचा है हर क्षण। लहराया हर खेत है रोशन हर घर आंगन। मेहनत अपनी रंग लाई है, समृद्ध हुआ जन जन। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न।
50 सालों से सींचे आपकी मुस्कान, जय किसान।
कण कण उगले हैं सोना, धरती बनी है दुल्हन। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न। बेहतर कल का ये सपना सींचा है हर क्षण, लहराया हर खेत है रोशन हर घर आंगन। मेहनत अपनी रंग लाई है, समृद्ध हुआ जन जन। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न।
50 सालों से सींचे आपकी मुस्कान, जय किसान।
कण कण उगले है सोना, धरती बनी है दुल्हन। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न, देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न। बेहतर कल का ये सपना सींचा है हर क्षण, लहराया हर खेत है रोशन हर घर आंगन। मेहनत अपनी रंग लाई है, समृद्ध हुआ जन जन। देश मेरा अन्न धन संपन्न।
50 सालों से सींचे आपकी मुस्कान, जय किसान।
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello. Are we audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. So overall, I think it was very good attempt. All the teams, they participated well, they prepared well, and they presented well. So compliment to all the teams, and they prepared it in a very short time. So, they got less than a week to prepare, and a lot of insights they brought onto the table, which have which has set us thinking. Now we are supposed to declare the top two, right?
Before declaring the
Yes. Top two.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You are supposed to declare the winner and the first runner-up.
All right. So now what we would like to do is the runner-up and the winner, they would be requested to share their backup and also engage with us for share the detailed presentation as well as the backup research that they have used for this. So, and we will like to engage with them also. Now the runner-up is Team Gladiators.
Thank you, sir.
Do we announce the winner now?
Yes, sir.
Any guesses?
Okay, no guesses coming forth. So the winner is Team Mastermind.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for announcing the result. CCS NIAM family as well as the Agrovon family congratulate both the teams. Team Mastermind, the winner, and Team Gladiators, first runner-up. Congratulations to both the teams for giving such a wonderful opportunity to our participants, our finalists.
And those who are not able to make up to the podium, the presentation was equally good compared to the top two. And actually, you made our task difficult to choose first and second. Anyhow, with the little margin, we have announced the winner and first runners-up. but all other three is comparably good with first and second.
So actually the margin was like, maybe 1 point or 0.5 points. So it was very, very close. Good attempt overall. Very nice. And compliments also to, NIAM family for organizing this event and, virtual event and very successfully organizing, bringing big luminaries onto the platform, also it gives us a feel that we are in the campus. It is a very, very nice feeling overall. So good compliments to the team for organizing this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dignitaries, for giving away your precious time and a wonderful opportunity to us and come on board with us on Agrovon 2K21. We look forward for further associations and to strengthen it. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Thank you, team. Thank you, participants.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to all the participants.
Thank you, sir.
So, so we now close the.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So, good afternoon, one and all. As we know, a good manager is the one who can manage any situation in any domain, be it personal or professional. So, we are here to look out for who is Saksham, the best manager. Before that, I would like to introduce our esteemed jury, Mr. Kamal Kumar sir, advisor, Dhanuka Agritech Limited, and Mr. Vikas Khokka sir, GM and Head HR, Dhanuka Agritech Limited. So, now let me tell you all the rules of this event. So, the 10 minutes will be given for presentation and 5 minutes will be dedicated for discussion round, which might include interview questions from jury. So, with your due permission, we would like to commence the event. So, I would like to invite Ms. Surbi on board.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, should I share my screen?
Yes, please do it. I'll request the participants to introduce themselves also.
Yes, sir. Sir, is my screen visible? Just confirm
Yeah,
the
in the screen it is already seen. So
okay.
No need to do it. It's been there. You are from Symbiosis.
Okay, sir. Should I directly begin with the presentation then, sir?
Yes, you please start your presentation, and after then my colleague Mr. Vikas Koka will have some questions.
Okay, sir.
Vikas, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can see you and hear you. I can see the screen as well.
Good evening. Please.
Good evening.
Okay. So, sir, we were given 7 caselets for the second round, and we had to analyze the cases. So, I have tried to analyze the cases by putting them, by beginning with summarizing the cases, then identifying what the problem is, then what could be the consequences of the problem, then what are the possible alternate solutions that can be followed to solve the problem, and what is the best solution to come up with solving the problem. So the first case was about a set of employees, 2 of which were not performing well, they were underperforming, and the probable cause of such underperformance was casual approach and laziness. There was another employee who was overperforming, and there were 3 employees who were not performing at all, and they had an arrogant attitude, and also they were linked to some bureaucrats in the state. So the problem identified here is employee behavioral issue, and the probable consequences could be that such behavior might interfere with the job responsibilities and also affecting the other colleagues. The other employees might also start following a wrong attitude, and there are chances of frequent misunderstandings amongst the in the workplace, because of which the overall performance can be reduced. The alternate solutions I've suggested are that we start documenting the behavior, the various issues which we see in the workplace. Secondly, we highlight the improper behavior by discussing and suggesting improvement measures, and also gathering any written complaints, then outlining the consequences of the action clearly to the person who is involved, and also setting a deadline for the concerned employee in order to improve his behavior. So for the first 2 employees who are supposedly casual and lazy, I have put down a few points. I'll directly move to the lowest, this blue column, because I have only 10 minutes. So initially I feel we should set a short duration measurable targets for them, since they might find the work boring. That is why they're underperforming. We should ask for more suggestions from them. We should involve them in more decision making aspects so that they also bring in front their point of views. We could also relocate them and compare the performance in the new location. We could also schedule progress report on a regular basis, and after a period of time we can reward based upon their improvement, and if there is no improvement we can take disciplinary actions, which could include verbal warning followed by a written warning, and then finally getting fired. For the arrogant employees, this red column here, I have written that we should keep minimum interaction with these employees since they're arrogant and their behavior might also affect the others in the workplace. So we should avoid needless conversations with them. We should try to put them in individual job roles instead of putting them in teams. And in case we do not see any progress in their work, we should take the matters to higher management. And for the employee who is performing excellently, we should appreciate his enthusiasm. We should take feedback from him because many times it is related to the lack of job satisfaction when an employee is actually overdoing his work. And we can also promote the employee. We can assign him more responsibility if he's able to do the work assigned in a less amount of time. And we should also check with the people who are working under this person because there's a possibility that they're working under a lot of pressure. Moving on to the second case. So the second case is about false reporting of a team member, which almost led to him getting fired. And the problem is lack of respect and trust for the team member. And the probable consequences could be a traumatizing experience for that person. And he might also be critically scrutinized at every stage. He might be in self-doubt right now. His colleagues might have lost respect. Further, the employees who knew the truth that he is being falsely reported might be feeling insecure that this could happen to them as well. So in this case, there is another situation that the person has been given a 3 months period time to prove the reporting false and to come in good terms with the team members. So I have suggested two best solutions. One is the psychological aspect, the other is technical aspect. So first one is acceptance. The person needs to accept that what has been done cannot be changed and he needs to come out of the denial mode. Second, he now has to be more mindful with respect to what his verbal communication and body language is in the workplace. Third, he needs to introspect what are the ways or what he should inculcate within himself in order to win the trust of co-workers. And lastly, communication. So he should begin with talking to the close colleagues who actually can help him figure out his blind spots. And lastly, he should turn deaf ear to every controversial statement he hears in the workplace right now. Moving on to the technical aspect, since he has been given a 3 months period time, he should begin with planning. He has to come up with a plan, a course of action for the next 3 months to what person a particular responsibility has to be delegated and so on, without thinking about any grudge against the person who has reported him falsely. Secondly, he should maintain a record. So for every meeting that is being conducted, there should be a recording of the meeting, so that in case of further any such case, he can show he'll have evidence to show. Further, minutes of meeting should be made a routine. Then getting a feedback. So he should try to build healthy relationships with his teammates right now, even though he might have a bad feeling for them, but this can only hamper his career progression. Moving on to the third case. Somebody's mic is on unmute. Could you please mute yourself because there's a lot of disturbance. Yeah, thank you. So this is the third case. In the third case, there are 7 employees in the company, 3 of which have already left, and the manager is skeptical about the other 4 right now. So the problem is attrition, and the probable consequences could be overburdening of the employees and reduced belief in the firm, as 3 have already left out of 7, and willingness to quit for the other 4 might also be there. The best solution right now could be motivating the employees. This could be by allowing them to share ideas, arranging for some workshops so that they feel that the company is willing to invest in them, followed by verbal praises, rewards and recognitions, and also providing some gifts, gift card or vouchers from time to time. Then setting the clearer goals and objectives, and so that every person knows what his responsibility is and what he is expected to do. Further, the manager also needs to analyze right now what were the requirements of the ex-employee which were left unmet, so that the remaining employees, so that he's careful with the remaining employees. Further, I would suggest a 360-degree feedback to get a clearer vision of what the employees think of him as a manager. And he also gets a medium through which he can communicate back to them. Further relationship building and also analyzing the satisfaction level of the employees. And I think the most important thing right now would be engaging with employees through team building activities. It could be done fortnightly, and it can be done both online and offline. So one of the means by which it can be done offline could be connecting with the teammates through a team lunch. And in the offline, we can have gaming activities, or for a matter of, nowadays we also have many corporate stand-up shows. So those kind of things can be a bonding activity for the team, for the people in the company. And in case the manager has received a resignation letter, at that time, he should try to understand what is the reason, what are the concerns of the employee. He should try to persuade him, and he can promise him the improvements in the workspace if the problem is related to the workplace, or if there is some specific issue, then he can give him, he can ask him to wait for another 15 days, say, and analyze his decision after 15 days, and he should be making the changes within this time period. And in case the reason is personal, then he can give the employee a few days off, say a week, and give him space and time so that he can figure out. And then after rejoining, he should reconsider his decision.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. You have 2 minutes left.
Oh. The case 4, this was about the manager who was under extreme stress because of some family issues. So here I have suggested that he should get in touch with the HR, he should build confidence with him, share all the personal informations, tell him the reasons for his improper behavior and underperformance, and also he can ask the HR to somehow reduce his workload, and also considering his stress levels, if it's possible, he should get some days off. Moving on to the 5th case, this was about a superlative employee who was under the recommendation for a promotion, but suddenly he started feeling very insecure in the workspace, and he started treating a few employees harshly and in an irrational manner. Now the manager is concerned that he has recommended him into the top manager. So the best solution right now would be talking to him directly, because it's mentioned in the case that the reporting manager and this employee are close. So I think they can talk closely to one another, and the reporting manager should convince him that there is enough space in the company for everyone to grow, and doing such activities will only bring bad light to his previously good work. And also he needs to assure the top management that he is an excellent employee. Further, the 6th case was about a potential employee who has an expertise in dealing in the difficult areas, but now he's in a dilemma that he cannot, should he go to the new location, or should he stay with his family because of some family commitments. So yeah, so I have given one midway solution. So he can do one thing, since he is the only one right now in the company who can work well in the difficult location. He can take a group of people with him as a team, maybe 2-3 people, work in the location for say 2 months, train the people properly, and then rejoin his original location. This way, a balance between his professional and personal life would not be disturbed. Moving on to the last case, this case is about a sales officer who actually demonstrated a chemical product to the tea planters, and later on the tea planters used the product above the recommended quantity, which resulted in phytotoxicity in their crop. Now the planters are threatening the company of legal action, and they are also demanding for a compensation. So the best solution here would be providing compensation to the planters and putting an end to the story. Publicly, the company should defend the salesperson, and once the matter is solved, it should be there should be some disciplinary actions taken against him, either disciplinary actions, or maybe asking him to quit the job, or even firing him for putting the company in such danger. And lastly, the company must communicate to all the other employees in the organization about the importance of adhering to the said company guidelines, and this kind of behavior should not be seen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the house is open for the questions.
So, Mr. Kamal, are you going ahead, or should you want me to ask? I think you're on mute.
Oh, yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have only one question before I pass it on to my colleague, Mr. Vikas Koka, and that is, who is your role model as a leader?
Okay, so sir, I would say my mother is my role model as a leader, because she's the one who has been actively Like since the day I have been born, I've seen her working day in and out, working to manage. I live in a joint family, so we have a lot. We have 8 people in the family, and she's the one person who is handling everyone. So there are a lot of qualities which I see in her which inspire me, and I see her as a good leader. It could be like managing people, understanding the needs and requirements of every person in the family, helping to figure out in difficult situations, being very patient and careful while answering to certain matters where a person might generally not be open to answering those kind of questions. So I feel she is my role model in terms of being a good leader.
Good. Over to my colleague, Mr. Vikas Koka.
So can I have your name once again?
Yes, sir. So my name is Surbhi.
Surbhi, okay. So Surbhi, thanks for taking us through all the 6 case analysis. My question to you is that when you look at a problem statement, right? What are your steps when you reach a solution, right? Solution is probably the end step, right? But there are multiple steps behind it, right? So when I was looking at your analysis, I was not very clear on how you arrived at the problem. So if you can just help us to know, how do you arrive at a problem?
Yes, sir. So, sir, after reading the case, like I read the case multiple times, there was short case lists given to us. So after reading the case multiple times, I tried to highlight what are the key things the case is asking me to. Like in one of the case, it was repeatedly focusing on stress on the employee. So I understood that yes, the problem here is the employee is under extreme stress. Then secondly, it was mentioning about some family issues. So I knew that the stress is related to a family issue. And further, it was mentioning he's behaving erratically with the co-workers. So relating all the keywords, I made it that because of the stress from the family issues, the person is behaving improperly in the workspace. So this is how I made the problem statement. Moving on, I tried to figure out what are the possible consequences this problem can lead to him as an employee in the firm and to the firm as a whole, what the firm can, what the difficulties the firm can face because of one employee behaving indifferently. Then next step was analyzing all these things. Then moving on to figuring out what can be the possible solutions. So there are many alternate solutions. Like in one of the cases, it was like he could either quit the job, he could look for a new company, he could go for legal actions, or he could look for a compensation. So my next step was, what is the best solution? So I said the best solution would be looking for a compensation with the other party. So this was the steps which I followed to get the solution, the final solution, sir.
Sure. So thanks for replying that. My only piece of suggestion just on this is that when you arrive at a solution, sometimes you have a buffet of solutions. Like one of the cases you're mentioning, let's try some kind of employee engagement activity, do a survey, employee survey, right? So you need to question that whether doing an employee survey is a solution or it's identifying a problem, right? Because when there's an attrition, you do an employee survey to gauge, right? What is the problem, right? So even when you provide a solution, there could be just one solution which can impact you. You heard 80-20 rule?
Yes.
So yeah. So when you arrive at a Pareto principle, you say that 20% of activities which I do, which will have an 80% of impact, right? So thanks for that reply, because I wanted the structure. So my focus is on why, what comes later, right? So that was the only question I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Surbhi.
Thank you, sir.
We can come
Thank
to
you,
the
Ms.
next
Surbhi.
participant.
Sure, sir. So the next participant will be Ms. AJ Anupriya from NIAM, Hyderabad. You may proceed, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I proceed?
Yeah, you can be a little louder.
Sorry, sir. Am I audible clearly now?
Now it's better, right? Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
I'm immensely honored and proud to be the finalist of Saksham Agrovon 2021. My name is AJ Anupriya and I'll be presenting my recommendations and solutions for the caselets of 7 mini case studies. Next page, please. Next slide, please. Mini case 1. The problem statement here is the arrogance and non-performance of the two influential team members in the company. In this situation, the manager should not deal with the arrogant team members by pinpointing or remonstrating towards them. This in turn will only worsen the situation. As the exact reason for this behavior of these employees is not known, he should start by analyzing the reasons for their low performance. The manager should also restrain to having only point-focused conversation with the members to avoid any unnecessary interaction with them, which can result in unnecessary time consumption. He should also be trying to minimize their interaction to strictly professional method with other team members also to prevent the situation of negative peer influence on them. Some people do not perform well when they're working in teams. Assigning them individual tasks which are in line with their skill set and can be successfully accomplished by them should be assigned. This would be helping in improving their damaged reputation and also help them in building good relationships. Before the situation is unbearable and out of control, lay out of strict guidelines and ultimatum which once breached have strict consequences should be implemented. The manager should also regularly monitor and track the performance of the team members and give them direct feedbacks to work on. Reorganizing and regrouping the team with the outperformer included will help in easy delegation of work and efficient completion of the task assigned. Next slide, please. Mini case 2. The problem statement here is the false allegation by the team member in lack of evidence and reputational risk of the manager. The manager should take strict provocative measures not to indulge in any conversation with the team member which can provoke them in any means. He should also do a perception sweep to understand the situation at hand and its causes which led to them. The manager should also be seeking professional help to overcome the effect of defaming and the stress that he has been facing currently. He should also ensure he keeps no grudges and set professional and personal life of his apart from each other. For the given period of 3 months, he should thoughtfully plan and strategize and implement a plan of action that includes the interests of the team members also. It will also be of his best interest if his interaction with his team members are strictly limited to office hours and are mostly recorded like through mails, video conferencing, etc. It is also of utmost importance that the manager set realistic expectation which can be accomplished and achieved and not to overburden the team members. Next case, please. Next slide, please. Mini case 3. The problem statement of the case is increasing attrition of high-performing employees in the company. To address this issue, the manager should probe the reasons for dissatisfaction of the employees. When hiring new employees, the company should ensure that the skill set and aspiration of the candidates are in line with that of the organization's motto. The organization can also implement performance management softwares to drive performance of the employees, increase employee engagement, and promote the growth of the organization. For boosting the employee loyalty, rewards, recognitions, and remuneration should be provided to motivate them. Performance of the employee also depends on the members of the team. So, efficient team building with congenial and comfortable environment for all should be taken into account. Ensuring healthy work-life balance of the employee is also the responsibility of the manager. Human resource team should also be made to actively engage with employees to address their queries and concerns. Next slide, please. Mini case 4. The problem statement here is the false claim by the manager's wife and the impact of the personal problems on the professional career of the manager. To deal with this issue, he should try to convince his wife to take couples counseling whereby her problems can be identified by an expert. He should also be taking professional help to cope up with his stress and develop healthy responses to stress management by making wise choices, for example, taking yoga, exercise, etc. to calm himself down. He should ensure that he should not push himself beyond limits or beyond his boundaries. And also he should take a pause, take some time off workplace if the stress is getting unendurable. To calm himself down and cope up with the situation at times, he should set his priorities and delegate work to accomplish tasks accordingly. Talking to HR and supervisors about the issues that he is currently facing will be of utmost help to him. It is also better for him to stay away from distressing environment till things have calmed down. Next slide, please. Mini case 5. The problem statement here is the professional insecurity of the manager and his irrational behavior to the superlative performing team member. Here, the solution can be that can be implemented are: first, the manager should take up projects which has more deliverables, and the management team should also be rewarding the performance of the manager. It will help to boost his self-confidence. Secondly, well-defined code of conduct is to be established between manager and the team member. Feedback is to be collected of manager and team member at regular intervals, and it should be monitored by the top management team. Training programs should be organized that helps in inculcating the values of professional ethics in the employees. For his success, the team member should be also express his gratitude to the manager for his constant support and guidance. Manager should also validate and appreciate the performance of his team member. The manager can also seek help by approaching his supervisors if he has any problems with the team members. Next slide, please. Mini case 6. The problem statement here is the transfer of an employee to a new potential market and the family problems associated with him. For the solution, the first step he should be taking is to convince his family and explain them about the vast untapped opportunities associated with this. He should also not uproot his family until he has settled in the area. He should also request support from a senior management team to help him perform well in the new role. Instead of running away or getting alarmed, he should bravely embrace this opportunity and make the most out of it. He should also try building new relationships in the workplace to help him adapt to changes and bring in his family. He should adapt active coping mechanism to changes and also fulfill the trust that is entrusted on him by his seniors or senior management team. He should also try to be patient and devise an action plan to cope up with the changes that he has been dealing with presently. Next slide, please.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. You have 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Mini case 7. The problem statement here is the overdose in plantation. Lack of knowledge of sales officers demonstrating without expert opinion and the crisis management. So the manager should first perform an inquiry to find out about the causes and impact of the issue which is currently at stake. He should also arrange meeting first individually with all the stakeholders, then together with everyone to come up with an agreement upon. Compensation can be provided to the planters in form of incentives, free samples, etc. Detailed training programs and workshop can be organized with the help of scientists. It should also include influential farm planters, village head, etc. to convince the planters about how this use of pesticides and fungicides should be carried out. He should also see to it that strict guidelines and regulations are to be laid down, and all sales officers should take permission from regional manager before demonstrating any product in any field, and an ultimatum should be issued to the violators. Manager should also lay out standard operating procedure where all the activities of the employee are monitored, implemented, and also he should make sure that every employee under him abides by the conditions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you everyone for your valuable time. Now I'm open for discussion.
Thank you, Anupriya. Me bagundiya. Baga bagundiya.
Bagunanu sir. Sir, I don't know Telugu.
Okay. Okay. Right. You are from NIAM. How is Dr. K.H. Rao?
Sir, he is fine, sir. He's on a vacation now.
I know. Remember him to him, you know. Remember me to him.
Sure,
and
sir,
I have a long
definitely.
association with your institute,
Sure, sir.
Rajendra Nagar.
Yes,
You
sir.
are in agribusiness.
Yes, sir.
Which part of the country you represent?
Sir, I am from Kerala, sir.
Okay. So I will have to speak in Malayalam or no?
Sir, either is fine for me, sir. Malayalam or English.
Okay. ഈ ഒത്തിരി ഒത്തിരി ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ട്.
Thank you very much, sir. ഒരുപാട് നന്ദിയുണ്ട്.
That's good. ഊണ് കഴിച്ചു?
കഴിച്ചു, sir.
Very good. My colleague is there, Mr. Vikas Kok. I just asked her that yes, it was quite liking, and I have a lot of liking for all the solutions that you have given. And I also asked her that whether you had your food or not. Now, Mr. Vikas Koka will have questions from you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how do you relate these case studies to the real life? Suppose you are a real life HR, right?
Yes, sir.
How do you relate, because these are real life problems, right?
Yes, sir,
The
definitely.
solution proposed by you are typically right now basis your analysis. So
Yes, sir.
how do you think in a real life as an HR you make these solutions come to life?
Sir, while analyzing each of these case studies, sir, while coming up with the solution, this is exactly what I did, sir. If I was the manager, if I was in situation, I should not overreact or express any, I should not hurt anybody's feeling. And I should also show empathy, and I should think in their point of view, what would be their, their situation and why this is happening. So if it is in a real life situation, one thing the manager should or HR manager should definitely have is empathy and compassion towards the team member. So first he should understand the situation, and for implementing this in real life scenario, sir, all the solutions are applicable, can be implemented in real life scenarios. So first, by understanding the situation and strategizing, coming up with the points and prioritizing it, we can implement all these action plans in real life scenario also, sir. If if all the stakeholders' interests are taken into account, then it will not be a problem for any of them, sir. Everyone will be happy in that case.
Okay, what will be the steps that you take with stakeholders? You said that stakeholders addressed. So what would you do to ensure that it's a buy-in by stakeholders? Because if stakeholders don't buy in your solution is not
yes, sir, true, sir.
Appropriate, right?
Very
so
true,
how
sir.
would you create that buy-in and a win-win situation?
Win-win situation, yes, sir. Sir, first we should set the gap between expectation and reality should be clearly drawn, sir. The line should be drawn. We should not promise them more, so that that will only lead into disappointment. So what can be expected of them should also be set at par, and a middle ground should be reached, sir. We cannot satisfy both the persons fully, that is for sure. So what is the middle ground in it? That should be the thing we should be taking for satisfying all the stakeholders, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Anupriya, Ningle beat Avidea.
Sir, Trishur, sir, Trishur.
Oh, that's good. So.
Sir, the beat Avidea, sir.
Delhi, originally Kashmir.
Oh, okay, sir. Beautiful place. Yes, sir.
That's good, huh? Nyala Ningal Otri Istapunundu, I said,
Thank you, sir.
Wonderful, very good, and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we would like, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we would like to move to our next candidate, Miss Alka Kumari from SIAB, Pune. Ma'am, you may proceed.
Yeah, sure. Is my screen visible? Can someone confirm, please?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. So good afternoon all. This is Alka Kumari from Symbiosis Institute of International Business. So the first case is about the underperformance of two of the employees who also showed instances of arrogance at certain circumstances. So here the proposed solution which I gave for it is managers should hold an investigation meeting ahead of the formal action or have a documented conversation for them
upon the grounds that he set has expectations and monitor, and even if there is no improvement and the formal action will be taken against them. Other than that, manager could also build up evidence if pertaining to the issues identified, feedback given by the other colleagues, and support offered. And other solution is, if they are not doing their work properly, then manager could ask them to keep a log of their work, so that he could review that what they have done for the day. And then even if they are not performing well, and then manager could proceed to dismiss them. And in counter action, if they claim that they are being under the unfair dismissal, then manager could proceed with a strong evidence base for his decision, since he has already documented them, and be also able to present in front of all the other members that he has given them ample opportunities to improve. The second case was regarding the manager who has been falsely reported by his colleagues, which has led to his depression. So in this situation, he has been given 3 months to prove his innocence. So first of all, I have suggested that in such a situation, the manager should keep his calm, and because he should keep cool head, and otherwise the overreaction could be misinterpreted, and his hot-headed and emotionally fragile nature could weaken his case. Other thing is that vengeful action against an accusation leads to more negativity, and he should also not get over defensive, because it would also lead to negative impact on his case, and stay cautious about what he says and what he does. He should also try to review his situation, try to understand his situation from the other's points of the view, that is the accuser, and should meet them in presence of the HR, so that he could avoid any kind of the formal investigation against him. And he should also contemplate the fact that whether he is guilty or not. He should also think from the perspective of the accuser. He should also check that whether he had acted inappropriately, which could have led the other to put allegation on him. And then but if he's sure that he is innocent and he has done nothing wrong, then he should refrain from apologizing and admit to his guilt. So in this situation, whom should he approach to? In such a situation, he should basically approach to the complaint committee and the HR department of the organization, and should also give a written statement of what happened from his point of view. And basically, he should confide to his family and friends if he's feeling overwhelmed. Other than that, he could also try to gather facts and gather support and evidence to bolster his case. And second is that he should also come up with some of the witness from his colleagues who can vouch for him. The third case was regarding the high attrition rate of the high performing employees from the organization. And here the manager was supposed to keep the attrition under check. So in such a situation, what can the manager do? So basically, he could allot responsibilities to the employees based upon their interest and specialization, which could be a motivational factor for the employees to come to the work. Other than that, he can also make an arrangement where the hierarchical structure could be avoided, and accessible work environment is created. And open door policy could also be implemented where the employees are free to talk to their highest authority, and which would remove any kind of the hesitation. And so this would result in minimized losses, and output delivered would be maximized. And other than that, if some work is not completed, then manager should not put the blame on the employee. And so it would enhance a positive culture into the organization, which could lead to some path-breaking work. And managers should time to time appreciate the good work of the employees to encourage them and to stay for the longer. So basically, employees would get the impression that their work is valued and they would perform better for the organization. A mere simple thank you would also boost the morale of the employees and give them the impression that they are valued. And from time to time, they should be given the performance appraisals and the other perks, which are key to the happiness of the employees. It will also strengthen the bonds shared between the employees with the manager and with the organization. And the appraisal, which are generally given only once a year, could be given like 2 or 3 times a year. And managers should also keep in mind to ease the employees' work-life balance and cultivate team spirit so that they can share their thoughts about the topics under discussion without any hesitation. And there should also be transparency regarding the team goals, roles, and responsibilities, and promote the employees to share their thoughts in every small and big decision. And the organization could come up with some of these ideas to retain their employees. So basically, they could create a recreation room where employees could relish their leisure time. Other than that, perks should be given in telecommuting and discount at the stores and the hotels. And they could also come up with the activities such as the theme days or the family days, where the families and the children of the employees are invited to the gatherings in the office, and which makes the employees happy and excited to go to the work. So the fourth case is regarding a manager who is under a lot of stress due to an accusation from his wife, who is also a patient of the paranoid psychosis. So here, the best case scenario would be to contact an experienced domestic lawyer who would help him to navigate the legal system and make sure not to miss any steps. And he could also confide in his family and the friends, and they would be the more apt to believe him and stand by his side as the case evolves. And he should also change all the login passwords, since the accuser is his wife, and she could be the one who could misuse it. And he should also make the recordings and notes of all the text, the emails, and the messages which he shares with the accuser. And he should also start gathering proof of the wife being patient of the paranoid psychosis by having a word with her doctor. And there are certain ways by which his lawyers can prove that he has been falsely accused of the domestic violence. These are the discredit of the accuser on the ground of unreliable, inconsistent, or implausible statement given. And other than that, he could also compile, the lawyer could also compile evidence favorable to the defendant, character witness, photos, written communication with the accuser. These are some of the evidence which could be gathered by the lawyer to show that the accuser do not have, the victim here do not have any track record of this behavior. So the fifth case is regarding the manager who is being basically insecure of the good performance of his employee. So in this situation, what could be the remedy which should be suggested? So here, basically, the employees spend 25% of his time with his colleague and in his organization. So since the manager is at a superior position, so I suggest that he should not get insecure of the good performance of his employee. He should in fact reflect more on his actions and try to perform better. Can also shift his focus to the better management of the team and understand the triggers and the specific experience which are leading to his erratic behaviors. Other than that, he could constructively address the problem, identify his own personal goals, and determine the goals. And he should realize, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. You have only 2 minutes left.
Okay. He should realize potential consequences of his behavior on the organization, and regular self-assessment sessions could be undertaken, and organizational workplace civility could also be organized to check his behavior. And he could also pose positive behavior on himself, set an standard which could set the language and the tone he uses at work. And he could also develop an action plan for himself. So here the manager is being relocated to a new location. So and his family is basically opposing to his decision. So in such a situation, the manager should think holistically on the ground of holistic happiness and his satisfaction. He should also talk with his spouse, because the issue here could be pertaining to his partner's career. He should also have a word with his kids, because many a time they have a harder time imagining that they are relocating to new school, new place, and are supposed to make new friends over there. But basically, you could make them understand that this could be a potentially enriching and stimulating experience for them as well. And before moving to the other location, he should also think about the long and short term trade-offs for his own development, and think of an escape hatch as well. Many a times what happens that when they are relocated, they become the specialist for the area and there is no coming back. So he should also keep in mind about the escape hatch from that location, and he should also seek advice from the people who had been under the similar pressure from the family, group of trusted peers who have good sounding board, and then he needs to moderately unbiased views of what to expect from them. So the last case was about a sales manager sold who sold
Sorry to
yeah.
You have exhausted your time limit. Please conclude within a minute, ma'am.
Hi, sure. So basically, the last case is about a sales manager who sold fungicides to the farmers, and basically they threatened to go to the consumer court. In such a situation, the regional manager basically addressed the farmers himself and have issued an apology and be empathetic and validate their emotions. And he should also have been prompt and hear and solve their problems and provide compensation for the loss they have suffered. And other than that, basically I would have convinced the farmers that everything is written over the product container, the composition the net contains, and also about the precaution to be taken while their applications and handling, and pictograms are also made over them. So this is basically they should have taken the accountability for their action, because it is the basically responsibility of the consumer to go through the instruction before applying anything in his field. Thank you.
Thank you, Alka Kumari, for the presentation and giving some solutions, and especially the legal course that you have suggested for the wife who's suffering from paranoid psychosis. Dr. Chitnis is still there in your institute?
Sir. Yes, sir. She is still the director.
That's good. Very good. And how is she?
She's good, sir.
Very good. Nice. You are in second year or first year?
Sir, I'm in second year.
Very good. Wish you all the best. Mr. Vikas Koka, my colleague, is there to ask you some professional questions.
Sure, sir.
So Alka, thanks for taking us through this. While you suggest the managers, and as an HR leader, you suggest managers to be empathetic, right?
Yes.
We need to build empathy, but they also need to pass some kind of, sometimes a very rough message, or they need to give a bad news also, right?
Yes, sir.
How do you guide the managers to be empathetic as well as to give a bad news? How do you balance it out?
So basically, I suggested the manager for being empathetic in the situation where the farmers are suffering the loss because of the overdoses of the fungicide. So in this situation, since the farmer has suffered a loss, they have incurred the cost of production, and they won't be able to remunerate that. So in such a situation, manager could show empathy towards the sufferer, but sometimes what happens that it's not the fault of the product or the organization. It's solely the result is solely the fault of the consumer. In such a situation, the HR manager could basically convey the message that they have provided the guidelines and the precautions on the label of the product. So partly the consumer should also take the accountability for their actions, for what they do. And in such a situation, HR could without any biased behavior could convey the bad message.
Okay, and how do you help managers to remove their biases when they become empathetic and when they give the message? How do you help them to remove the bias from their mind? Because there are a lot of biases, right, about people, right?
Yes, sir.
Even we have college bias, right? I've been to your college and I feel that, oh, I've been to that college, right? I've been to SIIB almost 3 years back, just to call out. So how do you remove the biases of people as an HR leader?
So basically, this is about the personal ethics, and also the guidelines which are laid by the organization, and someone who is ethical, who judges someone based on the guidelines laid, putting his own personal interest aside. Then he could take the correct decision, like his decision won't be biased towards any of the the one whom he is judging. So in that way he could deliver unbiased opinion about others.
Okay, so you're saying stick to the code, right? To the rules.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thanks. That's all from my end.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's come to the next participant.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to invite Mr. Arjun Chidambaram from Department of Management Studies, NIT Trichy.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, is my PPT visible, sir? Can admin confirm whether my PPT is visible?
Yes, sir, your PPT is visible.
Yeah, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Arjuna Chidambaram from DOMS NIT Trichy. When I went through Saksham case studies, it was a revelation for me. Because apart from the daily problems the manager will be solving, a manager is also expected to solve the problems that he's not prepared for. And I think the solutions he come up for these cases is what is the differentiation between a manager and best manager. So going to the cases. So the first cases was about 2 underperforming employees in a team of 7 members and how we can handle them. So here I have made 2 assumptions. One assumption is that there will be a negative impact if we fire them, so it's not a good option. And the second one is that they are not recruited based on their influences. So first thing the manager can do in this situation is get a quick 360-degree feedback. So the manager can understand how is their behavior towards other stakeholders. What are their skills? Maybe the skill set is not working in this job. If they are replaced to another job, they may do better. So these things can be analyzed from feedback. And also from the 360 feedback, we can understand what the top performers are doing apart and what is the difference between the underperformer and the top performer. And that will give the manager more light on how to suggest the underperforming employees what to do. So definitely we know that alignment of an organization, the organization fit, the culture and the motivation and execution of the manager does give a good part on the high performance of the employees. So from the Q12 pyramid questions, we can understand whether the employees, these 2 employees have understood what they're expected from the job, what their perception is, and whether their manager is motivating them enough. And we do know that self-efficacy is important for employees, and the goal setting theory, with the goal setting theory, we can improve the self-efficacies of the employees. So another thing we have to keep in mind is that we have to find out whether these employees are not motivated enough or are they not aware about the opportunities they are having. So motivational strategies they can be given recognition, and since they are underperforming right now, they can be recognized on the spot. And as soon as they do something, we should not wait and be recognized at the spot itself. And the manager can maintain a close contact with these employees, and that will motivate them. And by giving them more important works, that will give them a feel that they are being valued more. Awareness is that by getting the awareness of the organization, what all the organization is doing, what all the organization representing itself, motivate the employees. And perfect training sessions should be conducted to make sure that the employees are aware of that. The second case was about false reporting from the team members. And here the manager is given 3 months time to fix the issue. So what all the managers can do? Here the assumptions made are that false reporting is not due to any personal rivalry with the manager. So what can be the reason the team members false reported against the manager? It can be communication gap with the manager, or maybe any personal problems they are having, or they are not able to perform well in the job, and all these stress may have lashed out to the manager in such a way. So what all the manager should not do? He should not be reacting immediately to the team after hearing the news, and he should not make any attempt to find out who is the false reporter. So what can be the immediate action the manager can take to get a result? He should conduct an anonymous feedback that will reflect what others' perception about him being a manager. And he can collect suggestion from team members how the improvement can, and that itself will give the outlook that he is trying to change. He can follow the PDCA cycle to appropriately make these things work. So the main objective of the manager should be to making a good bond with the team members, because they should be clearing their names, since it is given in the case that he don't have any proof to prove that this is a false reporting. So from Gartner have developed a really good 7S framework for team development. And from that, the manager can start giving the team members more autonomy, and he can make sure that team members are aware about the impact they can make as the organization, and make a good bond with the team members and try to understand somehow whether they are going any problem. So the communication with the team members can be asked. So these plans should be done with a cooperation of the team members, and it should not be forced upon. And the manager should check whether this is going well, and if it is not going well, he can have a one-to-one conversation with the team member, some of the team members, understand what's not going and what all is working, and understand that and act on it. So the third case is the attrition rate is high, and what all the manager can do that other members won't be jumping the ship. So what can be the reason that employees are changing organization? Assumption made is here is that there is additional hike and benefits in the other organization. So these can be the major problems they're facing and making them to jump the ship. So using the job characteristic model, we can understand the MPS score of them and understand where it is lacking, whether they are not having enough autonomy, whether they are not getting the enough skill variety, or they are not able to get the correct task. So how can we get the correct, work-life balance and give them all the autonomy without affecting the productivity? Some of the solution I could suggest is that job crafting and job redesigning can be a good solution. By allowing the employees to craft their job accordingly, it will save a lot of time, and at the same time, employees will be able to work in different departments.
Arjun, I'm just slightly lost. Which part of the presentation are you in? Are you on the Gartner 7S model, or?
No, I have moved to the next case.
So can you just move the slide also? Because I felt slightly lost. Right. Thanks.
I am in case 3 slides, sir.
Yeah, but it's not visible on the screen. At least on my screen, I can see case 2.
Can others confirm others too are facing this issue?
Sir, it is in the case 3 actually.
Sir, I think you are facing network issues.
Oh, must be at my end then.
Yes. Sir, can I continue, sir?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. So by job redesigning, the employees can understand which all job is capable for them. And main thing we all forget to do is that check the basics, whether the employees are having the feeling of job security, whether they are having the proper understanding of the culture, whether they know the vision of the organization. So according to Aon Hewitt model, the outcomes of the engagement should be say, stay and strive. If they start seeing positive things about it and are liking to stay and striving, we should be able to make sure that the basics are working first. And as discussed in the earlier cases, the recognitions can also be given properly. So the case 4 was the manager is facing a personal problem, and that is affecting his career. So what he can be done is split in 3 types: what he can do to himself, and how he can approach the subordinates, and how he can approach the superiors. For his self, job redesigning can be done. Jobs can be categorized according to his situation. He can opt for work from home option. He can give more autonomy to the subordinates and manage and monitor the things. And first thing is that he should accept that he is going through this stress, and he can also take the wellness programs given by the organization. So to the subordinates, he can restrict or narrow down the communication more formally, giving through mails and all, and make sure that he is not becoming arrogant through that way. And for superiors, definitely superiors must be understanding that he is going through something because he's suddenly underperforming. So he should accept that he is going through something and he can opt for a sabbaticals in this case. Going to the next case. In the case 5, the situation given is manager is becoming insecure because the subordinate can be a competition. So what can be done is taken in a general perspective here. So
sir, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. What can be here done is that manager, rather than being insecure, he can start become aware. If there is a competition, he should start self-assessing him and understand the opportunity, study more about it, and understand that he is having a good experience in this field and how all he can grow in the organization has to be discovered. So what can the team member do? He can inform it to the superior or can confront the manager himself. So if it is being informed to the superior can do the following. He can ask the manager to mentor the employees, which will give a reflection on his career growth and the experience curve. And the superior can give manager more important responsibilities too. And the team member can confront himself in such a way that in a very beautiful way and understand him, because he is someone, the manager is someone recommended him for promotion, and definitely by confronting himself could make a change. Going to the case 6, here the situation is manager is transferred and family is having problem with the transfer. So the assumptions taken here is transfer is only 200 kilometer and son is in 10th standard and daughter is in 5th standard. So first thing the manager have to think and inform to his family is that what if he rejects the transfer now? Does that mean there won't be any transfer in the future? Definitely the manager is a hardworking person who wants more growth in the organization. So organization will be expecting more from him and there will be more transfer for him, and which may not be also in a good time. So if he is taking the transfer now, it is sure that he will be getting better recognition and he can ask for the following. He can ask the organization and make sure that there won't be a quick transfer soon that will affect their education of the children. And there is also one assumption that all parents are with him. Since it is only 200 kilometers, he can visit them in the weekends and can be managed. So the case 7 is that a senior sales officer have started explaining about a product that is in study and haven't informed the dosage, and some planters have used it with wrong dosage, which have created side effects. So here the manager's main objective is to save the name of the organization. So it should come out in such a way that it is because of the mismanagement situation this side effect occurred than the quality, because of the quality of the product. So that will of course save the name of the organization. So it is very good to accept that there was a mismanagement, and also it is important to have a good relationship with the planters, as the assumption here is that planters are wealthy and have large plots of cultivation. So, but when we announce the compensation, it should be in such a way that after mentioning that the packaging, it was mentioned in packaging, the dose was mentioned in packaging, and it was avoidable. And even then we are offering compensation because of the company's principles. And through media, we can show the company that it is said in the case that some of the planters only use the wrong dose. So it can be shown with those who have used the right dose, no harm has been created. So that is the most important thing the manager have to consider in this situation. And how can we stop from this being happening again? So it should be made sure that in the pre-planning launch itself, the product should be given idea to the salesperson so they can start pitching and start understanding about the product and start understanding what all are needed. And after the launch, it should be made sure that they are given a hands-on training and they are given an opportunity to demonstrate how they will be giving the dosage instruction, which will avoid future problems. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun.
Thank you, sir,
for elaborating. Paptacha Sapada?
Saptacha, sir.
Okay, that's good. How much you know about Mr. CM Annadurai?
Annadurai, I'm not really familiar, sir. I'm actually from Kerala, sir.
You're from Kerala?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Ningalveed Avidea?
I am from Trivandrum, sir.
The capital city. The capital
Yes.
city.
Yes.
Have you been to Idiki?
Yes, sir, I have it.
There's a lot of planters are there.
Yes,
and
sir.
the case study is from Valparai, which is adjoining Kerala.
Yes, sir.
And Wayanad is another tea state, and Wayanad in Kerala, and Valparai is in Tamil Nadu.
Yes.
Correct. K. Karunakuran, how much you know about?
Yeah, Karunakuran is known as leader in Kerala, and he was a strong opposition leader while he was in opposition, and when he was CM itself, he was very much praised, and he was a strong leader, sir. And yeah, he was a strong leader, sir. And there was some controversy issues during his tenure that is quite famous, the ISRO situation, the spy cases.
He had the maximum following. That is why I cited the case of CM Annadurai and K. Karunakuran, that they were the real leaders who are even respected after they have not been in politics and not there also anymore. CM Annadurai passed away a long time back. Few questions, Mr. Vikas Khoka, my colleague, will have from you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks Arjun for taking us through all this various models and other things. But my question to you is, how as an HR manager you would communicate all this, because your managers or your line managers will not be aware of such models, right?
Yes.
What would be your job as an HR to be able to communicate this across to them? Neither you can teach them, nor you can, give them a dump. How would you ensure that they follow these models?
Sir, what I believe is that all these models we are somehow following unconsciously. And from these itself only the academic researches are conducted. I think someone who is aware of the model can guide someone who is unaware, because the models are like what the model exactly doing is to neglect the mistakes that can happen during we do without following a particular model. So I believe that when a person who is aware about the model see the working pattern, he can understand that, okay, if the working is going in such a way, this won't be working. So that's why I think a senior manager will be aware about this model, and the line managers, even though is not aware, can be guided properly, sir. And how it can be communicated is, that's why by each cases I'm trying to pressure on the fact that the manager should be trying to have a better interaction with them, more than what they are having in the work. They should be able to understand what they're happening outside the work also, what their group is, what their character is, how they are trying to align with the organization. By understanding that, manager, I think, will automatically understand how they can relate with a particular person.
Okay, but how as an HR you would be able to communicate this across to them? What is the mode you take for communication of some of these models? Suppose you want to guide a line manager, how would you do that?
One thing I can do is that by giving training to a particular manager, I can show them how it can be done, or a case study model can be followed. It can be shown how this happened, how this already happened, and how this can already happen, because history always repeats. And so by showing a case study model, a simple model, practically I can show them this can be happening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now we would like to invite Mr. Akhil from NIAM, Hyderabad.
Thank you. Am I audible and visible? Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I have the presentation of mine shared?
Just a minute, sir.
Sure. Take your time, Aditya. Sir, I would like to begin. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akhil C. I'm from Thrissur, Kerala, and I'm currently pursuing Agribusiness Management from ICR NIAM. I'm honored to be one of the finalists for Saksham Agrovon 2K21. Now I would like to begin my presentation on the case list that was circulated as a part of round 2, which has 7 mini cases which has been addressed in respective individual slides. Now let me begin. Mr. Aditya, I think the slide is down. Thank you, Mr. Aditya. Can I have the second slide? Yes. Slide number 2, mini case 1. Here the basic problem is caused by a couple of employees with connection to high-level state bureaucracy, and due to their uneasy attitude and underperformance, the area manager wants to resolve the situation. It is a delicate issue, and since it is one, the problem should be handled with utmost care, as any involvement, if not careful, will harm both the parties. The HRM division of the company should be immediately contacted to get involved, as direct involvement by the manager might have repercussions. Keep your friends close and enemies closer. The manager should break the ice by creating a communication pathway between him and the employees, avoiding any more confusion and dilemma. Changing of the departments, making strict guidelines, making new target and ultimatum so that they will have to work can also be tried here. The use of a leading team performance as to set as an example to inspire others, and also making smaller teams so that these three works, the performance and other lazy two, works together to form a better alliance can also be tried here. Can I have the second slide, please? Can I have the next slide, please? Am I audible, sir?
We have changed the slide.
It still shows mini case 2 to me. Can I get a double check on from that?
Is it changed?
Can I have the second slide? Like slide number 3, mini case 2. Yes. Here, the issue was created as a result of false reporting by the team members of the manager, and the disciplinary warning was given by the top management to our manager. Here, what can be done from our side is to asking the HR division to take up a low-profile investigation so that we can understand what has led to the problem, and understanding of what has led to the problem, the reason behind it, will give us more insights. Track records of the people who have made the false allegation should also be looked into. This is of much more importance. If it is only done, we can make sure that in the future there won't be any further cases of the same thing happening. Since the false allegations have raised a red flag, the manager should be very careful to not get another strike, so that in the next few months we have to make sure that the manager does his work to the point and make sure he does impress the manager, the top level managers. Any new levels of accomplishment will only add more worth to the manager in question. So the upcoming months are to prove his worth and to disapprove of any allegations. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. Mini case 3. The problem here is the competitive poaching of our employees and use of them in the same territory, and the chances of future loss of more employees to the same cause. The problem, the question at here is what the manager's stance should be. We all know that an experienced employee is always an asset to the company, and poaching of the company employees should be treated with the same seriousness as stealing the company property. Communication channels is what's lacking here. Communication channels should be established to gather intelligence from the horse's mouth. Employees who have crossed the borders should also be asked for the reasons for leaving, thus it can be mended. When it comes from their mouth, what was the actual reason they had left the company and joined a new competitor, we can understand what is the problem that is lacking here. And once we understand the situation, we can actually act upon it. If it is in case any salary, benefits or incentives that the competitors are highlighting as their USP, that should be immediately overthrown by matching it or succeeding it. Can I have the next slide? Mini case 4. The problems have arisen due to alleged domestic violence and the impact of decreased work efficiency due to increased stress. The data suggests that 1 adult in 8, that is 12.1%, receives mental health treatment, with 10.4% receiving medication and 3% receiving psychological therapy. Work-life balance is what is at stake here. 60% of Indians who are working, who have rated their work-life balance from average to terrible, says a survey in an article recently published in Economic Times. The manager should start sharing these problems, his problems, with anyone, let it be his friends or relatives or anyone. If this is not working for him, if he is hesitant to share his work problems with anyone else, he can consult a therapist or a psychologist for sharing and relieving the pressure. And since they have the client clause that which makes them do not share it otherwise, it is safe within their hands. Also, since the problem is also from the his spouse side, a psychiatrist test can be performed to prove the mental condition of his spouse to prove him guilty if the case starts going forward. So before this, he can consult a good lawyer. And what is the correct procedure for the POC? What is the current SOPs for domestic case should be followed up from his side. Going on to the next slide. Can I have the next slide? Mini case 5. The underlying problem here is the misconception of a threat of new entrant and the biased behavior of the manager. The problem is not a serious one, but it can have devastating impacts if it is not treated at the correct moment. Having a heart-to-heart conversation to clear the air can be the one of the solution. Once the manager starts speaking to the competitor he thinks he is, this will lead to clearing the air and getting the facts straight. Making sure the manager doesn't fall back to degrade his standards, leaving the management open for filling up his job role is also another issue. If he gets down or degrades himself by doing worse characters, this will lead the top managers to always prefer someone who has come in a better way, performing into his best. So making sure that doesn't happen is also another thing. Making sure the HR department, HR division has a supervision over to avoid any mishappenings is also a viable measure. Can I have the next slide? Can I have the next slide? Mini case 6. Transfer of the territory of the manager and pressure from the family members against it is the problem statement here. What we have to understand is that higher management should, why is they being transferred to a new place? Is he getting, hello? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please continue.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Higher management should be involved to have this conversation regarding this transfer so that he can get his idea straight. What is the reason behind this transfer? Is there better rewards or benefits waiting for him at the end of the line? He should also make his family understand that this is the part of his job and he'll only make the family also in a very comfortable position during this change of transfer or this transcending period. He should show that he understands the duality of the risk. That is, risk always comes with reward and he's ready to embrace it. He should always make sure his family and the managers know about this. Coming to the slide 8, mini case 7. Can I have the next slide? Yes. Mini case 7. The problem here is that the recommendation was not explained to the farmers and they have taken up the issue since it had led to phytotoxicity on their plants in Nilgiris. The problem here was due to a negligence and the farmers at the sales guy, manager is also at the risk because the mandate states that labels should be clearly written about the toxicity levels, LP40, 50 values, and every detail should be printed on every product. Farmers need to be taught how to read these labels and understand the toxicity of the chemicals before the application. So for this, various awareness programs can be conducted. Also, if it is going to the next level, compensations can also be thought about. So compensation can be given as the last resort, and in this compensation, vouchers or offers to give certain credit so that they buy our products once again should be made to should be ensured. Also, R&D should be done to get help from the because R&D would have done the same experiments regarding the phytotoxicity. And this will help us get insights. Can I have the next slide? Can I have the next slide? Hello. That's it from my end. Now I declare the session open to discussion, and let me thank the Saksham committee for successfully organizing such an event. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you, Akhil.
Thank you, sir.
You're also from Kerala. Which part of Kerala you are from? You are from which part of Kerala?
Sir, I'm from Thrissur, sir. Thrissur district of Kerala.
Okay. So Kerala Agriculture University is there, very nearby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's almost 5-10 minutes from my place.
Patambi Research Station is also there. Patambi Research Station.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Patambi Research Station is also there.
Yeah. Yes. Steel Authority of India Limited is a very important public sector.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Despite the fact the salary level is very low in a sense that not very comfortable, but the attrition is very low, very low. What could have been the reasons? Can you identify one particular reason? Because it is very near, it is in Salem. Steel Authority of India Limited, Salem plant is there.
Yes.
What could be the reasons?
Sir, SAIL has always been a major brand, sir, and SAIL has already consistently shown us improvements over the past many years. And always, sir, Steel and SAIL has always portrayed itself as a brand with a good employee level, sir. I have personally been to a SAIL factory, which is also there in Vadakanjeri, Thrissur, sir. And when I had gone there, sir, they have good contracts from huge companies, sir. Even like the aeronautics industry has a major lot of contracts going for this SAIL. So they have that advantage, sir, of getting constant good orders coming in, sir. And when there is that kind of a sales order coming in, one can be sure that the company is in good hands, and also the work culture, sir, in SAIL is very good. And when I was in the factory, sir, I had been communicating with few of them there. They have good shifts that and they are very highly regarding their safety standards, sir. So because of the safety standards, they do feel really secure about their work culture there. And this may be one of the major reasons that there is very less chances of attrition in the company, sir. This is what I believe, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. And over to Mr. Vikas, my colleague.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, Akhil,
yes,
we did talk about a couple of interesting components of employee welfare and how do we impact employees, right?
Yes, sir.
How do you as a HR leader able to come across to employees, because eventually your managers are going to lead that, right, from front. How could you imagine, how could you present your HR presence with employees largely? And you talk of a large organization where there are multiple groups, multiple managers. How do you think HR could be more present with all this, with the employees?
Yes, sir. Sir, I believe that usually HR division is a division which comes into crisis role, sir, mostly. But I do believe that even in spite if there is not a crisis, sir, HR division is one of the division which should be working all the times. Now we have seen that from the HR division, even if it is for a smaller company, sir, let me take a part of a smaller company. If it is for a smaller company, the one-to-one communication is possible, sir. One-to-one communication is very possible within an HR, within a smaller organization. But when you scale up, when you get the organization bigger, when there is more number of employees existing, this may not be possible. This one-to-one interaction may not be possible. This one-to-one interaction may be during their informal times or after hours, anything, sir. So that once you have to understand how the employees are feeling, what is their attitude towards work, how are they feeling about their job, work-life balance. Sir, I think employee survey is one of the major tools which can be employed so that we have a proper assessment of what is the situation alike. And using this analysis of this survey, sir, I think we can come to good results on what is the employee culture in our organization like. And once you understand what is the employee culture in our organization and where it is lacking, an HR division manager or an HRM employee can understand where to actually put his treatment, sir. Like whether if there is any specific areas where we have to improve, we have to note it down and we have to act upon it quickly, sir, swiftly. So like if you are following this method, sir, you can make sure that HRM division will surely make its presence felt to every employees continuously, and it will be actually accessible, sir. If the employee feels the HRM division is accessible to them, they will definitely come forth with their problems. And if such a crisis comes also, HRM division can swiftly act on it, sir.
Sure. Thanks. Thanks, Akhil. And I think I like that word called accessibility. Accessibility is the best source of being present to somebody, right? Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day.
Now we would like to move to our next participant, Mr. Kuntal Das from CCS NIAM. Mr. Kuntal, sir, are you there?
If some connectivity issues are there, we can take the another candidate and let him come back once the connection is restored.
Sure, sir. We would like to move to our next participant, Mr. Dharmendra Singh Adhikari from IIM Sambalpur.
Yes. Is it visible? Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. A very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dharmendra from IIM Sambalpur, and today I'm going to discuss about the cases provided by the team, and the event name is Saksam, the best manager. So let's move to the first case. That was about there is a team of 7 members, and out of which 2 are not performing well. So there is also some problem with their behavior of these 2 persons. So the problem is, how should the manager deal with such situation? So before moving to the solution, first I'll try to analyze the case based on the decision-making process, which is we should not assume anything beforehand before analyzing the problem. Then we will understand the root causes, what are the problem that are responsible for this situation. Then we will take necessary action. So we should not assume anything that I told earlier. So there might be several possible reasons for this situation, like the employees don't know what is expected out of them, and they are lacking the skill needed for the job, lack of motivation, non-conducive work environment, personal issues, and micromanagement of employees by the manager. So we have also I have also listed the solution or what can be done. In the first case, they can or the manager can classify the roles or the goals that of the project and define expectation by giving clear set of targets, and they also need to ensure accountability on regular basis. Also, the manager should talk with them and understand the problem accordingly and convey the importance of the project. Talking about the second one, that is lacking the skill needed for the job, the manager can analyze their work provided and provide additional training if required. He can also work on the job description and requirements and communicate the requirements of the current job to HR and ensure that the right candidate gets the position. If they are facing the problem of lack of motivation. In that case, the manager can talk with them and set achievable targets. He also needs to appreciate their work and arrange some motivation sessions. In the case of non-conducive work environment, he can schedule the meet with the team, give them occasions to socialize and understand each other, and he can also allow them celebrate the work and achievements. In the case of personal issues, he should observe their behavior and performance over some time and emphasize them and provide counseling if needed. He can also extend support and talk to them. In the case of micromanagement by the manager, so he can give them some kind of autonomy and flexibility and give chance to express themselves and talk to the team. Uh, Apart from that, giving reward and recognition to the person who has achieved the target, also appreciate their performance of other members who are doing good. It is really important as it will motivate them to do more. So he can also analyze the performance of these two employees and observe them and talk to them. So, and finally, he should understand the root cause, what is the problem with this. The second case is about a manager has been fired by the management due to the false reporting by team members, and the management has given 3 months for improving. So what should the manager do now? In that case, again, he should understand the root cause, because without it, he can't do anything. So why the members are actually blaming him for his misbehavior. So in that case, talking to the management and putting his argument forward and showing them his past record simultaneously is a good step. And he can also convince them to give some time, consider taking back the firing order, because it will definitely impact his image and will give him some pressure. He can also try to get his feedback related to his behavior from his other team members and colleagues, and should make a strong case that he can present before the management. So he can also collect some supporting document and proofs that can prove him innocent. It can be anything which can support him. So the last thing that he can do is convince the management to conduct an independent and fair probe about the matter. It will actually improve his trustability among his management team. So the third case is about a manager is facing attrition challenge. Out of his 7 members, 3 employees have left and joined other companies. So the manager has the challenge to retain the remaining employees. So the manager can take several steps to arrest the further damage. He can talk to the remaining employees and understand their issues. He can also motivate them and give some incentive or recognition. He can arrange informal meeting and build trust among them. Celebration of small occasions such as birthday parties, etc., can be done in order to increase engagement, because engagement is a major problem in the industry. And as per a Gallup report, 85% of employees are not engaged in the workplace. Although this data is from US, but it is applicable in India also. So he can also provide skill development and training opportunities for their growth. It will help them retain the remaining employees. Arrangement of team meeting on frequent basis to understand challenges can be another solution that the manager can take. He can also give them some autonomy, and micromanagement should not be there, because it definitely demotivates the creativity of the employees. So in ensuring employees happiness is in office is another factor that he can consider. And he can also try to reduce the workload by assigning smaller goals and so that they can achieve the bigger targets. uh, Taking initiative for employee engagement is also really important, because as per SMART, 71% of executives say that employees engagement is critical to their company success. And appreciation is also important in here, because 69% of employees also say that they would work harder if they were better appreciated. So it is also important. Coming to the case 4, a manager is facing mental stress as his wife is going through paranoid psychosis and has filed a domestic violence case against him. So this has resulted in decreasing the performance of a manager. So what should he do? So in this case, the manager should try to stay calm first and try to think rationally, because in that case, he will be able to take the step which is best. So he can consult with a qualified doctor who is expert in handling paranoid psychosis, as he or she would be well aware of the symptoms and might help the manager getting free of charge from the complaint that is filed. So he can share the problem with either his colleagues, but it is also important that he should share if the one is trustworthy, or with his reporting person if the manager believes that the person would support him. Uh, the other step that he can take is he should stay calm and try to make balance between personal and professional life, because the decreasing performance can also lose his job due to this performance. In some cases, many companies provide counseling sessions for employees, so he can also avail this facility and get some help from the company. He might also take a break for some time from the office because he is not able to focus on the work currently, and it will give him some time to think and take necessary actions. He can visit the doctor and provide a proper treatment and support to her wife also, so that the situation can get normal. The last thing that he can do is try to get along some people who knows about the situation of his wife and try to prove his innocence to the police or the court. The fifth case here is a good performing team member of a manager is creating insecurity in the mind of a manager. The manager is perceiving him a tough competition, so his behavior has changed and he is treating the team members harshly. So in this case, being harsh and losing rationality is not an optimal choice for the manager, because ultimately it will tarnish his image among the team members. He can focus on his work and try to think about a bigger goal and align his objective with the company's vision. Basically, the main problem is the current mindset of the manager. He should not think the team manager as his competitor. Instead, he should feel happy that he has such an amazing performer. So the mindset should need to be changed. He can keep a good track of his performance.
Interrupt, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. We have 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So he should be confident about his ability and experience, and because he has good leadership over the years. So he should not be jealous about the team member. Instead, he should keep good relation with him. After all, the team member is reporting to the manager. If the team manager feels that manager is not behaving properly, he might tell the same to the other colleagues or HR. So it will negatively affect the image. Coming to the sixth option, the manager, due to his performance, is he's being a good performance. He's being transferred to the new location. So there are some problems. So here I have two options. The first one is if he accepts the offer, and what if he rejects the offer. So I have analyzed this case on the basis of these two factors. So here we have if you see in the first column, that is if he accept the order. Here in this case we have 4 positives and 4 negatives, and in the second one we have 3 positive outcomes and we have 5 negative outcomes. So considering this analysis, it would be optimal choice for the manager to accept the challenge and handle the work for a new assigned area. But he need to convince his family about the potential benefits about the offer or the opportunity that he's getting. So coming to the seventh, it is about a senior sales officer has started giving demonstration of a fungicide which is yet to recommended and currently is in the evaluation stage. So in this case, there are 2 really important things. The first one is accepting the mistake and apologizing to the planter, and the second one is ensuring accountability and setting an example so that this does not happen in future. The other step can be immediately stop the demonstration, and in order to stop further damage, clearly communicate to stakeholder or planters that we are looking into this matter and necessary action will be taken. It will build a trust among the planters. So they need to accept the fault and apologize to the planter, otherwise it will further impact the image of the company. They also need to talk to the planter, understand the real issues and convince them that it won't happen in future, and persuade them not to file the complaint against the company. So if possible, they can also give some kind of compensation to the planters. They also need to ensure accountability and punish the individual who were involved in this incident. The company need to set procedures and SOPs so that the same does not repeat in future. Also, they need to give training and brief to all the employees about the actual procedure. So I have analyzed the case by the following step. So stop further damage, then accept the fault, apologize, provide some compensation, ensure accountability, and set examples. Yeah. So this was all about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dharmender ji. Have you heard the name of Colonel Hemu Adhikari?
No, sir. I did not.
Google it, find out. He was a very, very great leader in Indian cricket team. Over to Mr. Vikas Koka.
So, Dharmendra, you have talked about attrition, right?
Yes.
So, suppose you as an HR approach the leaders, attrition is high, they would say that forget about all the things, attrition is only happening because of increment and promotion, right? If you go and give more increment, you give more promotion, attrition will go low. What would be your counter argument to this? Because obviously you can't give attrition, you can't curb attrition only by promotion and increment because you can't give so much, right? So what would be your counter argument?
Definitely, sir. If we talk about today's scenario, especially in COVID scenario, employee engagement is really important. It is not just about incentive or some other kind of monetary benefit. Employee are committed to the company more if they are providing them other benefits. About,
no, I understand this, but you have to communicate this to the leader who's saying it's increment, right? I understand the importance of employee engagement. But how would you communicate so that the leaders listen to you and not push upon the increment as the only reason for what would be your action so that you can establish your idea with them?
Yes, sir. So definitely I'll take these steps that I was talking about. I'll present my case in front of them, and I will take several examples of various other companies who are taking such kind of initiatives. If we talk about creativity, especially in media and advertising sectors, so they have a different kind of atmosphere where employee can sit anywhere they want and they don't have any kind of formal sitting arrangement. So they create a sense of creativity among them. So it is not just about incentive. So I'll take various example of various companies in front of the management and will try to try to communicate that this is not just increment. It is there are some other factors that are good for employees.
Okay, so you said you'll take examples of some of the other competitors, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we would like to move to our next participant, Mr. Kuntal Das from CCS NIAM, Jaipur.
Please confirm, sir. Is it visible, sir? Hello, sir.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, sir. So, sir, firstly, I'm really sorry for the inconvenience, sir. And good afternoon, sir. And good afternoon to everyone. I am Kuntal Das from West Bengal, and I am currently pursuing PGDM ABM from CCS NIAM, batch 2021-23. So, coming to the first case, that is managing underperforming employees. So in the case, there were two employees who were underperforming and showing non-cooperation, and they were also belonging to a family of high administrative bureaucrats. So they have generally they have influence in the company. So for taking any decision, before taking any decision or any rational decision to the manager should analyze few situations. First, the manager has to analyze that the reason behind their underperforming. Why they are underperforming? Is there any motive behind that? Is that the motivation does not work? Is that the work is not efficient for them? And after that, the manager can give them a weekly target or 3-day basis target that they have to achieve under 3 days or 7 days, so that they can work more efficiently. Because of the high bureaucrats influence, so the manager should not go into direct conversation or direct indicating the person. So the manager what can the manager do? So the manager can review their performance, the team's performance, and publish them in the website, so that the result will be visible for everyone, and from the list they can understand they are falling short of the other teammates, and from them they can influence themselves. So coming to the last point, the good performer can be awarded with some incentives or some status of benefits, so that they can be motivated. Coming to the second case, that is managing false reporting. In the second case, the team members of the manager has given a false report to the higher authorities or higher management authorities, and the higher authorities has sent a message to the manager that he will be fired if the issue is not solved under 3 months. So the manager can do a few things, like he can organize a casual team meeting every week. So in the casual meeting, the team members can interact with each other, can expose themselves, make them understanding, and increase the bond between them. In the second case, maintain a healthy relation with the team members. So the manager's first priority should be involving into a healthy relation and maintain a friendly behavior in between them. But the behavior must be in proper decorum and attire. Third case would be organizing fun games. There are very much fun games like treasure hunt or other fun games that can be organized to maintain the bond between them. So fourthly, I want to address the addressing issues of the team members. So the managers should listen all the problems the team members are facing and take decision accordingly, and the issues should be resolved in personal basis, in individual basis. And come to the fifth point, the complaint box. It is a very much, I think, the best solution for the issue, that a complaint box should be dedicated and be posted and be put outside the manager compartment or manager office. So there can the team members can put their complaint, and the complaint should be evaluated and properly addressed, so that they can be resolved easily. Coming to the third case, that is managing high attrition of high performing employees. So in the case, the high performing employees were changing their shifts and going to another companies, and so to maintain the this high attrition, the managers could first have to analyze the situation, why they are changing the shift. So at first, the manager have to do a survey between the team members to analyze the reason behind the shipment of the job. So secondly, the manager can organize a team meeting between the team, discussing the issues they are facing in the company, why they are in favor of other companies, why they are changing the companies. Coming to the third point, the companies should gather some information about the other competitors, what benefits they are providing to their employees, what benefits they can get from the other companies. So after analyzing that, company have to take some steps, that is plan of action. What can the company do? What can the manager can do? So at the coming to the first point, what the manager can do is company have to make a good environment for working. Have to give some incentive or increment in salary to the performance, that they should be motivated or influence them to work more efficiently by giving them incentives. Secondly, all the issues which are being faced by the employees should be addressed at the manager's personal level. So coming to the third point, the company has to give more motivation to them. The company can organize a holiday trip for the person who is yearly the best performer of the year. So the company can give them a holiday package to foreign countries or in India. Coming to the fourth case, managing personal along with professional life. In this case, the manager's wife has filed a police case against the manager and against domestic violence, and his wife is mentally ill and going through a tough phase. So the manager should, before taking a harsh or rash decision, the manager should analyze the first, take the empathetic approach that he should not take any harsh or rash decision on his wife. He has to try to make her remember that their relationship, how they love each other, how their relationship is, and he can take a medical support from the doctors and can manage a nurse appointed by a doctor to take care of her. So coming to the main point, what can we do to remove allegations? What can the manager do to remove allegations? The manager can take help from his neighbors as well as relatives to prove her mental illness. So and the manager can also ask a doctor to analyze the behavior, as the mental illness is completely visible with the reflection of his behavior is completely visible, that he is not mentally correct or not mentally healthy. So coming to the third point, the manager have to make sure the news should not come out. So if the news come out, that it will affect both of their personal life as well as professional life. Coming to the fourth point, the manager can take help from his colleagues to justify his character. So if the manager character is justified, he is a genuine and gentleman, then he can do such kind of things like domestic violations. So that can be a resolution for me.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Kuntal. We have 2 minutes left.
Okay, sir. So coming to the case 5, managing insecurities of losing positions. The insecurity is such a thing that completely mentally thing. So coming, how can the manager manage this kind of situation? So first is self-belief. The manager should believe in himself and ability, how he achieved this position, and to maintain their ability, believe in their ability. Second point is motivation. The manager can get motivation from the employee and take it as a healthy competition and improve himself as accordingly. Coming to the third point, stay calm. The manager has to calm, and his insecurities should not be reflected in his behavior, as that can influence all the teammates working under the manager. The manager should be positive, optimistic, and motivate others. So the main goal of a manager is to utilize all the resources available. So if the team work more efficiently, it will be the benefit of the manager that he has managed the workforce efficiently. Coming to the sixth case of in their case, the manager is had get a transfer from another place, and family is not actually cooperating with him and don't want him to get the transfer. So coming to that can be issue approach in 2 ways: professional life and family. In professional life, the manager first have to find out his career path, what he wants to accomplish in life. Then the lifestyle in the current workplace is affordable or not. And thirdly, all types of facilities like transport, medical, network, and degree of living is suitable for him or not. And coming to the family point, the manager should take a seat with his family members and express them all the positive points of this transfer. The manager should assure them that he will be availing all the facilities for them if they want to move there. All the facilities will be available for them. He can, and thirdly, which is not a very efficient one, but he can arrange his family's living where they are currently living, and he alone can move the new workplace. And there must be a plan B. The plan B is that manager can bring a team of 7 to 8 people along with them and train them, and then return to the place where they are currently living. Coming to the last case 7, managing conflict between planters and company. So in the case, the company has due to some product launches, the high usage of a fungicide, there is a phytotoxicity has seen on Nilgiri Hills areas. So the first question, so to build the situation, the manager can immediately stop selling the product and investigate the root cause behind it. Secondly, the manager can organize meeting with the local partners and local planters leaders and come to an agreement. And the manager can come to an agreement with the planters that the company will provide them inputs to at higher discounts than other companies. By this way, the company can also procure the market, get the market, and sell their products in the areas. Coming to the second point, that convincing planters to use proper dosage, the manager can organize farmer meetings in every 3 months and educate them about SOP, that is standard operating procedure, and thirdly, educate them about the information present inside the product leaflet and where the proper usage can be mentioned. Coming to the fourth point, educate them about the consequences of a high usage of chemicals in agriculture. What can be the side effects of that? And coming to the third question, how situation can... Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Kuntal. You have exhausted your time limit. Please conclude your side within a minute.
Okay, sir. So coming to the third question, that how can we prevent this type of situation in upcoming years? So in the upcoming years, before selling or launching any product, explain the consumer about the application procedure. How can it be applied in the sectors, in the field areas? And secondly, before launching a product, there must be a meeting along with the salesperson who are going to sell the product, and demos would be demonstrated in front of them how they have to sell the product. Coming to the fourth question, how can we give an example of good manager? Set an example of good manager. Firstly, we have to immediately stop the selling of the product. Secondly, investigate the root cause of that. Analyze the loss occurred due to the high usage of the fungicide. Fourthly, analyze the number of farmers affected by the product, and then provide the affected farmers with some benefits along with the discounted inputs, and provide free training once in every 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuntal.
Thank you, everyone. Yes, sir.
কোথায় হবে তোমার বাড়ি?
Sir, Purulia, sir. Purulia district, you know, sir?
Purulia, yes. I know very well. It is bordering Bangladesh.
No, sir, actually not in border of Bangladesh. Sir, actually it's in the Jharkhand-Bihar border, sir.
Jharkhand-Bihar border, okay.
Yes, sir.
You are an agriculture graduate?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go for Rave?
Sir, in Bageshwar, actually I have graduated from Sri Guru Ram Rai University, Dehradun, sir. So,
okay.
Yes, sir. So there is a place named Bageshwar, district named Bageshwar.
Yes, I know about Bageshwar.
Yes,
it's in Uttarakhand.
Yes, sir. So there is a small village named Dopahar. There is a hilly village area, consists of around 20 to 25 houses. So I completed Rave in that area, sir.
Good. Mr. Vikas Koka.
Your name I can pronounce as Kuntal, right?
Yes, sir, Kuntal, sir.
Okay, thanks. So I think I liked some bit of your PPT from that perspective, that people need to be developed from the very base level and then grown. And I'm also intrigued to know that suppose you are hiring people like you guys, right? You are right now colleges. How do you set the expectation, right? Because everybody wants to start with boardrooms. Everybody wants to start with strategic meetings when they pass out from such colleges.
Yes,
how do you set the ball rolling for them that you have to start from the ground level and grow from there? So what would be your communication and strategy with managers, HR leaders? As a HR leader, how would you communicate this across and set the expectation right for young people that you have to grow from there?
Yes, sir. So to start from a basic level, to start from after pursuing PGDM, ABM, or to go to a job or as a some employees or salesperson as a marketing person, we have to first for the communication, there must be no communication barrier. We have to close the communication barrier or break the communication barrier. Firstly, to communicate, they should be available for everyone, like just to giving information like what is going on in the marketplaces. So to analyze and giving data, provide the data to them. So there must be a communication in between them, from the bottom. So there is a communication type like upward communication and downward communication. So for passing information from ground level, there must be upward communication in the sector, and for ordering or giving suggestions, there must be downward communication in the sector. So by this way, we can communicate with the HR and the management sector.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now we would like to move towards our next participant, Ms. Nikita Bisht.
I'm just doing a time check, Vishal. How much of more time and candidates are there?
Sir, we have 3 participants left.
Three more.
Yes, along with this.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Is my slide visible? Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, you are audible and slide is also visible.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I will just... So good evening, everyone. I am Nikita Bisht, pursuing agribusiness management from CCS NIAM, belonging to the batch of 2021-23. Now coming to the case lists. First was the case of employee management. The 2 employees were slacking off and they were not delivering their performance up to the mark. So the solutions I propose are that first analyze the key problems. What are the probing reasons behind their underperformance of the employees and their reluctance in completing their goals? Second is the assigning task. A manager is the one who discovers each one's unique talent and then capitalize on it. So the manager needs to give tasks according to the interest of the employees in purview of the potentials. And then a scheduling planner can be put forward. In this planner, it would be enlisting the task of the team members and performances, and it would be openly available to every team member, and they can access their own as well as the team's accomplishments. So this will push them to work more hard and meet the deadlines on the time. And then start a dialogue. The two team members should be approached empathetically, and they should be and followed with the understanding work roles that interest them. The manager should understand the interest. Manager should give them roles according to their interest and make them feel involved and appreciating their minor accomplishments also. And then the perks and benefits. We all need a pat in the back once in a while. So if we are facilitating the good performance, then it will be a source of motivation to other performers as well, and they would strive for excellence also. Then second was the false reporting of the manager. The solutions proposed are that first, a feedback form, which includes a manager effectiveness survey, can be conducted where the constructive feedbacks should be given by the employees to the manager and the areas that he needs to improve upon. This will be a constructive feedback. And second would be the addressing concerns. Like casual meets can bridge the gap between the manager and the employees, and this will resolve the indifferences between them too. And then other team building activities like company tours and the company tours and company dinners are some of the team building activities that manager needs to do in order to make them secure and make them accessible also. And then communicating with the team. Communication is the key here, because continuous dialogues need to be happen, and there should not be a gap between the managing position and the team employees. And then empathizer, a manager is a source of constant motivation, and he needs to create a healthy and safe workplace so that the employees feel safe and they achieve their task effectively. Coming to the third case, that is the high iteration problem. These can be resolved by setting up a healthy work environment. A constructive workplace always motivates the employees, and they always excel in their work. And then second would be improve the employee engagement. As we all have seen, that the engaged employees feel passionate towards their work and remain committed to the organization, and they would never leave the organization if they feel that they are valued. And then expanding the skill sets. If you're providing them trainings and seminars, they would feel valuable and would remain the organization. And then is the emboldening the vision and mission. When the employees personal goals are not aligning with the company's missions, and then he's changing the jobs. So the company needs to align himself with the employees same goals. And then pay competitive benefits, like providing performance appraisals and bonuses will also increase the dedications and persistence of the organization. Into the case 4, where the personal problems are affecting the professional life, the manager is getting affected due to the case filing and his wife experiencing psychosis. So the solutions proposed are that he should inform his supervisor, because his immediate senior should know about the situation, so that in future if the manager asks about his not meeting his deadlines and not doing his work efficiently, he should be known of his reasons. And then counseling, professional help, because the wife is experiencing psychosis, so the psychiatrist help can be sought for treating his wife's ailment. And then vacation, maybe the reason could be that the wife's feeling neglecting, so he should take some time off and discuss things with his wife, so that things may sort out. And then talking to the relatives talking to the in-laws. Husband should talk to the in-laws so that they may dismiss the case and understand the problem also. Moving to the case 5, that is insecurity issues and concerns. The manager is feeling insecure because of the best employee, that he may lose the position as well. So the insecurities are cumulative of many reasons, and the solutions proposed are that the manager should do journaling, that is keeping a diary. This would help in letting the emotions out in an effective way, and he would realize that these are just insecurities and not the truth. And then empowerment, he should not undermine himself. He should recall his accomplishments as well, because he should be confident in himself. And then the third will be self-compassionate. He should stop being so self-critical all the time, because everyone strives for being a perfectionist and for excellence. So it cannot happen all the time, and he should show some mercy on him. And then meditation. These are some practicing meditations and yoga have always proved to improve the mind and eliminate the negative thoughts. So he can do these. And then the channelization. He can channelize the insecurity in a way that he perceive it as a healthy competition and not as negative emotions, so that it may not affect his work, and he can improve his own performance by that. Moving to the case 6, that is the personal and professional conflict. The manager is being asked to transfer, and the family isn't allowing him. So the main question is that I can't propose a solution that what he should do. He should himself analyze the future goals. That is, 2 questions need to be asked here. That is, what are my future goals, and will transferring help me realize my goals? These are the 2 main questions that he needs to answer. And then he needs to go into further discussions with his family on the implications if he transfers, then what will happen is the place having sufficient resources for the family sustenance? And then pros and cons. He should create a table of pros and cons and needs to introspect heavily on what is if he should is the positive side heavily or the negative side on transferring. And then he needs to have a contingency plan as well. If he decides to leave the job, then how much time will he take to acquire another job? So this was it. And then moving to the case 7, that is farmers and company conflict. I think the first step is to track the damage. The company needs to trace the number of farmers and the area are which is affected by the use of the crop protection chemical. The company should immediately apologize and extend help in identifying the solutions for reducing the phytotoxicity and consultation also. Then pursuing the farmers not to sue, I believe that the farmers meeting should be conducted where the farmers who use the doses correctly and those who did not should be called to the meeting and explain that the product is completely fine and the fault was in the overdosage, not in the product. And then what should the salesperson should do? The salesperson should restrict the use of chemicals immediately. The sales team should stop selling the product for some time until the scientists have given them a heads up. And then for the strategy the manager should include is that the salesperson should emphasize on the dosage while promoting and selling, and should emphasize on dosage while promotion and selling. And then creating a helpline for farmers for solving their queries is another solution. And the dosage should be highlighted in the packet effectively. And then proper demo incentives should be given to the farmers. And at last, I would.
Thank you, Nikita. Over to my colleague, Mr. Vikas Koka. Hello.
Yeah. So Nikita, I think all your ideas have been well presented, but how do we realize that attrition is high? When do you realize? What is your way to analyze that? Attrition has gone high. Am I audible, Nikita?
Sir, you are audible, but Ms. Nikita is not audible.
I think
there seems some problem, technical problem at her end.
Yeah. We can move to the next participant.
Sure, sir. Sir, we would like to invite Mr. Namanit Giri from SIOM Nashik.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Am I audible and visible?
You are audible, but not visible.
PPT needs to be shared by someone from this.
Yeah, your face is not visible. You are audible.
Okay, let me share. Is it is my PPT now visible?
No, not yet. The screen sharing has not taken place and the PPT is not visible, nor your face.
Actually, someone from the Saksham team, they have said that they will be doing so.
You can continue till time things work, but we'll be able to listen to. Because of the paucity of time, we want you to continue and we will listen. Meanwhile, somebody will put the screen on.
Okay, but I am also sharing the screen. I don't know What's wrong? Sir, is it not still visible?
No, not visible.
I would request someone. Yes, please help it.
Sir, please give us a minute. We are working on it.
Yes, now it is.
Now it's visible.
Actually, I can see the screen because from Saksam team they have done it.
Yes, sir. We have shared the screen.
Yeah, now it is visible.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for that, all the glitches. I am Navneet Kumar Giri. I am from Kolkata and I'm pursuing MBA first year in Operation Management in Symbiosis Institute of Operation Management. So dealing with the case, move it to next slide, please. Yes, ways to deal with two people keeping in mind about the constraint. So when two people are not working, when a manager is saying that there is a problem. So a team, if you want everything to be happen all right, and you want everyone to do equally good, that ideal scenario never comes in a real practical scenario. So we have to be very much ready to accept the things that few constraint and few people will be there that we have to bring. It is as similar as taking classes in a college. If you want everyone to score 100% marks or 90% marks, it never comes. Some will be failing, some will be scoring 50%. It's as similar case as that. So how to make the changes so that we can actually make that candidate pass or make that employee work very well. So number one is the training. Training is that not the lecture, giving lecture and doing the things. It should be one-to-one interactions. You have to give them projects and you have to do with them along with that, because once they get a knack of doing the things, then they will carry that forward again. Now while doing this, you have to understand the challenges, because that is the prior thing. Once you understand the candidate where he is actually lacking or she is actually lacking, then you can help that candidate, and that is what I mentioned as helping. And when you are helping someone, that candidate or that employee will think that I have a support at my end. So a trust factor will come, and that is very much essential. And never forget to congratulate. Because on small success you have to congratulate, so that the motivation factors boosts up. And the last is that you have to celebrate it officially. When the target is reached, you have to conduct a meeting or notice or wherever email or a small gathering you can conduct, and this the performer was not performing well and now it has actually performed very well. So we can see the transformation. Next slide, please. Now, how can we ensure happiness in the team when the desired goal is accomplished? So when we have seen that the manager is being blamed by the team members, so first of all we can have a meeting with the supervisor, because manager hardly we can see that it cordially conducts with that lower level employees or the panities or whoever may be. So the lower level employees or panities directly with the union head or supervisor. So when they are discussing anything, so supervisor definitely knows what is the challenges or where the thing goes wrong. Manager personally should meet with them or even officially, but it should be a one-to-one interaction, so that he gets to know where he is lacking. Second is that talk with the one whom he is very close in the team members, because of course if there are 100 members or either 40-50 members, hardly manager will be knowing personally 1 to 2 or 5 or rather 10, not more than that. And adapting himself as per the team members want. That is the very much essential, because putting the blame on the team members is not actual true. You have to be adapt. I know if there is a wrong, and you have to justify the things where the wrong is, but what the things you need to take, you have to adapt yourself. Second thing is that you have to be in a smiley face, which brings positivity in every team members as well as in front of everyone. And that is it is small tool, but a smiling face is have a great impact on everyone. Last is that you have to take sole responsibilities on all activities, because you have 3 months time and you have to prove yourself the best one. Next slide, please. Now, remedial measures that the manager should take to arrest further attrition is that when you are seeing that attrition rate is high, now the most and important thing, you have to ensure that the workplace is not toxic. And you have to do all the investigation and why the people are leaving. You have to check the online reviews and everything. Next is that all facilities should be provided, because for example, if I am from Kolkata, I'm working in Chennai, then all the facilities like food and accommodations, all the things should be arranged. If company is not providing, make sure they are arranging for me. And medical, of course, medical facilities do take care, and adequate trainings, because learning never stops. Because if you're joining Google, if you're joining a small level organization also, learning never stops. So training should be given so that they never feel that they have been dominated across other competitors. Now, balanced responsibilities. If one is performing very well, that doesn't mean that you will be overburdening that person. You have to balance amongst the team member. So skills should be distributed amongst everyone. Timely promotion. This is very much important. When you are giving timely promotions, it gives a boost, and the morale gets very high, and people hardly will leave the organization. Next slide, please. Now, professional life and career should go hand in hand, where the wife is, the loved one is having paranoia. So here we have to act as an advocate. We have to give the medication and therapy, because the thing is that you can't leave anyone, because she's your loved one. So you have to take care, because divorce or anything, the case scenario, that is the last option you should go ahead. But that is not the priority things. So you should not argue with that. I know the situation is hard, but you have to be the best, so that she listens to you. And you have to provide ample space to her. And second is that you have to shift the focus on what's real, because if she is acting like a mad, so don't push her that you are doing something, or you should not do it. So don't put the blame game. You have to shift the focus of her from the what's the real actually, so that she gets cured very easily. And last and least, you have to contact the health professional, so that if you are at the last stage, if you are guilt, then you can save yourself, that proving not guilty, that she is actually suffering. Next slide, please. Now, when the team members is superlative performer, the manager feels insecure and leads to hurt. Now, I will a small scenario will make. For example, if Dhoni scores 0, that doesn't mean that India will lose the team. So a manager B should be like a leader. So when manager should be actually happy, because your performance is performing well. Now the HR should make it very clear that the promotions does not affect other promotions. Because if one is promoting, that does not affecting the other. And culture should be organized, and there should be effective collaborations, and norms should be floated, stating the scenario that C-level executives to understand the scenario, organizational norms. And second is that if these all scenarios do not work, then the person who is been affected, he should be transferred to different branch office of that organization. And if the skill set match, then you can transfer within the same organization as well. If the above point 3 is not feasible, then reporting manager should be changed. So this can be one. Next slide, please. Now, managers should tackle the family resistance in the following ways. Now, manager should say his family that he will get rewards and recognitions. He will get promotions faster, so that he will be in a position to invest for his family in the future. Because this is the very crucial things. Because working in an organization, you should explain the family how important is this. Second is that manager should ask the supervisor reporting authority whether the work can be done remotely. During the need of physical presence, on that day he can visit that place. So if this is feasible, and definitely, or else he can train the things side by side, he can give a training. Else the manager should keep a caretaker for his home so that he can get the family members can get all sorts of help during from neighbors or even relatives. And he will be ensuring that during weekends he can come, because hardly 200 kilometers he can do up down journey in the weekend. And if the new place has got all the facilities, that means schools, hospitals, markets, manager can shift his family to the new place, and this will where he can spend times as earlier. Next slide, please. Now, regional manager, how will handle the situation in the 4 cases? This is very good case. So first is that how the situation, that heated arguments and all, how this situation can be melted. So regional manager should seek for official apology on behalf of organization, because when he comes forward, then the planters will think that the boss is coming forward, so we should listen. Second is that seeds should be arranged for replantation and minimum compensation should be given, because their seeds are all damaged, and the time is also gone. Now the thing is only left is that we should give seeds so that they can do replantation, and of course we have to give compensation, but I want to reduce the compensation amount by giving the seeds and as well as the fertilizers, which will be bearing the things, and our sales will increase. And as there is a certain loss to planters, we should give whoever really the family needs it. For example, if someone is having marriage in the family, we should help them. Now, second is that how to convince the planters. Regional managers should explain the reactiveness of chemical depends on many factors, because whenever the test is being conducted, it is conducted in an ideal scenario, and hence before applying any sort of chemical, they must acknowledge the positive as well as the negative impacts of chemicals, because ideal scenario and in the environment, a lot of factors count, and they should go through the levels, and training or a program should be conducted how to go through the levels, and if they are not understanding, they can consult before using them. And remedial measures before taken with the sales staff, the senior sales officer who has made a blunder. Regional manager should understand the root cause why the violation was there. First, it is the first duty, and if it is due to carelessness, we should not blame him, because manager responsibility is we should change our process. Process should be changed, not the people. We can't change the people. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yes.
You have exhausted your time limit. Can you conclude it within a minute, sir?
Sure. So we should do a checklist or SOP, and norms should be floated so that without any informing, reporting managers should take a self-decision. Strategies which a regional manager can be considered ideal, regional managers should take a blame on him, because that's how he will learn. Apologies should be done in front of all the planters in a sober manner. He should not punish senior sales officer. This should be keep in mind, and he must clear the team members that it's all done. We can check through SOP, sir. Thank you. I'm done with me.
Thank you, Mr. Giri. Over to Mr. Vikas.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so in your conversations I mentioned, I heard about you saying lower level, upper level, C-suite, but in organizations today, people like to be treated equally, right?
Exactly, that's what I want to say.
What would be your message as a HR to the managers for this? Because see, world is moving now from the typical original hierarchical organization to, collaborative workforce, right? Where people collaborate with various levels of people, with cross functions to be able to achieve objectives. How would you communicate as an HR this message across the organization?
Yes. So first of all, in in every colleges we have been taught organizational behavior as a subject, because that is what we have been inculcated within us. So in organization behavior, even in the organization, we are given the training. The HR manager conducts the training and program, and how we should not treat other as a by biasness, or even the levels they should rather interact, because that scenario wouldn't have happened. Manager that blaming games, that scenario would have completely eradicated. So of course there is a gap, and how I will negotiate this gap and I will minimize this gap. First of all is the training, first thing. Second thing, during means hiring the employees, I should make ensure that there is no sort of arrogancies, because these are the small things, and this impacts a huge in an organization's employees. And second, arrogance is the first. Second thing is that people should be very much visible, means the clarity in thought, visibility factor should come, and this will actually help in the long run. And when they will be going through the trainings and all, and the factors is that communications, the visibility and clarity in the communication, then this can be reduced.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Before moving towards the next participant, I would like to make a humble yes, sir. We have left with Ms. Nikita Bish's discussion round, as she was having some technical issues at her end. So can we have a discussion round?
Yes, I just call her.
Sorry, sir, for the inconvenience caused. It was due to the
All right. Thank you. Vikas, please.
So, Nikita, I'm just recalling, the subject of attrition was handled by you, right? What do you call a good attrition and a bad attrition? Is attrition always bad, or is it good also?
So attrition, if we look at if one's company, if from my company the attrition is high, then I would call it as bad attrition, because the company is not very effective, or as a manager I will not be as I'm not effective to control the high attrition problem. So it is the bad attrition. And the employees that they are going to the company from that they are choosing, for them they are gaining high from their perspective. I would say that it is a good, because because they will be gaining the employees their skill sets. And bad attrition would be like, good attrition would be like, yes, those employees that are not as much efficient, they are moving out of the company. So I would, in my definition, it is this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Over to the next participant.
Yes, sir. We can now move towards our final participant, Mr. Pratik Shinde from Manage Hyderabad.
Can someone from team present my PPT?
Sure.
Hello.
Just give us a moment. We are sharing.
Yeah, sure.
We have shared the screen. You can start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, all. I am Pratik Shinde of the batch 2020-22 of Manage Hyderabad. Next slide, please. Okay, start with the first case. First case deals with the two peoples of the 7 team is underperforming, and they are arrogant and belongs to the administration family, and manager has to deal with them. So managers start with analyzing the problem. Performance is a multiplication of ability and motivation. So there either be reason of the lack of ability or low motivation. The case is still stated that it may be the problem of laziness. So it is a problem of low motivation. So for that, the manager start with the dialogue with them. First, the manager should approach friendly manner with him, and ask general questions, start making friendship with him, so and get the experience, get the insight about how he sees this incident in their perspective. Third, a manager can go for the weekly reviews or fortnightly reviews. He set the targets and get the review of the work at the end of the week. Then fourth is incentivizing. Here the manager can incentivize the high performing members, which help to get motivate these two persons so that they also the perform and benchmark these peoples. Next slide, please. Okay, talking about second case, here is a case is about the manager is fired because of the false complaint from the team member, and now the higher management given him chance of 3 months to get the team on board and perform well. So for that case, managers should start with analyzing the root cause. First, he has to find out the why this fake complaint is. He has to take the meet individually or and along with the group, so he can understand their perception about the manager. Second, he can do is a team building sessions. We can see in the case that there is a lack of team building. That's why they are blaming each other. So the lack of team period can be improved by the team building sessions. So the team building activities motivate the people to work together and develop their team building strength, and they can address this weakness of the team. Third, they can go with manager go with the creating friendly environment along their team members or organization. So they can the team members can collaborate, learn along with the manager and socialization. So it help to develop a friendly relation with them. For employee engagement programs, manager has to find out the ways so he can help to expand their skill sets of their employees, and let them to know that he is always there for them. And last is the employee feedback system. Manage along with the manager, every whole team members can sit together and give the feedback weekly or fortnightly to each other. So can these issues of the false complaint can be solved. Next slide, please. Okay, talking about third case, it is a mainly attrition problem. The peoples are leaving the organization, and manager has to ensure that the other peoples are not go. So the first manager start with the communicating the vision of their organization. So manager can talk, lead the team, give them clear idea what is the goals of organization and what is in for them in organization goals. So second is to improve the work condition. Managers should start start the development programs. So give outstanding benefits not only for employee but also their families, and make the fun work culture in the organization. Third, it can create a pleasant workplace where the peoples can come, collaborate, learn, socialize, so they can grow together. Third is employee engagement. Fourth is employee engagement. Here manager can find the way to engage the employee more in their organization, so their skill set also the enhance with along the organization growth. And last most important thing is the benefits and perks. Most of the reason of attrition is the benefits and perks. So the hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. The benefits and perks. So the salary and the incentives, what are the organization giving, should they meet their financial needs. So the salary package should be the same as or in the same range with the competitors. Next slide, please. Next slide. I'm not able to see. Okay, thank you. In the case number 4, the manager having the family problems and he's stressed. That's why he's not performing in the organization. So the how can he deal with that problem? So first is start with the conversation with the boss. because the keeping the boss in the loop, it's really helpful, because the peoples are sympathetic about the other peoples also, so they can understand and give the right suggestions also. The second is the to tell the co-workers on the need to know basis. So those are the co-workers whose performance is affected by the manager. So manager can sit and talk with and make a trust relationship with them. Third is a stay positive and keep the emotion check. He should keep the poise and positive attitude and act as best he can. He can surround himself with the positive co-workers and limit their time to spend with the negative peoples. Then he can take a time off. So he can take a leave or try to do work from home. So he can do give a time for himself. And last is utilize resources. The company having the HR, so can he counseling with the HR or treatment, any facilities if the company is giving, so can take the advantage, so he can come out from this situation. Next slide, please. Okay, the fifth is the manager is insecure due to its subordinate and he's feeling that maybe his position is taken by him. So this kind of the conditions generally occurs in the organization. So in this case, the manager has to consider subordinate as a healthy competitor. So manager also can learn from him, and this he can interact with him or counseling. So by counseling, he can solve this issue. Next slide, please. Okay. In this problem, there is a conflict between the growth and the family resistance. Under such conditions, there is no specific straightforward calculation to what to decide. So according to me, the manager go for the Excel spreadsheet. He lists down the points, necessary points about his personal and professional satisfaction. Example is what will be the change mean to the family? How difficult to find the community in the new places? Will his wife able to find meaningful work, etc. So, and along with that, he can also look upon the professional growth, what the growth he will get, what the salary or career growth he will get. So according to, based on that calculation, he can take, or also, and along with that, finally, it's important to have exit plan also. If the worst case scenarios occur, he and his family must not be miserable in that conditions. Next slide, please. Okay, last slide. The case is about the sale officer mistakenly used the fungicides without asking the regional head, and trees showing the phytotoxicity problem. Under such conditions, the regional sales head first start with the taking the meetings of the farmers, map the area of losses to calculate the monetary loss. And I believe that the long-term benefit, long-term relationship is most important. So under such condition, I think the company should compensate the farmers for the loss and make a long-term mutual agreement with them, because going to the court and all the things maybe the create negative marketing for the company. Second is a farmer meeting for communicating the how to use the how to use fungicides. So manager should start the extension program in the area, call the farmers meetings and educate them how to use that. Third is standard operating procedure. Manager should develop a standard operating procedure, has to be followed by the lower managers or field workers, everyone, before using the any type of the fungicide in the farm. So he has to take a hierarchical permissions. And last one is the employee training programs. Regional managers should take the employee training program once a month and train their subordinates how to follow SOPs for the future. Next slide. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Pratik. Nice to have heard your views. And you are from Manage Hyderabad.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are also an agriculture graduate?
Yes, sir. I am agriculture graduate, agriculture engineer, sir.
Agriculture engineering. Where from you have passed out?
Sir, Mahatma Phule Agriculture University, Maharashtra, Rahuri.
Very good, excellent. I think we enjoyed your talk. Because of the time, we are not extending it further.
Yes,
Thanks for the team NIAM and for Agrovon. Can I continue? Hello?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Can I continue?
Yes, sir. Please.
I will just speak for about 2-3 minutes, and after then we'll come to an end of this session of Saksham. That is finding out the best manager. Long experience that I do have in the diversified fields. What I find the role of an HR. I'm talking about my own definition, not the definition which is of academic interest, not the definition which is written in the written books, but my experience definition is that the person has to, ignite a spark in an individual by virtue of which the employee reporting to the person, reporting to the manager, is able to perform and improve upon his productivity and which matches his potential. Now the potential will be X, and he is expected to utilize his total potential up to 100%, wherein those who are not been able to ignite spark, the employees perform only 50% or 60% or 70% of the potential, and that is the universal study which has been made on employee engagement, looking on to the potential. One. Second, I'll be short. The second which I find is that the manager, the successful manager, the best manager is the one who has been able to create people working under him to replace him. Now this replacement must be defined within 3 years. I will have one person who can replace me. Within next 4 years, I will have another person. So he has to develop about 2 to 3 persons who are able to replace him and his position. Today, unfortunately, there is a huge void which is created in an organization. The finance head do not have a person to replace him. The R&D head do not have a person to replace him. The HR head do not have a person to replace him. And every time he leaves the organization starts looking for people hiring from outside. And this creates a very bad situation for an organization. And it also creates a lot of imbalance, a frustration within the employee that, look, I have not been able to get developed to replace my immediate manager. So manager must create managers. That's very, very important. And the best manager is the one at the time of retirement, he says with pride that I have been able to develop and I have been able to promote at least 100 people working under me. And with these words, thank you once again, the entire team of NIAM, Agrovon, for having conducted such a nice session, and we enjoyed the talk. Within next 15 minutes, we'll announce the results.
Sure, sir. Thank you for your inspiring words. We would like to express our gratitude to our esteemed jury for associating with us. We would like to request participants to stay tuned. Results will be declared within 10 minutes.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
करना है सब Grammarly does more than catch errors. With Grammarly, you can find really good, no, perfect words that make your writing sharp, or explicit, or excellent, or distinctive. As a matter of fact, for what it's worth, Grammarly can, yeah, that's long. We can get rid of that, and this, good,
Hello, good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, good evening to all of you. I have sent the mail, and on mail I have sent the evaluation sheet also. Or should I share that evaluation sheet with you people, because I don't want to display it here.
So here we are with the results. Finally, the wait is over. So let me announce the winner. So the runner-up is Mr. Arjun Chidambaram.
Very nice.
Congratulations, Mr. Arjun. And now I would like to announce
Trichy. Arjun, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
And the winner is Miss Surbi. Congratulations to winner.
Thank you.
So
Thank
now,
you, sir.
Surbi from Symbiosis, Pune.
Yes, sir.
Are you there, Surbi?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
And a lot of congratulations. I'm really very happy. You were the first to give the presentation, and you are also the winner also as the first prize.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
so I would like to give the vote of thanks to our esteemed jury, Mr. Kamal Kumar sir and Mr. Vikas Khoka sir, for being a part of this event, patiently listening to all the analysis of the participants and judging them, examining them. I would also like to thank all the participants for participating in the Saksham, the best manager, which was sponsored by Dhanuka Agritech Limited. And I would also like to mention gratitude towards Dhanuka Agritech Limited for associating with us, and we will be wishing to look forward for future endeavors. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much. Pursuit of progress is endless.
Sure, sir.
Thank you. Now,
with your
good
due
night to
permission,
all of you. Wonderful presentations by each and everyone.
with your due permission, we would like to close the meeting.
Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you, one and all.